We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Drop it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is...
Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Wondering whether you need wealth management? Wealth management is a multifaceted offering that should provide opportunities for growth and security. At BNC National Bank, we pride ourselves on putting your priorities first and providing practical, objective financial advice. Our team can help you assess your goals and take stock of your assets to determine whether wealth management is right for you. Speak to a member of our team today to learn more.
When property owners in Bismarck and Minot seek transformation, ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling, it's about legacy. In Minot and Bismarck, ServPro is your partner in transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Oh, playoff hockey is some of the best hockey of the season. And we've got that for you today on the PSP Network. Hi again, hockey fans. Alongside Lane Sedevy, Todd Darmries, welcoming you to our PSP Network broadcast booth as we get set for opening round of the boys WDA hockey tournament. Up first, it'll be the Bottineau Rugby Braves and the Century Patriots. Century the number 1 seed, Bottineau Rugby the number 8 seed, and Coach Sedevy, I just want to ask you one question. Playoff hockey. It just has a good sound to it, right?
Yeah, it's I don't want to say the other games are meaningless because they're not. Obviously, it gets you your seeds into, whether it's WDA or, for us or, Stanley Cup playoffs. But I don't think you can replicate that type of hockey and that feel. And I think that's what every fan, whether it's hockey or any other sport, that's what you wait for all season long, and that's what you build for. So, I remember as a kid, the nerves are real once you get to WDA. It just you want to get to state and have a chance at obviously a championship.
And is it the one and done mentality? Is it the, hey, you got to win to advance? Is it just the finality of it that if you're a kid that's looking to move on or a senior that you're almost done with this thing? It all kind of comes to a head when it gets to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think there's, at this level, I think there's weight on the seniors, and it's games are getting down there. How many, I say to our guys all the time, how many times you get to put that sweater on? It's every year's different. You have a group of, there's going to be seniors that are graduating. This group's going to play their last games together here. Soon. So, I think there's a lot of different variables that go into it, but I think that's why you see the good teams and all that adversity throughout the course of the year. They really come together when it matters, and they play their best hockey at this time of the year.
Should be an interesting day today. Is let's pull up that bracket for you on the PSP Network today. What we'll be bringing to you across the network as I'll get that squared away, Nick. New little cockpit field for me. As 4 opening round games for you today from the WDA. Obviously, we mentioned Century, the 1 seed, taking on Bottineau Rugby to get us going today. 30 minutes later, we'll have the 5-seeded Mandan Braves against the 4-seed Dickinson Midgets. You got the 2-seed Legacy Sabres and the 7-seed Williston Coyotes, and then the 3-seeded Minot Magicians against the Jamestown Blue Jays, the number 6 seed in the tournament. I got a couple things that I just want to talk about right away from the field here, Nick. obviously Century's been high flying. They 13 straight, longest winning streak in North Dakota, and so that's a team that's going to be reckoned with here in the WDA tournament. But I don't know if enough people are necessarily talking about the Legacy Sabres. I mean, they were a couple goals away from being the number 1 seed and the defending champion in this tournament, and so then you got Minot that's kind of the wild card of them all as you kind of look at this field for the WDA today.
Yeah, I mean that's why I think you get that playoff atmosphere. I mean anything can happen. It's I don't want to say one game upsets your West region, but it definitely puts you in a hole when you look at seedings when you go to the East side. I mean it's who do you want to play over there? I mean I think that's one thing, to your earlier question. I think you're always had in the back of your mind, do we want to play Red River? Do we want to play Central? That's why you gotta try and make this tournament. You want to be the 1 seed, the 2 seed coming out of here. So I think that's probably why the emphasis is so high in this tournament. And I think if you look at Century, Legacy, and Minot, but then to me one of the best games we called this year was Mandan Minot.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that
was the what's going on game.
Yeah, for about 48 minutes, and then it was she broke loose. But I think last time we seen Mandan, they got obviously some additions back, and that's to me that's the cool part. I mean I love March Madness for basketball. You see 1 seeds, 2 seeds, 3 seeds get upset, and this is obviously you can have a bit of a hiccup, but you got to play your best hockey, and hopefully that doesn't happen to you.
It's our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Timely services that won't slow you down. Stay in your car for a drive-through oil change. Locations in Minot and Bismarck. Find them online at VIOC.com. We'll dig into more of the matchup. We'll give you the particulars about the 8-seeded Bottineau Rugby Braves and the number 1 seed Century Patriots. We'll set the matchup up and have much more as we get set for hockey today on the PSP Network. WDA Hockey on the air today, and you got it next year coming up after this timeout on the PSP Network.
Property owners in business.
When it comes to your car, you need someone you can trust. Someone who cares about your safety, your budget, and your peace of mind. At Trusted Tire and Auto, trust is more than just a word. It's at the heart of everything we do. We're a local business, owned and operated by people who live and work in this community. And we believe that by building relationships based on trust and care, we can make our community a better place to live and drive. Trusted Tire and Auto, where trust, care, and community meet on the road.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I pick Carson Wentz. I pick Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team. Like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Now back at the VFW Sports Center in the capital city of Bismarck today as we get set for opening round games from the WDA Hockey Tournament. Game 1, Bottineau Rugby, the 8th seed, taking off and squaring off against the Century Patriots. Todd Domery's lane set up. We got the whole team together today. We've got John Haugen, Nick Hallberg patrolling the aisles here at the VFW. All right, let's talk a little bit about first the Bottineau Rugby Braves. Nick for just and Nick and Lane for just a second. Obviously, Bottineau Rugby's not a stranger to scoring some points. I mean, they got some kids that can put the puck in the back of the nets. Keynoted by the leading scorer in the state of North Dakota is Brooks Siemens. Didn't play last year. He was up playing juniors for a couple years up in the Winnipeg area, and then came back last year anticipating that he was going to be able to play, and then he was ruled ineligible, had to sit out last year, and now he's back. We played JV last year, lit it up, I guess, in the JV ranks, and now he's the leading scorer in the state. So him and Abdurrahman and Getzlaff, and then you got a goaltender in Freeman. I mean, this is a team that can do some nice things, and they gave Century some fits the last time they played up in the Lumberdome, the last game of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're obviously loaded up, in that top line, and I think we've talked about depth and that sort of stuff in other games we've had this year. I think this is one area where I think these guys' names are probably going to be called a lot with their lack of depth up front. But I think those guys are going to have big games and really lead the charge. I think it's a little different when you probably look at Century when they have a little more scoring depth. On their roster, but I think if you look at even Siemens, like 64 points, that's a lot of points. Yep. So, I think he's obviously a guy that and that line's going to be leaned on a lot today.
Yeah, in his last 5, Lane, he's been on a heater. 11 goals, 7 assists, 2 hat tricks in his last 5. So he is coming into this thing on full stride right now. And is it a situation where, for Bottineau Rugby, obviously that top line is a heavy producer. Is it kind of a live and die kind of thing? I mean, when you got those guys all bunched up in that top line, I mean, they need them to produce today to be successful against Century.
Yeah, I mean, I think you always, I think kind of any way you build your team, I mean, I think you always have you feel like your lines that are, maybe your skill lines or lines that, can put the puck in the back of the net. And I think, you want some lines that are, either have some grit or are heavy and can go out there and wear some teams down. I think it's a bonus if they, put one in the back of the net and hopefully they, they're not minus. I think that's kind of, you look at a lot of teams are built that way. They have their studs that they go to and third and fourth line are checking lines and lines that try and wear them down.
Bottineau Rugby's been to 17 state tournaments, last being in 2021. They're looking to get back to the big dance with a couple wins here in the capital city. Well, let's square up and look at the Century Patriots for just a moment. The hottest team in the state, 13 straight wins. And Lane, you and I had a couple games for Century, and they've cleaned up the D zone, and they've switched up their lines. They got Caden Ronas back in there with Brubachen and Vig, and boy, they have got good returns now the last half dozen games as they put that kind of crew back together that was a line for much of last season. Yeah, I mean, I think they're a little bit similar in the fact that their top line is obviously, I would say, their go-to guys. I think you had Dawson Lentz on that line, who obviously shown he can produce. So I think they have that. That second and a little bit of, third line, not as much on the third line, but that's to me where you're looking for those top 2 lines to produce and the third and fourth line to go out there and give you good, honest shifts that allow your top lines to have some rest so they're fresh when they get back out on the ice. And, it'd be interesting to see how really if Troy will try and match against that top line from Bottineau, if he wants his top lines out there, if he thinks his third line can handle that top line, trying to get his top line out against maybe their second, third, fourth line. So that'll be something interesting to watch as well. Yeah, that'll be the advantage that Century has in this tournament with the number 1 seed. They'll have the last change throughout the events. Hey, these leaders, you got them sprinkled all over this contest today. As Brooks Siemens leading the state, and then Century has got Lentz, Brubachen, and Vig all over 40 points for the season, and Century's got 5 guys with over 30. So that depth thing that you mentioned, I mean, that definitely swings the slate a little bit in favor of Century when it comes to scoring punch. But hey, obviously Brooks Siemens is as good as they get in the state. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we touched on earlier too. Like, it's looks great on paper. Yeah.
But that's why you play the games, and these games obviously they got a different feel, and they obviously matter differently due to the seeding and whether you get to go to state tournaments. So I think that's the fun part about this time of the year when it comes to hockey and playoffs and West Region. When that puck drops, it doesn't matter what that paper says.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Stay in your car for a drive-through oil change done in about 15 minutes. Locations in Minot and Bismarck. You can find them online at VIOC.com. We're closing in on the lineups and the anthem and our puck drops today between the Braves and the Patriots. More after this break on the PSP Network.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of Finland Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Finding the right bank can be transformative for your small business. The best bank for your business will offer competitive fees and so much more. At BNC National Bank, our team is proud to offer you a helpful, supportive, above and beyond banking relationship. Starting to stress about the complexities of qualifying for a small business loan? BNC can guide you through the process with much less stress and likely far more success. Speak to one of our team members today.
I'll get through some of the particulars here as we get set for hockey. Century and the Bottineau Rugby Braves. Here's the lineups as they're being introduced out on the ice right now as the Bottineau Rugby Braves and their fifth-year head coach, Jesse Nostal. They're going to roll out their D pair. Lane Tiffany's, the seniors, got 10 points on the season. Brody Nordmark joins them on that blue line. He's a 22-point guy for Bottineau Rugby. And their big line, Peyton Getzlaff, the freshman, 32 points on the season. And he's on the left wing. He's centered by Brooks Siemens, the leading scorer in North Dakota. 40 goals, 64 points for Siemens. He's the captain for the Braves. And then Khalil Abdurrahman. That's one of my favorite names in West Region hockey right there. 31 points for Abdurrahman. And there's your Bottineau Rugby Braves starting six, along with their senior goalie, Easton Freeman. And then the Century Patriots. Coach Olson was dilly-dallying around with his lineup, so I'm not exactly sure what he ended up with because he sent me something a couple days ago. But then it looks like they're going to roll out Hayden Ritter and Hudson Eckert as their D pair. Mix that up a little bit. They had Bacchus with Ritter before. And then you got your big line out there, Charlie Vig, the junior with 40 points on the season. Andrew Brubachen's the right wing on that line. He's also got 40 points. He's a junior. And then the senior, Caden Ronas, just rejoining that line, and his mates from a year ago. He's got 33 points on the season. And at goal, Hoyt Ubel, the senior for Century. Based on the lineups and the starters that these teams have put out there, they're going to put those two top lines right up against each other, and that should be some fireworks today. All right, fans would like to honor America, and it's time now for our national anthem today. Looks like we've got a couple Century Patriot students that'll be providing you our national anthem today. Well, like we always do on the PSP Network, like to honor America. Singing our national anthem today. Lane, you and I always talk about, hey, you're not going to go on and win the contest in the first shift, but man, I can tell that there's some anxiety. And the other thing I want to ask you about, this is an 11 o'clock game. I mean, these kids have been playing so many years of, bantams, juniors, mites, squirts, and you name it. And then they played a lot of morning games. But in high school, you don't play any morning games until you get to tournament time like this. Any difference in that from a kid's perspective when you're a 16, 17, 18-year-old kid?
I think it's difficult on a few things. I mean, what time to eat, what to eat. I think that's always probably the thing that I would debate over. The other thing is both teams are going through it, so it's one of those things where you can make excuses, but if you make it a state, you're going to have to play early game possibly too. You never know, so there's not much you can do about it.
All right, here we go. Century in those tans with the red outlines on them and the red pants, and the Bottineau Rugby Braves, the blue, I'll call it purple, and the orange as Century gets it in deep. Brubachen tried to center it out front to Ronas. Out to the line to Ritter. Century establishing some zone time early on. Bump to the corner by Siemens. Headman pass, and it's knocked into the Century zone by Abdu Rahman. And it's going to end up being an icing as he was on the near side of the center line, and it'll bring the faceoff back into the Bottineau Rugby zone. Good to have BNC National Bank bringing our scoreboard today. Your life's busy. They make managing money easy. Locations in North Dakota and Arizona, and you can visit them online at bnc.bank. Century's Bryson Hansen line out there. Brooks Siemens line still on the ice for Bottineau Rugby. Big hit there by Lane Tiffany. Somebody for Century's down. Tiffany's a big boy for Bottineau Rugby. Siemens up the far wall. And now streaking in, and a sharp angle shot goes high and wide for Tucker Fedge. Nordmark has it. Sends it cross ice to Landon Siemens, and right back in. And again, early icing early on for Bottineau Rugby. Couldn't connect the net in. Then that outlet pass. Icing brought to you by Planet Pizza. No pizza like it. Try their blue buffalo or plain cheese. Your mouth and belly will thank you. 701-852-1700. Planet Pizza, serving the Magic City for over 25 years. Couple minutes into the contest, no score. Face off to the glove side of Easton Freeman. One, and back onto the stick of Landon Siemens. Sends it up to Will DeMonte. DeMontney, I beg your pardon. I'm going to ask you about that kid in a second here, Lane. He's an all-around cowboy. He likes to rodeo a little bit. Century lurking behind the net is Wrigley Astle. Well, Century patrols with Ethan Frickman. Heath Frickman, I beg your pardon. Not Ethan. And now the puck bounces onto the stick of Bottineau Rugby. Braves couldn't control it. Oh, DeMonte is hammered there by Heath Frickman. Big hit. We've got some people agitated. Century controls under their own goal line. Now it's popped out to center. Glove down there by Bottineau Rugby's Abdu Rahman. Hayden Eckert, the freshman, has it. Sends it cross ice. Here comes Charlie Vig. Comes in with Ronas. Vig with a slap shot, wrist shot, I beg your pardon, and that's gloved up by Easton Freeman. As the goalie, that's the ones you like, right? Not too much in front of you. Got some time and space. You see it, glove it.
Get a little feel for the puck early on.
Siemens will get kicked out of the dot. Abdu Rahman and Ronas with the draw. One Brubachen shot deflected wide. Brooks Siemens going to be played now by Lane Tiffany. Stolen away by Brubachen. He collides with Vig. Tiffany shovels it off the wall and down. This is going to be another icing today, brought to you by Minot State. Best place to predict your future is Minot State University. 100 areas of study. You can earn the degree for the career you desire. 96% of Minot State grads employed or continuing their education. MSU grads get jobs, period. A couple early icings for Bottineau Rugby. They're just getting it out of duress. Going to take their chance in a defensive zone faceoff, which they've won a couple of them now, so it's paying off. Look for an outlet to Abdurrahman. I'm going to see how many times I can say that kid's name today. Nordmark plays it for the Braves. Spun back in by Ben Leduc. Lentz lurking off the wall. Getzlaff plays it, and now here comes Brooks Siemens. He's got Abdurrahman with him. Siemens, nice poke check there by Hayden Ritter. Good D play by the Patriots. No score on your BNC Bank scoreboard. Couple 2-3 minutes into the contest here, and the number 1 seeded Patriots and the number 8 seeded Bottineau Rugby Braves. Bottineau Rugby's got a couple kids from rugby on their team. Obviously, they got kids from Newburgh or in the West Hope area on their team. They got kids all the way from Harvey on their team. As here comes Ronas, driving the net, shot, rebound, pad, save, another save by Easton Freeman. Ronas knocking on the doorstep. Brubachen plays it. Now Eckert fires it right back in for Century. Trying to center out front was Brubachen. Ronas battling now beyond the goal line. Here coming out front. Sharp angle shot for Vig. Wraparound attempt for Brubachen. It's loose out in the slot, and we get a whistle. What was the stoppage there? Somebody lose a helmet?
Yeah, no, I think the ref lost sight of the puck there.
Oh, okay.
Which was a good thing for Bottineau because it was laying right on the goal line.
And then it was on the doorstep right outside the blue paint. Century with some early pressure here. They've got a couple shots on goal. Bottineau Rugby does not have a shot on Hoyt Jubel quite yet. Eckert will play it. Gabe Dawson sent in by Heath Frickman. Played by Freeman, who's out of the cage. Siemens plays it cross ice. DeMonte knocked off the puck. Right back in, played out by Lewis Gorder, and that's going to be tipped. No icing. Now a loose puck. Siemens in the high slot. His shot deflected to the corner. Frickman sends it near wall. Sent back in by Gorder. Siemens on the chase. He's got an extra gear. Wraparound shot for Siemens from the right dot. That's blocked. Century doing a good job of taking away the good angles for Bottineau thus far. Abdurrahman keeps it in play. Now here comes Ben Leduc. We've got Lentz lurking in front. Looking for a tip was Lentz. Goes down below and behind the goal. Taken away by Bryson Hansen. He's been on a scoring streak lately for Century. Low shot from the right dot by Lentz. Handled by Freeman. Nobody in front of Freeman on that shot, as Century now has possession again to Lentz. The BHS transfer. Bottled up there by Getzlaff. And Abdurrahman can't catch up with it as Ritter plays it for Century. Relays it ahead to Vig. Looking cross ice to Brubachen. Ronas, now a takeaway. Brubachen had it, and then he's bodied off the puck nicely there by Nordmark. Sent back in by the Patriots. No score. 11:30 to play. First period. Sent out front. Ooh, Vig couldn't get a stick on it. Centering pass there by Brubachen. Kept in deep now by the Patriots. Bacchus lost the stick. And coming out of there is Lucas Getzlaff. He lost the handle, and boy, Century's had some zone time here early on. Charlie Vig drops it down. Knocked off the puck. There was Brubachen. And Bottineau Rugby is going to send it down. Another icing today brought to you by Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Proudly helping the region with your moving and storage needs since 1942. Find them online at rogerwardmovingandStorage.com. Well, what do you like early on so far, Coach Sedevy?
Well, I mean, Century's had a couple chances, but, I think anytime you get in these 1 versus 8 seeds or, to me, they want to get on the board first. I mean, you let teams hang around. That's when you get a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, and then you start to see the press, right? Kids start trying to do a little too much.
Or the nerves.
Or the nerves, yeah, exactly. Tournament hockey. Freeling overskated it. Century plays it from center with the stick of Hudson Eckert. Oh, now he gets Siemens coming in with Getzlaff. Oh, nice move, Siemens. He's going to come out front. He's going to be penalized, and it's going to be a man advantage coming as Siemens is down. He got hooked down to the ice, and he couldn't get any stick on a shot. And an early power play upcoming for Bottineau Rugby.
Be interesting to see what they call here. That was, I would say, maybe a knee. I don't know. I guess I don't know the rules at the high school level.
It's going to be Wrigley Astle going off into the box for 2 for Century.
Yep.
I didn't hear what the official call was.
It was a 2.
2 minutes for tripping. Wrigley Astle is off, and Bottineau Rugby with the man advantage. They win the draw. Gorder to Nordmark. Stepping in, Getzlaff on the doorstep, Abdurrahman. Well, now, Siemens went off. He's getting some medical attention, so you don't got your main guy out in the power play right now, but Bottineau will still have the puck. A high shot from the high slots. Nordmark sends that on net, and Hoyt Jubel grabs that with the mitt.
Yeah, talk about a double whammy, huh? I mean, you got your power play, but you don't have your best guy.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
Stalemated on the draw. Century doesn't get it out of the zone. Did they get out of the zone? Lurking at the blue line. Now they pop it out to center. Nordmark plays it across. Bonding off the puck there was Tucker Fedge, and Century will send it right down. 80 seconds left on the man advantage for the Braves. Nordmark will come in. Circling, setting up the man advantage, whistles a shot through the blue paint. Lewis Gorder plays it at the blue line. Gets it down to Peyton Getzlaff. Getzlaff bodied off the puck. Ritter will play it. Ritter, the forward that became a D-man. Nice play there, and Century fires it down. That's one thing Century's really done is they've cleaned up the defensive zone. Early on, they were giving up points in bunches.
Well, he's back, so that's a good sign.
Brooks Siemens right back on the ice. That is a good sign. Wears the C on his sweater for Bottineau Rugby, and he comes motoring into the zone. Tries to get around Ritter. Comes all the way around the goal line. Back up to the high slot. Does the end around. Now he sends it out in front. Bouncing puck, loose shot, and body's flying again. Nobody from Bottineau Rugby getting any real wood on that. Now you got a scrum on the goal wall. And Century's going to knock that baby right down the ice. And that will just about extinguish the man advantage for Bottineau Rugby. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1, and we're back at full strength. Lucas Getzlaff had a stick on it. Century into the zone. And here comes Brubakken. Andrew Brubakken's on about a 13-game point streak right now for the Century Patriots. He has been on fire, and he sends a shot on goal, which Easton Freeman gloves up. Century, boy, Lane, since they put this line back together, Vig is on a 10-game point streak, Ronas is on a 10-game point streak, and Brubakken's on a 13-game point streak. I guess it worked.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, you know, if they played together last year, that's something you always can fall back on, is that line was, good last year, and they played together and have a little bit of chemistry that way.
Century wins the draw, but Dawson Lentz couldn't control it, but it's sent right back in by Ty Backus. Ooh, loose in front. And Century's Dawson Lentz was lurking. Couldn't tell what Jesse Nostal and the Bottineau Rugby bench was howling about there, but they were barking about something. Century out to center with 7:50 to play in a scoreless first period. Your BNC Bank scoreboard, the Patriots just killed off a penalty on Wrigley Astle. Now Bottineau knocks it out to neutral ice. Century plays it back to Eckert. And sent in there by Gavin Freeling. Frickman and Astle on the chase. Freeling has a stick on it. Bodied off the puck there. Playing it for Botno Rugby is Jenner Johnson. And Johnson escapes harm and sends it out to center ice. Century posting up a guy on the near side blue line, sent in by Freeling. Botno Rugby on a change, as was Century, and now it sails down the ice, but it's tipped. Boy, Siemens has got us. He's got a step, doesn't he?
Yeah, he can skate.
Yeah. And now Botno Rugby got it deep. Getzlaff plays it out to the line to Tiffany, sends it across to Nordmark. Nordmark to Abdurrahman in the slot. Getzlaff fires on the doorstep, and Century clears it out of there. Now a nice block on the play there by Ronas. Got the Century side fired up. Shots are 4-3 in favor of the Patriots right now with 6:27 to play in the first period. Scoreless on your BNC Bank scoreboard. Puck floats harmlessly out to center, almost sent it right back into the Century bench. Patriots turn it over. Nope. Getzlaff couldn't get a stick on it. And Bryson Hansen tips it in for the Patriots. Bacchus couldn't hold the line. Century had to tag up, and here comes Tucker Fedji. He's walled off by the Century D. I think if you're Botno Rugby, you like the action thus far.
Yeah, I think you're really happy with where the game's at right now.
Century's been exploding on teams and getting out to quick starts, and Botno has stymied that here early on. Century's Ben Leduc bodied off the puck. Nordmark plays it up to DeMontney. Fedji had that one go off his shoulder. There's Nordmark. Has it back for Botno Rugby, and that's tipped away by Eckert. Wrigley Astle back to Hayden Eckert. Centers it. Freeling over his stick. Siemens will play it out. Drop back in, and Lewis Gorder. Well, like the number 91. You don't see too many in the 90s in high school hockey, huh?
Sergei Fedorov. That was a pretty good 91.
Yeah, he was a pretty good 91. I always thought the guys that wanted like numbers like 91 really wanted like 19, but they couldn't get it, so then they had to go with the opposite.
Well, if you're looking at anybody that plays in the NHL, you better be pretty good if you want to replicate anybody that swore a high number in the National Hockey League. I mean, you can go down the line. 66, 99, 87.
That's one of my favorite guys to watch right now is 97. Kirill the Thrill.
There you go. Another one. I mean,
face off in the Botno Rugby zone. Century has Brubachen battling for it in the corner with Siemens. That's Landon Siemens. You also got Brooks Siemens out there for Botno Rugby. Skips over the stick of Gabe Dawson. He retreats and plays for Century. Off of Ronas's twig, and Ronas will hustle in. Ronas operating behind the Braves' nets. He's walled off the puck, and here comes Brooks Siemens again. Siemens over the line. Turns and burns. Nice deep play there to poke it off his stick. Abdurrahman played it. Tiffany with a high shot. That's blocked. Century's Vig looking for a headman pass to Ronas, and that was wide left. It'll be an icing today, brought to you by Prestwich Orthodontics, specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. 0% financing, free consultations. You can check them out at mynotbraces.com. This game also brought to you in part by Ryan Family Dealership, trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com or one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. Get you a Ryan Family Dealership replay here in a moment. Oh, that's a hit. Looking for an arm in the air, but there is none as Beckman in for Botno Rugby. Couldn't get possession. Century out to center ice. Frickman and Freeling sent in by Gabe Dawson. Lewis Gorder back to play it. Gorder with a nice move there. Gets it up ahead to Cooper Beckman. Beckman now to Fedji. It's always interesting to see how you got a couple lines for Botno Rugby without a center man, so you just kind of figure out how they're going to get that third guy with those third and fourth lines for Botno Rugby, and thus far they've been mixing in Abdurrahman sometimes as the extra guy, sometimes it's Brooks Siemens, and other times it's Tucker Fedge. Neither team generating grade A chances thus far, really.
No, not really. I mean, there's a couple good chances. I think Siemens is talking about the hit that was right in front of us. I think that that was numbers all the way. I'm surprised there was not a call, but
the one right here at center. Yeah. You and I were both looking for arms in the air. Yeah, exactly. Just one of those dangerous kind of boarding. Could have been a penalty. Could have been a 5-minute major potentially. You just never know. Century plays it out of there with Ben Leduc. Got caught in the skates of Dawson Lentz, and now he turns and wheels into the zone. Looking out front, Lentz will wrap it around. Bouncing puck at the doorstep, centered out front, cleared away. Kept in by Bacchus momentarily, and then Ritter has to knock it off the stick of a streaking Abdurrahman. Now you get Brooks Siemens, just a little too far for him. Century, the outlet pass to Charlie Vig, tipped down the ice. And another icing today brought to you by the UPS store located on South Broadway in Minot. They're located in the Marketplace Foods Plaza, and they're there for all your packing and shipping needs. And today's game also brought to you in part by Shields. Shields of Minot and Bismarck presents the Player of the Week. Head to PSP Network's social media platforms, nominate a player, vote for this week's Player of the Week. Shields of Minot and Bismarck, proud to support PSP's mission of promoting local athletes. Draw one by Century. Ronas ridden off the puck. Vig bodied down to the ice. Sent in a long distance shot. Cleared away by Hoyt Jubel. Century kind of loose out front with it, but now they exit. Nice little tic-tac-toe, and here comes Charlie Vig steaming into the zone. Shoot! Score! A clean outlet, a nifty pass, and you got one of the leading scorers in the state one-on-one, and Charlie Vig didn't miss that one. One nothing on your BNC Bank scoreboard. We'll get the official report here. Vig well, there you go again. Vig, Ronas, and Brubachen. Charlie Vig's 23rd of the season. Ronas and Brubachen with the assists. Brubachen's now got a point in 14 straight games. Here comes Tucker Fedge. He's got a chance. Shot is blocked up into the netting. Good play there by Eckert. Hustling back on the D side for Century. What'd you like about that play at neutral ice? Was outstanding for Century in that outlet.
Yeah, just moving the puck and headman the puck and put it on the stick that you want it to be on. I think that's. I think Charlie made a nice move, got the goaltender to open up, and just tucked it 5-hole.
Century leads 1-0 here late in the first period. 1:20 and counting to play. Stanza number 1 from the VFW in the opening round of the WDA Boys Hockey Tournament. Botno Rugby wraps it right back into the Century D zone. Shot into the back of the cage. Bryson Hansen comes out for Century. And he'll send it in on the dump and chase. Lentz wheels around behind the net. Knocked out of there by Nordmark. Now played again by Nordmark. Couldn't get it on the stick of Lucas Getzlaff. Out to the line. Kept in by the Patriots. Lentz tried to twist and make a move and sent right back down for Botno Rugby. And another icing today brought to you by Northern Plains Heating and Air. 25 years experience as your heating and air experts. As your factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal, no one else can seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains Heating and Air. Find them online at northern-plains.com. 23rd goal of the season for Charlie Vig, his 41st point. Caden Ronas with his 34th point, and Brubachen with his 41st point. That top line has been producing for Century ever since they put the band back together. Making a little bit of a reunion tour. Well, hey, Bachman Turner Overdrive is going to be at Perry Knights here in a couple weeks. I mean, why not, right? Vig, Brubachen, and Ronas back together, and it's working right now for Century. 1-0 Patriots lead, down under 10 seconds to play. Siemens has it in the period. Sent into the slot, and harmlessly, Century is going to take it into the corner, wall it up with Hayden Renner, and period number 1 is into the books. 9 shots on goal. Century leads that department 5-4, and the Patriots, courtesy of Charlie Vig's goal, lead 1-0. Now the shots just got updated. Looks like it's now 7-3.
Interesting.
Thought they were doing it on the fly, but apparently not. Hey, we're going to get stats, by the way.
It's about time.
They're going to bring them up, put them on a platter, and hand them right to us. All right, our intermission report comes up next, brought to you by Magic Towing. Serving Western North Dakota, no job too big or too small. Put this number in your phone right now, 701-509-4011. Magic Towing brings you our intermission report. End of 1. Actually, coming into our first intermission, it's Century 1, Bottineau Rugby Zip, and our intermission report comes up next here on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about Magic Towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Back at the VFW Sports Center. Good to have you tuned into the PSP Network today. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper. Everything today from the PSP Network as we got wall-to-wall coverage of the opening round of the WDA Boys Hockey Tournament here in Game 1. Number 1 seeded Century leads Bottineau Rugby 1-0 in our first intermission. Intermission, as always, brought to you by Magic Towing. No job too big or too small. Magic Towing. Put this number in your phone right now. 701-509-4011. Magic Towing, serving Western North Dakota. All right, Lane, let's dig in a little bit of the first period here. Century got that goal from Charlie Vig late. And, hey, but for most of that period, you and I were kind of sitting there thinking, well, this is about a good of a start as you could possibly imagine for Bottineau Rugby. And you just kind of wonder, is it one of those situations where Bottineau Rugby is going to come to play and they're going to skate hard and they're going to play hard, but will they just wear down at some point in time in the contest?
Yeah, you the last thing you said is what I was going to touch on. You know, can they keep that? I think they're if I was their coach, I mean, I'd be extremely happy with, you know, you're playing the 1 seed, you're playing a team that has been putting up a lot of goals. Doesn't matter who they play. You know, you're one shot, and that's what you're telling that room in there is it's that's all it takes. And I think if you're Century, that late goal was obviously huge, but I think there's still you know, you have that uneasy feeling that like I said, one shot can tie it up, and then you're back to heads up. So you know, I don't think it's probably necessarily the period that the Patriots wanted. They wanted separation early. They wanted to kind of put this game out of hand, out of reach early on. Bottineau didn't allow them to do that. You know, I don't think. I thought Bottineau's power play looked fairly good. They had a couple chances on it, but I don't think either team really had, you know, a ton of grade A scoring chances one way or the other. So for me, it's one of those things where you're you know, Troy's in that locker room trying to get his guys going, being like, hey, we have to get the next one. We need to get separation here. We got to get the next one and ride that momentum. And, you know, Bottineau, they're trying to get that one shot and tie it up.
You know, one thing we didn't get to in the pregame that I want to kind of get back to is both these teams lost some good firepower from last year. You and I have talked about Max Vig and moving on, playing down in juniors in Oklahoma. And Colton Getzlaff from Bottineau Rugby went up to Saskatchewan and is playing juniors up there. Just had his first goal a couple nights ago. And so he's playing juniors up there. And in high school, that's just the nature of the beast. I mean, it's going to keep rolling. You're going to lose guys. You guys are going to move on, and you reload. And both these teams have certainly done that. Yeah,
I mean, I think I think Max is obviously a really good hockey player and is having a good start to his junior career. You know, I think there's certain guys like that. I think Max being one of those guys that, you know, you watched last year that maybe he's not the talent is not replaceable. But you still have to have you know, your freshmen, sophomores, juniors step up and really fill that void. So. You know, I think you can look at, you know, Kipe left Century too.
Yep.
You know, another probably maybe their two best defensemen back there. You know, so I think you're always looking for. Yeah, I think Bottineau's probably a little more on a smaller scale, but they've had some really good players come through there. You know, and guessing they're brothers with Getzlaff on still on the team, but you know, those are guys that you know, you lose Getzlaff, but then you plug in Siemens, who played JV last year, and you know, those are the guys that have to step up.
Yeah, Colton Getzlaff, All-Stater from a year ago, leading scorer for the Braves last year, now playing for the Battlefords North Stars in the Saskatchewan Junior League.
SJHL.
I had that written right there.
Yeah, you got it. You're learning the landscape of junior hockey.
That's right, buddy. That's right. All right, fans, we'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back with the Ryan Family Dealership numbers here in the first half as our Magic Towing intermission report rolls on from the VFW. Reminder, next game coming up. We're in the first intermission here, but number 4-seeded Dickinson and the number 5-seed Mandan Braves come up next here on the PSP Network. Then we'll take a short break, and we'll have a 5 o'clock start for Legacy and Williston. And then our nightcap tonight, Minot High and Jamestown, all four on the PSP Network for you today. Intermission report rolls on. First intermission, Century 1, Bottineau Rugby 0. Back with more here on the PSP Network.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Thiel Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Thiel Toyota. Let's go places.
Probably not good. Good.
That's how Domrey's Lane set to be back at the VFW as we get set for period number 2. First intermission report brought to you by Magic Towing. Magic Towing, no job too big or too small, serving Western North Dakota. Find them online, or find this number in your phone right now, 701-509-4011. It's Magic Towing. All right, Lane, here's the numbers from the first period, as these are always brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships, specialized training and technology. Nobody knows your vehicle better than the certified techs at Ryan Family Dealership. No matter what kind of vehicle you own, you can always trust your repairs to Ryan Family Dealerships. There's the tail of the tape from period number 1. Century gets that goal from Charlie Vig at the 15:04 mark of the first period, assisted by Bronis and Brubachen. That's 14 straight now that Andrew Brubachen has scored in. That's a point streak that is growing by the minute. Century outshoots Botno 7-3. Easton Freeman with 6 saves. Hoyt Jubel just tested 3 times, and Botno Rugby 0 for 1 on the power play. Anything that stands out to you there in the numbers from the first period tonight, Lane?
You got to let me back in.
I let you back in.
I mean, the thing for me is I look at the score. I mean, that's... those numbers are what they are, but the score is what matters. And, there's not a big discrepancy either way in the numbers. So I think it's, this period to me is, this is a big period for both sides. I think it's, Botno wants to come out and try and get one early, and Century's trying to do the exact same thing, try and get that second, third one, create some separation here.
Hey, fans, your wall-to-wall tournament postseason hub is the PSP Network. As we roll through the WDA hockey tournament today, tomorrow, and Saturday from the VFW here in Bismarck, we'll come back next week from the Minot Auditorium with Region 4 girls basketball. Then you got the WDA girls and boys basketball tournament, Region 3, Region 4 B Division basketball, and the qualifying games in AB girls and AB boys. You want postseason action? Come to the PSP Network. We're proud to bring it to you. We're proud to promote local athletes. Second period comes up next. 1-0. Century has a lead here in intermission number 1. As always, our intermission sponsor, we thank Magic Towing, serving Western North Dakota. Put this number in your phone right now, 701-509-4011. Call Magic Towing when you need a tow. No job too big or too small. Second period comes up next. Century on top, 1-0 on your BNC Bank scoreboard.
Nobody
thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by
Now good to have John Haugen run the camera for us today. Interesting situation there, Lane, is Century late out of the locker room, and it's kind of like, I was wondering, is this like a prize fight where you're just like letting the other team lose their sweat, or was there too much kicking sticks in the Century locker room in the first intermission? Or
I think they listened to a few PSP broadcasts, and they didn't want them to run the clock off there. You know what I'm saying? They wanted that. They wanted to use all the time up there, so you were prepared and we were ready to rock and roll.
That deserves a fist bump right there, partner. Century gets a shot from the line. Oh, redirected in front off the stick of Ty Bacchus. Botno Rugby's Peyton Getzlaff plays it over to Abdu Rahman. Chasing in is Brooks Siemens. Bodied off by Bacchus. Centered out front. Nobody from Botno home. Here comes Charlie Vig. He's got Ronas with him. Vig to Ronas. Oh, big stick and a big check there for Botno Rugby. Ronas couldn't get any wood on it. Nordmark now plays it for the Botno Braves. 1-0 starting period number 2. Century had a goal from Charlie Vig late in the first period. Now Brubachen loose and lurking. Knocked off the stick of Andrew Brubachen, now harmlessly out to center. Played by Ritter. He's harassed there by Siemens. Ritter will carry in. Wrist shot goes wide. And the shot by Dawson Lentz comes up into the netting. Hey fans, today's game brought to you in part by Ryan Family Dealerships. Commitment and respect to their customers is strong today as it was 50 years ago. Experience the difference when you visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston or shop online at driveryan.com. Today's game also brought to you by WRT. Enjoy high-speed action and co-op cash from WRT, your local broadband internet service provider. Tucker Fedji walled off the puck. Getzlaff had it for a moment. Turned around by the Patriots. And here comes Hudson Eckert. Century was about 6 or 7 or 8 feet off sides. And this puck will come back out to center. Okay, in all seriousness, what do you think was causing that delay at the beginning of the second period?
I don't know. Usually, you watch.
You get the 3-minute warning or something, don't you?
Yeah, you're watching that clock. I mean, in junior hockey, it's a penalty, so you got to make sure you're on the ice and ready to go.
Yeah. What do you get? Is it like a delay game?
Yep. And I would say probably 90% of the refs don't want to call it, but if the other coach,
well, they gave him the benefit of the doubt there, I think, as they waited as the clock was at least 30 seconds before we started that second period. Siemens got a pass at center, fires a backhand on net, steered away by Jubel. Getzlaf has it. Peyton Getzlaf turns it over, and then Charlie Vig has it. Vig turning, tried to center it. Brubakken slapping at it, and it's dove on there by Easton Freeman. Well, the goaltenders haven't been tested, but they've been pretty good so far.
Yeah.
Maybe that one scrum that Easton Freeman had no clue where the puck was, but outside of that, they've been pretty steady. Siemens will draw it up against Caden Ronas. Won by Ronas. Shot on net for the Patriots. Coming out to the goal line, now out to the line. Played back in by Bacchus. Gets it to Brubakken. Low wrister. Ooh, pad save. Rebound out in front. Bondo tried to clear it, but it went right in the breadbasket of Charlie Vig, who couldn't get a stick on it. Ronas lost the handle. Vig held in still by Bacchus. Now Nordmark sends it around the far wall, and that's going to go all the way down. And today's icing brought to you by Minot State. Be seen, be heard, be you at Minot State University. Icing also brought to you by ServPro. 24/7 emergency service, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's ServPro. So you're saying you got to be a dude if you want to wear a number in the 90s?
You got some big shoes to fill there if you're looking up at that league.
Ooh, that shot got tipped out in front. Hudson Ecker with a heavy wrister. And stalemate beside the cage. Good check there by Montno Rugby, and they spring it out. Lucas Getzlaf gets it at DeMontney. And will shovel it in. Getzlaf on the chase. Jubel out of the cage to play it. And Sentry misfires on an outlet. They were looking for Ben Leduc. Held in there by Bryson Hansen. Nope, you're going to have to tag up, and it's going to be offsides. As Sentry has now sprung up the shots, they are out shooting Bondo 11-3. It's like I can hear music in the background. Maybe it's just things ringing in my head. Could be. All right, they're giving Easton Freeman a second in the Botno net. And now we're back underway with 13:23 to play in the second period. Sentry on top, 1-0. Lucas Getzlaf looking to center it. Couldn't get it to Fedji. Instead, Sentry will turn it. Dawson Lentz dumps it in. Lentz, the big burly forward, plays it behind the net. Botno shelters that. Gabe Dawson holds the line for the Patriots. Centered out front off the skates of Lentz. And Botno is just going to relieve pressure, send it down the ice. That's kind of how we started the game. Sentry attacking, Botno just clearing things up in front of the net and sending it down and living another day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one thing I guess I don't like about midget hockey and high school hockey is you can ice it and you can change. You know, I think that's something that Botno really has to use their advantage. They can rest. You know, they get new troops on without not being able to change and have Sentry have fresh troops.
Charlie Vig whistled a high shot. Ooh, another shot put on net. A pad save there off the shot from Brubakken. Easton Freeman up to the task. Sentry tilting the ice a bit here in period number 2. They lead 1-0. Vig will play it in deep. Brubakken cycling. Brubakken plays a little give and go with Ronas. Off the stick of Brubakken. Sent out to center by Nordmark. Yeah, if you had the Lane Sedevy rule book, would you say that if you ice it, you can't change?
I mean, I think it prepares kids that want to play junior hockey. It's one of the hardest things to do at our level is, be out there for 45 a minute 30 and not be able to come off the ice. That's where a lot of times you see us use our timeout to get a defensive zone draw where we get a new lineout.
Sure. Kaysen Hagerot just had a backhander. Oh, now right out in front. Oh, nice stick there as Getzlaf had his stick lifted as he was looking to tie this baby up. Good play by the Century D. Patriots have outshot Bodno 12-3 here with 11:30 to play. Second period, Patriots on top 1-0. Charlie Vig with our only score of the game in period number 1. Sent in deep by Century. The Century Patriots will change. And Siemens outlet pass tipped right on the stick of Tucker Fedge. And he will send it in along with Cooper Beckman. Beckman gets there first. 2v2. And it's stalemated on that far corner wall. Out to the line, Tiffany. Check that. That's Gorder. A redirected shot. He scores! Lewis Gorder with a heavy shot from the line. We'll get the official report. I don't think so. I think it is Lewis Gorder. Pretty good time to tally your first of the season.
First shot on net, and we're 6 minutes in, too. I mean, that's what I said. It's one shot. I thought Century came out and played well, for the first 6 minutes. It's been down here the whole time, but that's what makes these games scary.
Yeah. Century's controlling the action, and the next thing you know, Lewis Gorder pops one in the back of the twine, and we're tied at 1. Get the official report here is ensure that is for sure Lewis Gorder's first of the season. See, we're talking about 91. If you have a number in the 90s, you better score. Cooper Beckman with the assist. Tucker Fedge. Century has Vig, sends it over to Ronas. Big shot for Ronas, and Freeman has that. Dawson Lentz, tip shot in front. Brubakken couldn't get a stick on it. Patriots, again, dominating the shots, dominating the zone time. Bodno sends it down, but the opportunistic Braves are sitting here 6 minutes into the second period, tied at 1. And the longer it stays close, right?
Yeah, you get that pit in your stomach. You just feel like it's, you never know.
Well, Bodno did this a couple years ago where they had a surprise trip to state. The COVID year when they defeated the Bismarck Demons.
Yeah, and anything can happen.
Absolutely.
Had to bring up the Demons, didn't you?
Well, sorry. Century trying to establish possession. Getzlaf battling on the boards against Tanner Sorensen with the Patriots. Now far wall, Freeling gets it over to Frickman. Frickman, big hit there applied by Siemens. And now Brooks Siemens wins the puck battle. Sends it over to Getzlaf. Getzlaf will fire 5-hole, and Hoyt Jubel denies that low 5-hole shot there by Peyton Getzlaf, the freshman, with 32 points on the season. Well, every time Brooks Siemens is out there,
you notice him.
Yep. Isn't that the truth?
Yep, you do. Yeah, he's a nice player. I think you notice him, and I think you notice 3 for Century.
Yep.
And I think Charlie and him can, their skating ability creates separation for them.
9:31 to play. Second period, we're tied at 1. Bodno Rugby ran on the doorstep. Bull had a whack at it, as did Fedge. That was Bryant Bull. Got 2 Bulls out there. Brecken Bull also in the lineup. Beckman and Fedge tangled up there with a couple Patriots. Bryson Hansen will take it out of there for Century. And Hansen will carry it ahead. And he misfires, looking for Lentz. And another icing today brought to you by BNC National Bank. Locations throughout North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Visit BNC Bank online today at bnc.bank. Today's game also brought to you in part by the UPS store located on South Broadway in Minot. Marketplace Foods Plaza, they're there for all your packing and shipping needs. Draw to the stick side of Hoyt Jubel in the Century D zone. Won by the Patriots. Ritter looks for a quick outlet to Charlie Vig, taken away. And Getzlaff put another shot on Hoyt Jubel, but it's sent it just wide. Patriots come out with Ronas, gets it to Brubachen. Brubachen streaming through the defense, got bodied off the puck. Good play there by the Braves. And back comes Getzlaff, gets it over to Abdu Rahman. Cahill, high heavy wrister, low and wide of Hoyt Jubel. Kept in by Abdu Rahman. Getzlaff and Siemens kept in by Bodno Rugby. Jenner Johnson held the line for the Braves. And Ritter trying to get it up ahead to Charlie Vig, went off his skates. Retrieved by the Braves. Oh, he almost had a breakaway opportunity for Brooks Siemens. Siemens, good deep play there by Hayden Ritter. Beckman comes out of there with it, and from behind the goal line tried to slap one off of Hoyt Jubel. Jubel covers it up. And with 7:48 to play, second period, we're tied at 1 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. Number 1 Century getting all they want from number 8 Bodno right now. Fedji on the dot with Frickman. Draw one by the Braves, Fedji. Shot by Landon Siemens. Steered to the corner. Weak shot put in front. Century comes out of there with it with Eckert. And then he will retreat. And he lost the puck. Eckert bodied off the puck by Beckman, sent out front. Now a big one-timer for Gorder. Ooh, right into the chest of Hoyt Jubel. And the puck sprung loose, but you get a quick whistle. Well, now ever since that goal.
Yep, a little momentum here for Bodno.
Bodno Rugby has a little mole. It's funny how Uncle Mole will swing like that. Fedji wins another draw. Bryson Hansen still battling. Gabe Dawson twists it around. Held in there by Landon Siemens. Century looking for an outlet to Dawson Lentz. Lentz will retrieve. Looks out front to Hansen. Lentz comes across to Dawson. Gabe Dawson steps in. Wrister low and wide. Lentz patrolling from the high slot. His shot tipped from the right dot, sent into the corner. Patriots back to Dawson. Eckert to Leduc. Leduc from the high slot. Circles to the right dot. Wrist shot, rebound, pad, save, score! Bryson Hansen with the putback. That's we got goalie cameras on each end.
Don't be picking on goalies.
Don't be picking on the goalies. I can't wait for game 3 when you get to work the game with Nick.
Talk about 2 blasts from the past there.
two goalies doing the broadcast. Bryson Hansen puts Century ahead. Eckert and Leduc with the assists. Bryson Hansen got his 8th goal of the season and his 23rd point. And Century back on top, 2-1 here in period number 2. And it's been Bryson Hansen. This kid's been coming alive. What are we talking about here?
Whether it should be icing or not, I think they've come to the conclusion they must go back to center ice if it was the wrong call in high school.
And get a center ice draw. One by Botno, sent in by Peyton Getzlaff. Settled down by Ubel. Bacchus played it. Ronas bodied into there. Century still has it. Ritter will retreat. He'll come over to Brubakken. Brubakken tried to chop it out. Held in by Peyton Getzlaff. A penalty coming as Getzlaff fired a shot on Ubel. And Botno's going to come out of the net, trying to get the 6-on-5 and the delayed penalty call. But Century, looks like that might be an interference call, possibly. Nope. I'm always wrong when I guess. Tripping. And the Patriots into the box with 5:39 to play in period number 2. Charlie Vig into the box for tripping. Botno, man advantage for a couple minutes. Down by a goal are the Braves. Siemens from the right dot. Out to the line, Nordmark comes over to Fedge. Tucker Fedge, ooh, had a lot of net there and he just missed it. That was just about the equalizer. We got a great vantage point on that one.
Yeah.
Now Century has a shorthanded chance. Firing is Brubakken. Oh, and Easton Freeman slams the door. We go from one end, where a guy's got half the net almost, it looks like. Misses it, and then it turns into a shorthanded chance for Brubakken. Good save by Easton Freeman. Keeps us a one-goal game with 5:15 to play second period. Century on top 2-1 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. From the right dot, Brooks Siemens wins the draw against Bryson Hansen. Nordmark collects, and Botno with the man advantage for another minute and a half. Gets it to the guy with the C on the sweater. Brooks Siemens, pass tipped, and Nordmark couldn't hold the line. Cleared out by the Patriots. Golden opportunity here for the Braves to tie this baby up on the man advantage. Fedge will come in. Just allowed to set up shop. And now Fedge bodied into. Hansen on the PK joins the action. Now it's popped out of there, and the Patriots just flip it down the ice. Ty Bacchus, nice play. Brubakken again had to be played that time by Freeman. Came out of the net with Brubakken streaking in. Brooks Siemens bodied into there by Bacchus. Siemens has it. Siemens comes near side to Fedge. High slot to Nordmark. Nordmark plays it in deep. Siemens back there. Back out to Nordmark. One-timer. Whistles wide. Lane Tiffany drops it in, and Century just whaps it right down the ice. This time Leduc, a little forecheck. Trying to kill the remaining time here. It's down to 5. And nice job by Leduc. That's just going to about do it. Yep, it's going to do it. Century back to even strength. Now Century. Oh! Leduc looking for Ronas. Now a shot whistles wide for Charlie Vig right out of the box. And the Patriots back on the attack. Out front, and Botno Rugby is going to toss that baby down the ice. Icing today brought to you by Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Find them online at rogerwardmovingandStorage.com. Today's game also brought to you in part by Planet Pizza. Your mouth and belly will thank you. Call them now at 852-1700. Planet Pizza, serving the Magic City for over 25 years. Did Botno have a good look on that power play?
I don't. It's hard to say with the shot from up top.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the one chance.
Oh, Vig whistles one over the top corner of the net. Century leads 2-1. They've outshot Botno 16-7. Getzlaff had a chance at it. That was Lucas. DeMontney bodied off the puck. Here comes Charlie Vig. Steaming in, tried to make a stick move around Landon Siemens. He's denied on that with under 3 to play here, period number 2. Brubachen pops it up, grabbed by Vig. Vig will play it in deep. Ronas back behind the net. Brubachen looks to center it, loose, and now Freeman just dove on it. We got our goalie, our end zone cameras figured out today, man. Those are looking good on both ends.
It's because you got a goalie running those. I mean, that might have a little something to do with it. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't think about that. I was like, yeah, I didn't know John was a goalie.
Oh man, I thought maybe Nick.
That's good stuff. Draw was in the Botno zone. Century's Ty Backus plays it up to Hansen. Now Brooks Siemens comes in one-on-one, gets around the defense. Siemens, lost the stick. Just barely lost the handle of it, tried to drag it around the Century D-man, and then he had Hoyt Jubel trying to close down the post. Siemens has it back. Man, that guy wins a lot of puck battles too. Century pops it out to center. Then you almost had a 2-on-1 developing there for Lentz and Leduc as you get a big hit at the line there as Bryson Hansen hit the ice. And we're going to come out to center. Neutral zone draw here with 1:59 to play in period number 2. I can tell you that today's game brought to you in part by Prestwich Orthodontics. Enjoy professional treatment in a fun, relaxed atmosphere. Check them out at minotbraces.com. Century wins that draw. It's Gavin Freeling. Now here comes Heath Frickman. He will shoot high. I couldn't tell if Freeman got a piece of that or not. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he missed it.
He was going top shelf, was Heath Frickman. Lewis Gorder in to the Century zone for the Botno Braves. Eckert bodies into Gorder. Frickman plays it ahead. And Century will rifle it right back in. Micah Erickson's first time on the ice tonight for the Patriots. Erickson, the junior forward. Brubachen looking for Lentz. Check that, looking for Ronas. Ritter will play it. Bacchus down to Ronas in the slot. One-timer for Brubachen. That's not Brubachen, just finds a way to set up shop in those scoring areas. His teammates find him. He's got a big shot. And that was a golden opportunity right there.
Nice play. Found the soft area. And it was a big save.
Yeah, under a minute to play. That could have made it a 2-goal game right there. Instead, Botno Rugby still down by just 1. Bacchus bodied off the puck. Now you got numbers developing here for Botno Rugby. Siemens shoots the backhander, rebound, whacking at it, and Hoyt Jubel covers it up. Now you got bodies flying. Just good hard play. Siemens drove hard to the net. Was on his back end. Was laying right there as Hoyt Jubel trying to cover it up, and then Siemens had a couple whacks at it, and then everybody else got back into the action. Seems like no harm, no foul, right?
Yeah, I mean, good hard play.
36 seconds to play period number 2. Siemens and Hansen on the draw. Getzlaff looks to center. Abdurrahman plays it. Tiffany bumps it back in. Century sends it ahead. Lentz knocked off the puck. Down to 10 seconds in the period. Out to center it comes. Bacchus plays the body, flips it back up, and looks like period number 2 is going to end harmlessly with Century enjoying a 2-1 lead. Well, good action here, and if the 1v8 matchup is a 2-1 game heading to the third, I guess we're set up for a pretty good WDA hockey tournament. We'll come back with our Magic Towing intermission report. End of 2 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. It's Century 2, Botno Rugby 1 from the VFW.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
Tadares Lane Sedevi, Nick Holberg, John Haugen back at the VFW Sports Center in Bismarck. Welcome to the afternoon hour, 12:15 p.m. Central Time here on the PSP Network. Good to have you tuned in to the opening round of the WDA Hockey Tournament. And our Magic Towing intermission report, period number 2. Century leads Botno Rugby 2-1. I'm sure some folks probably tuning in saying, what the heck's going on? It's a 2-1 hockey game here in the second intermission, but it's not like Century has dominated Botno in the 2 games that they've played. They won 8-4 here at the VFW, and then they went up there in the regular season finale, and Century won. They won 5-2. So I mean, it hasn't been this whitewashes and shutouts, but Century certainly outshot Botno Rugby like they did today. But nonetheless, hey, like you said earlier, Lane, it's a one-shot game right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where it gets to be really scary. I mean, you see Century come out and do everything they're supposed to do except score in the first 6 minutes, and it didn't leave Botno's zone unless they iced the puck, and then they get it down for one chance, and next thing you know, it's a 1-1 game. I mean, they didn't have a shot until the point shot that gets through and finds the back of the net, and that's I think you look at a lot of things here too. You're talking about a 1 versus 8. You're watching Century, and I think if you're Troy, you push your big guns early on. You hope you get some separation. Well, that ain't the case. I mean, he's been having to rely on those big guys, and you hope in a perfect world you can rest that that top line and save them for tomorrow and all that sort of stuff. That's stuff you think about as a coach. But right now, I mean, you're hoping you don't want to get upset here. I mean, that's in the back of your mind. No, there's no way. That you can't think that staff isn't thinking that right now, because it is it's way too close for comfort, that's for sure.
Well, and I know one thing. I was talking to the Botno Rugby folks before the game, and the one thing they mentioned was, hey, we may be a little bit undermanned from a roster standpoint, but the kids that are going out there, they will skate and they will play hard. And I think we've seen a lot of that today out of Botno Rugby. Yeah,
and I think you can look back and you almost look at some smaller towns with Grafton. I remember they feel like they had 13 guys on the bench all the time, but they were always tough. And I think Botno's in that same category. Maybe Devil's Lake at times. I just don't think you can take any opponent for granted, especially this time of the year. I think it's the reason why you play the game. You can throw the seeds out, you can throw the paper out, the rosters, the stats. She's a 2-1 hockey game with 17 minutes left to go.
Well, and here's the one stat that kind of caught me off guard as we were getting ready for this game. Botno Rugby has the most wins in the WDA this season against EDC teams. They've won 4 games against the East. Now, you got to take a little bit of a grain of salt. They beat Devil's Lake at Devil's Lake. They beat Grafton Park River at Grafton Park River. And then they beat Mayport CG twice. But still, that's more than any other team in the West defeated somebody from the East. So it's not like Botno Rugby is just laying down. And they've played some good teams this year and put up a 9-13 record. And they're hanging right here with number 1 seeded Century as we're on our Magic Towing intermission report. Magic Towing, you can call them right now, 701-509-4011. It's Magic Towing serving Western North Dakota. I got to ask you about this one kid, Will DeMontney.
You've been waiting to ask me about this for quite some time. I think ever since I showed up for this broadcast.
The junior forward, this kid, he not only plays hockey, he's a talented hockey kid. Football, runs qualified for state in the track in the mile. And he also is an all-around cowboy in the rodeo. So I got to. Are you a rodeo guy? Do you know anything about the bareback that Will DeMontney does?
I mean, I've watched it. I actually grew up watching I grew up watching 2 things with my dad. That was bull riding and dirt track racing. Those were the 2 things that my dad was big into. Obviously, Tough Hedeman back in the day, and so every time I try and get to PBR when it comes here, and the rodeo if we can with my daughter over in Mandan's obviously fun. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's something that you can sit here and say I don't know. You look at football and maybe there's some contact in that, and then track you can throw out because that's just pure speed. But rodeo. I don't know. That's I want to say they say that goalies have a screw loose, but I think if you're going to get on something that's 2,000 pounds, I don't know if something's right upstairs. I think that's a wild card for me. It's a reason why you wanted to speak about this for so long today, because you asked for my insight, and I'm just going to say hold on and close your eyes.
Hold on and close your eyes. So this is the second kid that I remember in my broadcasting career that had a rodeo background. The other kid was Leighton Woodbury from Flasher, and the kid was a bullfighter. And he actually got hurt. He hurt his leg, and he couldn't play football. And he was a stud football player for the Grant County Flasher Storm. And so it was that's the two kids that I now remember that have been outstanding Cowboys as well as high school athletes. So
here's my question: Do you consider that an athlete?
Heck yeah.
I was gonna say I do too. I mean, I always get in arguments with people that they say that NASCAR's you're not an athlete, or dirt track racing, you're not an athlete. Well, I see those guys get out of those cars, and I see those, obviously rodeo guys. I mean, that's the wildest 8 seconds you've ever had in your life.
Yeah. Whether you're roping, if you're,
it's an art.
100%. Yeah. Exactly, and then he's an all-around too. He's ranked highly in the bareback riding, but yeah, he's an all-around cowboy as well. So yeah, kudos to Will DeMonte. His family's been in the rodeo arenas a long time. So, all right, fans, let's take a look at the numbers here. Brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships from period number 2. Century on top 2-1. Patriots have outshot Bottineau Rugby 18-10. Hoyt Jubel with 9 saves. Easton Freeman with 16 saves. Bottineau Rugby 0 for 2 on the power play. Century's goals today by Charlie Vig and Bryson Hansen. The lone tally for Bottineau Rugby off the stick of Lewis Gorder. There's your numbers at halftime.
Yep.
Well, see, we look at the timeout and the whatever. Anyway, Ryan Family Dealership brings you our numbers here at the intermission. Trusted name for car buyers in Western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory and driveryan.com or visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. There's the second intermission numbers brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. All right, we'll take a short time out here. Yep.
Don't you love that you get text messages during West Region from a Hazen Beulah player, Chris Volk? Can you talk about the time that Hazen Beulah took you to double overtime when you were a junior? Oh man, it's just I tell you got to give small town Hazen some love. He says so. Hey, that's why you play the game though.
Exactly. That's why we're playing this one.
Got to give credit where credit's due.
It's our Magic Towing halftime report. Century on top 2-1 over Bottineau Rugby. You can call Magic Towing right now. No job too big or too small. Magic Towing. Put this number in your phone right now. 701-509-4011. It's Magic Towing, serving Western North Dakota. Closing in on period number 3 with Century holding a 1-goal lead. On the 26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey. Dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside. Accelerates to the 20. 15, 10. 2 touches. 2 touchdowns.
Carter Hankey, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle. It wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time. Then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick-out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
This presentation on the PS.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with the hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit off, 7, pressure, points, yeah!
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot! Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealership has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Getting set for period number 3. All right, I'm going to take Coach Sedevy's hat here, and let's go into the Bottineau rugby locker room for a second there. What do you think the message was?
I mean, I think a lot of good things. I think it's play loose, guys. I think you can go back to the second period and say it's one shot. I mean, you saw it. Anything's possible.
Yeah, and then the pressure's not on Bottineau rugby.
100% not. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like the feeling sitting up here for Troy Olsen in this game. I mean, it's just literally these are going to be the longest 17 minutes of his life right here. He ain't gonna he won't feel comfortable unless they can get some, get the third, fourth, fifth goal. Otherwise, it's gonna feel like that clock. And every time that 19 touches the puck, you're gonna hold your breath for Bottineau.
All right, here we go. Century in those tan sweaters outlined in red, the red pants, the red helmets. Bottineau rugby in their road purples with the orange trim. So they got the black helmets on today as Century has outshot Bottineau rugby 18-10. Patriots lead 2-1. Bottineau rugby fires it back in off the stick of Lane Tiffany. Charlie Vig plays it up to Ronas. Drops it over to Brubachen. Taken off his stick by Siemens. Brooks lost the handle. Abdurrahman lays a little hit. Retrieved there by Landon Siemens. Headman pass. Brooks Siemens. Siemens to Siemens, the law firm. And Brooks still working hard below the goal line. Tries to center it out front. Steered away to the corner by Century's Dawson Lentz. Patriots in their own zone will escape now. Patriots on top 2-1. Third period action. Under 16 minutes to play in the contest. Fenji plays it behind the goal line. Now lurking on the side of the net. Century gets a shot. Nobody can get any wood on it. Still in the near side wall. 2v2, they bottle it up. Bottineau rugby will escape the zone. And here comes Will DeMontney, the bareback rider himself. Just hang on. That's what Coach Sedevy says. Century's going to tip that thing down, and I thought that might be an icing. It was at last touch Ben Leduc, but they wave it off. Bottineau rugby turns it over. Vig centers it. Oh, Brubach and a golden chance, couldn't tip it home. Century swirling a little bit here. Now you come right back to Charlie Vig. He will fire. Easton Freeman with the save. Vig looking for a rebound opportunity. Instead, Brooks. Has Siemens been off the ice the third period?
He was out. He was off for about 30 seconds.
Brooks Siemens right back into the zone. He will whistle a shot. Yubo had a hard time with it. Oh, and there was Fedji on the doorstep. Couldn't put it home. That barely got a piece of Hoyt Ubel's shoulder, huh?
Yeah, it almost went in.
Right out front, Bondo Rugby. Abdurrahman had a chance. Couldn't get any good stick on it. Now the Braves are buzzing a bit. Centering it, nope. Siemens lost the stick. And here comes Century's Heath Frickman. Frickman driving to the net. Steered away behind the Botno goal. Out to center we come. 2-1, Patriots on top. Century will collect at neutral ice. Patriots drop it right back in with Heath Frickman. Check that, Gavin Freeling, I beg your pardon. Out to center. Dawson plays catch with his D-man Frickman. Hansen, nice pass. Frickman fires, off the pipe. Frickman drew some iron. He had Easton Freeman beat top shoulder. Botno Rugby high in the slot. They'll pop it out to center. Well, that's the things that will happen if you're the underdog trying to hang around. The other team's hitting pipes. Lucas Getzlaff plays it behind the Botno net. And Botno, Getzlaff got buried. Big hit by the Patriots. Dawson Lentz. As Vig will put a shot on net, and Freeman will just cover it up. With 13 minutes even to play, Century on top 2-1 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. Advance today's game brought to you in part by Northern Plains Heating and Air. 25 years experience as your heating and air experts. You can find them online at northern-plains.com. Today's game also brought to you in part by Minot State University. Be seen, be heard, be you. Century gets a shot on net from the high slot by Ty Backus. Backus has it back. Ronas in deep, working hard for Century. He's wedged off the puck. As Lane Tiffany. Oh. You don't see that every day. We're looking down the other end, and the net completely dislodged.
Interference, power play for Century.
You're going to get Nordmark going off for Botno Rugby. I didn't see it because the puck was going the other way.
Nope, just heard it.
Yeah. Net comes off the pegs. And then that was the net that made that big noise?
Yep.
Yeah. Made about as big as noise as when Heath Frickman just rattled one off the pipe. Well, now this is a golden opportunity for Century to pounce here. Botno Rugby kills it off, still keeps it a one-goal game. Keep in mind, fans, Botno Rugby scored 2 shorties against Century when they played here about a month ago. Century was a little loose at the puck at the top of the power play and resulted in 2 breakaways for guess who?
Number 19.
Number 19. And he buried them both. So keep that in the back of your mind as Century gets the power play established here in the Botno Rugby zone. Gorder 1v2. Century looking to win possession here as now Century has it. Out to the line to Ritter. Ritter to Ronas. Check that was Leduc. Now to Vig. Ritter misfires trying to get it back to Vig. Leduc plays it. Bounces over the stick of Vig, and now Century has to retreat out to center. Vig has it. His pass tipped, but it gets onto the stick of Dawson Lentz. Here comes the Patriots. Lentz reeling in. Higher shots. Save for Easton Freeman. Under a minute in the man advantage for the Century Patriots. Brubachen banged off the puck by Tiffany. Lane. Now Century back with possession. Under the goal line, out front, Brubachen whacking at it. Nice save again by Freeman as Century set it on the doorstep for Brubachen. Now here comes shorthanded. Wheeling in was Brooks Seaman. And Siemens as he was hit off the puck. Century looking for a long outlet. They couldn't get it to Ronas. And with 25 to play, check that, 25 left on the man advantage and 11:04 to play. We'll come into the Century zone for after that icing on the Patriots. Century wins the draw. Time for one more rush and maybe get this PK for Botno, as Botno has been up to the task so far. One good look for Brubachen in the slot. Other than that, Century hadn't gotten much on this power play, with down to 7, down to 6 left on the man advantage, and Botno's going to be back at even strength here as they are right now. Botno kills off the first power play of the night or the afternoon for Century. And now you think that you kill that off, and now maybe the Mo swings a little bit back to the Botno Rugby Braves?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just the longer this game goes, I mean, it's, 10 minutes. You know, you're hoping that your power play can execute, get you that 2-goal lead. And I know they say it's the worst lead in hockey, but you take a 2-goal lead at any time here for Century.
Brubachen has possession, trying to get a shot on Freeman. Brubachen behind the net. Banged off the puck by a couple Braves. Botno Rugby looks to escape with Brooks Siemens. They come out to center, sent right back in by Charlie Vig of the Century Patriots. Now back out to center. Siemens looking to tip it ahead to himself, couldn't do it. Ritter collects for Century. And we've reached 10 minutes to play. Siemens with a takeaway. Brooks will try to evade Ritter, centers it out front. Oh, what a save. Getzlaff whacked at it, and Hoyt Ewell denied him. Grade A chance for Botno Rugby, just about tied it up.
It was a great save. If he got that, that's obviously you'll pencil that one in.
And now you get icing on the Botno Rugby Braves, and we can tell you today's game. And this icing brought to you by Mason Kramer Photography. Delivering some of the best work imaginable. Find Mason Kramer online on all social media platforms. Today's game also brought to you in part by WRT. Enjoy high-speed action and co-op cash from WRT, your local broadband internet service provider. Draw in the Botno zone. Cleared out of there by the Braves. Gabe Dawson backhands it up ahead to Micah Erickson. Erickson looked to center it, and here comes Lewis Gorder. The big fella for the Botno Braves gets it over to Fedji. Tucker bodied out the puck in the Century zone. Botno looking to establish possession with 9:13 to play. Century on top, 2-1 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. I got a stalemate in that far corner. Referee takes his whistle out of his mouth and says, guys, you got to do something. They're just scrumming. Now it wedges out of there for a moment, and finally Century has possession. Played over to Gavin Freeling. Can't get it out of the zone. Held in there by Gorder momentarily. Freeling now will send it in, and Century will get a fresh 5 out there. Both teams have been on edge here. Nervous time. Probably more nervous for Century than you are for the Botno Rugby Braves. Botno this time will send it down the ice. Another icing call today, brought to you this time by Shields. Shields of Minot and Bismarck presents our Player of the Week. Head to PSP's social media platforms and nominate a player to vote for this week's Player of the Week. Shields of Minot and Bismarck, proud to support PSP's mission of promoting local athletes. Century's vague high whistling shot right up in the mask of Freeman, who got knocked down. Century holds the line. Sent right back in by Bacchus. Loose out in front. Brubachen shot save. Rebound, and Freeman holds on to it. The frustration is mounting a little bit for the Patriots, too.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a quick whistle there, but it's tough. I mean, once that ref, I don't want to say I sat on the side of the goaltenders, but once you lose sight of that puck, it's hard not to blow it dead.
Century can't hold the line on the defensive zone draw in the Botno Rugby end. Now you get a leak out in the high school hideout for Brooks Siemens. He comes on net, loose puck. Ewell couldn't hold it in there.
Penalty on Century.
Delayed penalty coming on the Patriots as they got tangled up with Brooks Siemens, and I think you're getting an elbow.
Yep.
Well, you just had Century with a golden opportunity on the power play to take a 2-goal lead, and now you reverse it. And Bottineau Rugby has a golden opportunity to tie this baby up. Century clinging to that 1-goal lead. Troy Olsen's got a little sweat on his brow right now.
You think?
Drawn to Century end, won by Bottineau Rugby. Siemens, his shot blocked out front. Central backhanded out, and here comes Ben Leduc. Short-handed, Leduc will try to drive to the net. Loose in the blue paint, steered to the side by Freeman. Bottineau Rugby back on the attack. Here comes Abdu Rahman. Khalil gets it over to Brooks Siemens. Out to the line to Nordberg. Not Nordberg, that was... what movie was that from? How about Nordmark? Didn't sound right when it came off of my... As Nordmark puts one on net again. I think that was the Police Files.
Yeah, you got me on. You stumped me on that one. I'm decent with movies, but I don't.
Nordberg was played by O.J. Simpson in the Leslie O'Neill movies. What were those called? Police Files. Police something. Well, I'll think of it in a second. Too hard to think on the fly like that. We got 120 on the man advantage for Bottineau Rugby as they win the draw in the Century end. Nordmark. Oh, the Naked Gun movies. That's what it was. Yeah, thank you. We had John Haugen on the spot there to keep us out of the ditch lane. Century's killed off a minute to this penalty. And here comes Fedji. Siemens. Siemens will turn behind the net, circling to the dot. Whistled one wide. Couldn't tell if that shot got redirected or if he was trying to center that to somebody. Or
I think he was going to the backside.
Okay. Nordmark back to collect. Out to Brooks Siemens with a half a minute on the man advantage for the Braves. Oh, what a move by Siemens. He will fire. That shot got tipped there by Bacchus. Siemens had a chance at it. Bacchus will whip it down the ice. Well, I know one thing. Bottineau Rugby is still skating out here, and those guys have been on the ice a lot. Their conditioning is pretty dang good. They've probably been doing it the whole season.
Yep, absolutely.
Century just burning some time, and they will burn off this man advantage for Bottineau as we're back to even strength. Under 6 to play. Getzlaff for Bottineau Rugby had it in deep, out to the line. Nordmark had a shot. That got stopped out in front. Now here comes Century on the quick return. Brubakken into the Bottineau Rugby zone. Brubakken around the defense, wheels to the forehand, shoot, rebound, shoot, and 2 saves by Easton Freeman. Brubakken got around the defense, and now Century almost turns it over to Peyton Getzlaff. Looks to center it out front to DeMontney. Beckman held it in. Siemens, his low shot blocked out front. Back out to center ice, sent right back in by Gorder. Bottineau Rugby looking to equalize this baby as Century has a 1-goal lead, and we're down to 5 minutes to play in the opening game of the day for the WDA hockey tournament. Good to have you tuned into the PSP network as Gorder again holds the line. Beckman and Bowl in there battling. Century's Freeling will have it. Can't escape the zone. Sent right back in by the Braves. Bottineau Rugby on a change. And as you get the Vig Ronas Brubakken line out there, as Century, Bottineau Rugby here establishing some zone time. Siemens right back on the ice after a quick blow. Landon Siemens, his high shot from the blue line. Knocked down. Brooks Siemens bodied off the puck. Century looks to escape, and here comes Dawson Lentz. Good poke check there by the Braves. And here comes Brooks Siemens right back for Bottineau Rugby. Sends it in deep. Patriots playing. We're down to 4 minutes to play in the contest. 2-on-2. Here comes Century. Lentz. Leduc flowing to the net. Lentz's first shot was blocked. Second one on net, saved by Freeman. Bacchus plays it for the Patriots. Peyton Getzlaff on the forecheck for the Braves. Century can't make an outlet. Instead, Getzlaff sends it cross ice. Tipped away from Lane Tiffany. Now you got a foot race. Brubakken and Nordmark. Brubakken bodies into Nordmark. Lane Tiffany plays it to Siemens. Held in by Brubakken. Back to Brubakken. Shot goes wide. Charlie Vig, ooh, I don't know what happened there.
I think it went behind the goaltender.
Came off the end board and then went behind Easton Freeman, but it didn't cross the goal line. Brooks Siemens, back to the other end we go. Under 3 minutes to play. Century still on top, 2-1. Patriots just chop it out to center. Rifled right back in and on net, otherwise it would have been icing as Lewis Gorder put that one into the pads of Hoyt Jubel. Century steaming back into the zone. Heath Frickman looks to center it. Cleared away by Lucas Getzlaff. Now DeMontney. DeMontney banged into there by Hayden Eckert. Big hit for the Patriots. Century looking for an outlet, couldn't get it. They're looking for Micah Erickson. 2:23 to play. At what point in time do you think about a timeout and pull the goalie? Probably pretty dang close to right now.
Yeah, I think you're going to, hopefully you can get an offensive zone draw, but you're going to want possession, and, you know, it depends on how aggressive you get. He is going to call his timeout right now, so yeah, I don't know if you run a play here. I think that's, you know, a lot of fans watching forget that there are a lot of defensive zone plays that you can stretch guys and you can get some really good offensive chances, and if they can win this draw and get possession, maybe fly a couple guys, whether it's a weak side rim or a slash play, then they can get their goaltender off right away and hopefully get possession established in the offensive zone.
Botno Rugby doesn't indeed use their timeout. They just had that Getzlaff, Siemens, Abdurrahman line out there, so this gives them a chance to get a blow, and you can probably run them for their final 2:20 of the contest. And as soon as that puck gets into the Century zone, I would be very surprised to not see Easton Freeman get out of there and have a man advantage for Botno Rugby 6-on-5, as this baby's been a doozy. This is just game number 1, folks. We got 3 more to go. Dickinson and Mandan come up next. The evening session tonight, the Sabres from Legacy and the Williston Coyotes. And then your nightcap tonight, Minot and Jamestown. Wall-to-wall coverage on the PSP network. Well, Botno will have Abdurrahman, Getzlaff, Siemens, Nordmark, and Tiffany out there. Century's going to counter with their top line. Ronas, Vig, Brubakken. Along with Ritter and Bacchus. Well, here's the draw with 2:20 to play. Century leading by a goal, 2-1 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. Drawn to the stick side of Easton Freeman, won by Century. Vig just holds it in. Now Vig comes out of there. Looks to center it. Oh, shot for Ronas. Rebound Ronas. That's wide. Century with a couple good looks. Out to center it comes. Fired right back in by Century. Now back out to neutral. Tiffany tries to play it ahead to Siemens, and he's bodied into there by Ritter. Bacchus plays it. Ty Bacchus, the sophomore, for Century, the D-man. As Century just trying to kill some time. Botno Rugby walled off the puck. Siemens joins the action. Abdurrahman looks for possession. Siemens out to the line. Lane Tiffany sends it over to Nordmark. His shot handled by Hoyt Jubel and held onto. Well, now you got your offensive zone faceoff with 90 seconds to play.
Yeah, I think you have to pull them here, but I don't know. Yeah, they are. Yep. And if you're Botno, you're hoping Troy Olsen to take his time out to give your guys some rest, but I wouldn't if I was Troy. I mean, their top line's been out for, almost 40 seconds here.
Botno Rugby net is empty. 90 seconds to play. Brooks Siemens, Bryson Hanson on the draw. Won by the Braves. Nordmark gets it over to Siemens. Botno with the extra attacker, centered out front. Fedji couldn't get a stick on it. Now sent down deep. Botno Rugby trying to get possession. Down to 1:10 to play. Comes out to Dawson Lentz. Lentz just walls it up, and it's held in. Century is going to send one down, and that's going to be icing. No, it wasn't. How wasn't it?
I don't know, actually.
Century fired that down from their own blue line. That would have been a stop in the action. Probably would have favored Botno Rugby as you'd have pulled it all the way down the zone. Now instead, just a tangle up at the Century D line. Charlie Vig has it. Vig fires it off the wall. Not out. Nordmark holds it in. Jubel steers a shot to the corner from Nordmark. Bodies get tangled up. Down to 30 seconds to play. Out to center it comes. Nordmark has to chase it down. Brubakken takes it away from Siemens. Brubakken will shoot just wide. Just missed on the open net. Botno Rugby collects. Century fires another one down deep. Ronas this time with the empty net. He'll fire it wide. Century back out to center. Eckert flips it back. And here comes Fedji. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. And Century has escaped. The Century Patriots have escaped. I'll just call it that. With a 2-1 victory over a very game Botno Rugby Braves team today. The Braves brought it. Century wins this one 2-1. That's the final on your BNC Bank scoreboard. We'll come back with our planning team financial advisors, Shots Crossroads postgame show. That was a doozy. A lot of things to break down there, including Botno didn't really have a grade A chance at the end with the man advantage. Century had a couple looks at the empty net, couldn't get it in there, but nonetheless, Century wins their 14th straight. And we'll come back with our planning team financial advisors, Shots Crossroads postgame show next. Final score, BNC Bank scoreboard, Century 2, Botno Rugby 1. Opening round contest here on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food reward program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by
How do you like your opening round contest? The WDA boys hockey tournament today. Century, we'll say escapes. We say survive. The number 1 seeded Patriots win this one 2-1 over the Botno Rugby Braves. And like we said, the sweat was on the brow of head coach Troy Olson. A tip of the cap to the Braves today, man. They brought it.
Yeah, it was, probably everything you can ask for out of a 1 versus 8 seed. It's I just think that's why you got to respect your opponents at all levels, and that's the fun part about this time of the year. What would WDA be without some drama and some possibly some upsets? So, and if you're Troy at the end of the day, you got the win, you move on, and I think there's obviously things they want to do better, and their opponents are probably going to get stronger throughout this tournament, so they're going to have to clean up some things.
Yeah, that was fun. Hope you enjoyed our opening round contest today. Get a look at an upcoming bracket here in just a moment. We got Mandan and Dickinson coming up next. Mandan, the 5 seed, Dickinson, the 4 seed today, as you're on our Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads postgame show. Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors here to help you work towards achieving your financial goals. You can visit them online at planningteam.com. And Shots Crossroads get filled up on their delicious menu that includes the famous 99. Order online at shotscrossroads.com. Team buses are always welcome. Well, one order of business, I was calling one kid the wrong name the whole day, and I should know these guys. Our kids have been hanging around and playing sports with the Eckerd boys, and Hudson is the older brother, and it's Hayden. Yeah, I got it wrong the whole game. That happens. Put it this way, there's a lot of names in your head when you're rolling out multiple games in one day, so apologies for that. But Century wins this one 2-1. Lane, and it's time now for our move of the game, brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. Help you move across town or across the country. Locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. You can find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. We said it. Brooks Siemens had a chance to tie this baby up, and we couldn't tell if Hoyt Jubel saved it. But we think he probably caught it with his shoulder. But, hey, when it's a 2-1 game and you make a big save like that, that's got to be one of your opportunities for the move of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think he did save it. I mean, from our vantage point where we're sitting, wasn't ideal when it goes backside across the grain like that. But, I mean, to me, that's the game. I said that's why you're gonna put a check mark by that one. You're gonna write that one down, and if he doesn't make that save, it's it's a 2-2 game with 7 minutes left.
Yep.
You want to say anything can happen, but at that point, then you're really chewing all the nails off on your fingers.
Hoyt Jubel has 17 saves today for the Patriots, and one of his last saves was one of the biggest ones, and it's your Jobbers move of the game. They help you move across town or across the country. They don't ever lose sight of the big picture. Locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Well, here's the bracket updated as we speak. Century defeats Bottineau Rugby 2-1. Patriots advance to the semifinals tomorrow night. Bottineau Rugby will be in a loser-out contest tomorrow here at the WDA. Mandan and Dickinson coming up next. And the last thing for us to do here, Lane is our MVP of the contest today, brought to you by Sport Clips. They keep you looking your best. Check in online with hairstylists today at sportclips.com. Charlie Vig had a goal, but man, the MVP of the contest today, you get a game winner. Bryson Hansen, the senior for Century, is, I don't think he's a senior. I don't know, double check that. Yeah, Bryson Hansen, the senior, is our MVP of the contest today.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can look at a couple things. I think you look at obviously a really nice goal by Charlie, and but none bigger than the one that proves to be the game-winning goal. So a little bit of secondary scoring from from Century on that play, but I mean that you can say what you want, but that's probably the biggest goal of his career right now. If you look at it that way, it's the difference between potentially having to play extra minutes in overtime, or possibly losing the game, and now you move on and kind of reset and refocus. So it's a huge goal.
Bryson Hansen picks up his 8th goal of the season, the game winner. He was camped on the doorstep, and he is your MVP of the contest today. Nothing makes you feel like the MVP like that experience at Sport Clips. Congratulations to the senior Bryson Hansen. He's your MVP of the contest this afternoon. All right, fans, that'll put a wrap on Game 1. A programming note, if you're listening to us online in our digital audio broadcast on YouTube, you can just stay put and just stay right there. We'll come back in a few minutes and set the stage for Game 2. That'll be Mandan and Dickinson. If you are watching on pspnetwork.tv, you will need to log out of the first game of the day and log into the second game of the day to join us for the video broadcast on pspnetwork.tv. All right, Lane, we'll put a wrap on this one, and we'll come back and set the stage for the Midgets and the Braves. Final score in Game 1, WDA Boys Hockey Tournament, your BNC Bank scoreboard. Century 2, Bottineau 1. We'll come back and set the stage for Game 2 after this break on the PSP Network.
Owners in Bismarck and Minot seek transformation. ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling, it's about legacy.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by
We don't just build, we elevate every space.
Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealership.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day. This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Yeah, we're back at the VFW. Well, I hope you enjoyed game one. Century victorious in a hard-fought 2-1 victory. Century victorious in a hard-fought 2-1 victory over the Botno Rugby Braves. Century into the semifinals. Botno Rugby has to win to move on tomorrow. And we turn our attention to game two here in the opening round. Number 5 seeded Mandan, the Braves, 10-9 on the season. And they will square off against the number 4 seeded Dickinson Midgets, the Queen City team, 13-8 on the season. Mandan 10-9. And we get set for our 4-5 matchup here at the VFW Sports Center from the capital city. It's our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Timely services that won't slow you down. No appointment needed. Stay in your car for a drive-through oil change. 15 minutes or less. Locations in Minot and Bismarck. Find them online at VIOC.com. All right, Lane, a lot of things to talk about here in game two as these two teams have not played at the WDA for a couple of years, but when they did, it was the exact replica of what is happening today, where Dickinson won both meetings in the regular season, but the last time they played in the WDA, Mandan then won the WDA contest after Dickinson had beat him twice in the regular season. So I'm sure if you're a Braves fan, you're sitting here thinking, well, hey, let's just replicate that from a couple years ago. And Dickinson High's been playing some good hockey this season and got a lot of nice parts back for their first-year head coach, Cass Dvorak. And so you and I have gotten a chance to call Mandan a couple times. Trinity Anderson made a big difference when he came back into the lineup, and the Braves get good goaltending on a night in and night out basis. And so this is going to be a typical 4 versus 5 matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the one. I don't know. I'm curious. You know, like you said, we've called a few Mandan games this year, and you know, just to me, just an addition of you know, a player or two, what difference that can bring to your lineup. And I think, you know, the last game we called, you know, it's kind of, I would say, one of the powerhouses in Minot so far this year, and playing Mandan. But Trinity Anderson pretty much stole the show, and it was his first game back, and the amount of minutes he was able to log and really give them, you know, a couple lines up front. I thought he complimented Tate Olson very well on that second line, and you know, I think it just relieves a lot of pressure, you know, from that top line. So you know, I think it's going to be. This one's I don't know. It's, you know, you look at the numbers, like you said. I mean, Dickinson win both games. It's hard to beat a team 3 times. They always say that. I don't know why they say that, but they do.
Yeah, it's because it's hard. All right, here's your bracket. Century defeats Bottineau Rugby 2-1, and now we get set for Mandan and Dickinson, Legacy, Williston, and Minot Jamestown round out our coverage today. As let's take a look at the Mandan Braves. On the season now, the Braves are 10-9 overall, 10-8 in the West. Number 5 seeded Mandan scores it at a clip of about 3.7 a night. They give up 3.1 goals, and you know, this Ryan Family Dealership kind of preview for the Mandan Braves highlights one of the kids that I wanted to ask you about and just talk about, the all-WDA soccer kid and the goalie for the Mandan Braves, Bennett Langang. He's been good in the net all night. That's one of the better save percentages you'll find in the state at 91.2 and 2.75 goals against average. He's a wall back there for Mandan most nights.
Yeah, and I go back to the last game we called, and it's funny. I'm driving home after we got done, and Dennis Badeau, who was reffing the game, he goes, I don't know if you guys could see it from your vantage point, but that puck that went cross seam back door, he made that save, and he said it was a wide open net, and you know, out of nowhere comes the glove, and next thing you know, they win that game. So you know, at least the games that I've seen this year, I think he's been solid, and you know, you look at his numbers, they're really good. 275, anything over 90. Obviously, he's pretty well over 90, which is really good. So, you know, I think that's something that Mandan can lean on a little bit here. Is you know, the guy between the pipes.
Mandan's been to the state hockey tournament 7 times, picked up their first and only win at state in 2022, defeating Legacy 3-1 to propel the Braves to their best ever finish at state. That was a 6th place finish. The Braves head coaches are Matt Winkle and Marcel Cheetah, both second-year head coaches. Mandan, of course, the number 5 seed in the WDA. And last year, they lost to Jamestown in the tournament, and then shut out Bottineau Rugby before losing to Century in their bid to go back-to-back to the state. The Braves led by Carson Jors, Matt Heider in points, and they're certainly happy to have one Trinity Anderson back. There's a preview look brought to you by Ryan Family Dealership of the Mandan Braves. Our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show rolls on. When we come back, we'll dig into what makes the Dickinson Midgets tick. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Stay in your car for a drive-through oil change, doing about 15 minutes. Locations in Minot and Bismarck. Find us online at VIOC.com. More of our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show on the back side of this timeout. Mandan squaring off against Dickinson here in game number 2 from the WDA Boys Hockey Tournament.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Drop it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. and know the market price of the lobster.
How much is...
Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Wondering whether you need wealth management? Wealth management is a multifaceted offering that should provide opportunities for growth and security. At BNC National Bank, we pride ourselves on putting your priorities first and providing practical, objective financial advice. Our team can help you assess your goals and take stock of your assets to determine whether wealth management is right for you. Speak to a member of our team today to learn more.
Well, they let the Mandan students out early. They got a student section rocking and rolling right in front of us as we get set for Game 2. Mandan and Dickinson from the WDA Boys Hockey Tournament. Good to have you tuned into the PSP Network. Good to have you tuned into our Valvoline and Instant Oil Change pregame show. Locations in Minot and Bismarck. Find us online at VIOC.com. No appointment needed. Stay in your car for a drive-through oil change. Valvoline Instant Oil Change brings you our pregame, all of our WDA tournament broadcasts. Now let's take a look at the Dickinson Midgets. Their first-year head coach, Cass Dvorak. The Midgets were picked number 7 in the league by the West Region coaches in the preseason poll. And the home team today, and got a nice record, 13-8, the number 4 seed in the conference. And they've been to state 4 times, have the Dickinson Midgets. And looking to get back as their leading scorers and heavy lifters, one of their D-men, Caden Krieg, 31 points on the season. 2-time All-WDA hockey performer in Caden Krieg and an All-State football player, also a stalwart for the Midgets and the Rough Riders baseball teams as well. And then you got other guys that in that top line, Casey Stengel, Caden Dvorak, Kyler Blotsky, Tanner Roars, all putting up numbers in excess of 25 points. And you got an all-WDA goalie back in Bryce Cattermas. So I guess that's the place that I want to start when you talk about the Dickinson Midgets. You got an all-WDA D-man in Caden Krieg. This is as good as a kid you're going to find. And then an all-WDA goaltender in Bryce Cattermas. And so that's pretty good on the back end. It's a nice way to build a club.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably the way you want to build your foundation. I think there's... I would say if you look at the games we've called this year, I mean, he obviously sticks out on the back end. 31 points for a D-man is really, really good. So, and then you have, a West Region goalie that's, I don't know. I'm looking forward to the goalie matchup. I think it's going to be a good one. But I think it's obviously what you want between the pipes in these type of games, and a guy leading on the back end as well.
Dickinson High won both matchups this year, 5-2 in the Queen City on December 14th. Casey Stengel, 2 goals and an assist in that game. Bryce Cattermas, 25 saves. And then on January 11th, the Dickinson Midgets won 2-1 in Mandan in a shootout. And so I hear that, Lane, and I think to myself, okay, these teams have played a 2-1 shootout type game. This is tournament playoff hockey. 2 good goaltenders, Two teams that play it pretty close to the vest. I think this one sets up to be a bit of a slobber knocker. I mean, this could be a 1-0 type game.
Yeah, and some people maybe say that's maybe a boring game, and you know what? Maybe during the regular season I would agree with you, but this time of the year I think defense wins championships, good goaltending wins championships, and really playing all your systems to a T at this time of the year. I think that's why you get those tight games, those 1-0 games, those 2-1, 3-2. Good teams finding ways to win those types of games, and I think you look at these two lineups, and obviously you have those top lines on both clubs, and I would say they're very similar on paper. I think you can take the first game that we did, and maybe there was some little more depth in Century's lineup, but I think somebody, you look at this matchup today, and I say it all the time, it's a game about mistakes, but somebody's going to be probably going to be a hero here in a tight game here in a 4-5 matchup.
Well, you get the particulars getting taken care of here. Get the starting lineups, and we'll be dropping the puck here in just a moment. But this is one of these contests that you and I called a bunch of high-scoring games to start the season. This just doesn't have that feel. It just feels like this is going to be one of those games where a greasy goal or something like that is going to be the difference.
Yeah, and I don't know. Maybe you give it the on-call jinx. Maybe we're going to see a 6-5 game, right? I feel like when you have those expectations, and but usually this time of the year, it's teams they don't want to make mistakes. They try and make the right play, and teams defend well. We've seen Mandan defend well. Both guys between the pipes are obviously solid. So I would say I would agree with you. Just that's why they drop the puck, and you never know what can happen. But I think you're going to probably get a through 20 or 17 minutes. I think you'll get a pretty good feel for what we're going to have here today.
You saw your first 5 out there for the Mandan Braves. Parker Drinkson, the senior, and Caleb Olberg, the sophomore D pair. Trinity Anderson, Chance Bryson, and Tate Olson. Bryson and Anderson juniors, and Olson a senior out there first for Mandan, along with their senior netminder Bennett Langang, and their second-year head coaches, co-coaches Matt Winkle and Marshall Cheetah. For the Dickinson Midgets, we'll roll out Caden Krieg, along with Kason Grohl. Krieg, the senior, 31 points from the blue line for the Midgets. Grohl, the sophomore. And then you're going to have their big line out there. And it's going to be Caden Dvorak, Casey Stengel, and Kyler Blotsky, the captain. Blotsky, 26 points on the season. And their goalie, Bryce Cattermas, the junior, with .287 goals against average, 89.7 saves percentage. All right. Dan Durkee says, let's play hockey.
Rock and roll. Just hang on.
Let's buckle up. Our thanks to Valvoline Instant Oil Change for bringing you our pregame. We don't waste your time or ours. Technicians perform an oil change in about 15 minutes. Find us online at VIOC.com. All right. Good goaltending matchup. When you're a goalie and you know it's going to be that kind of game, does it change your approach at all?
I don't think so. I think you're trying to focus on your game, and you want to be better than the guy between the pipes. I think that was an objective that I had. Once you get to this level, you don't want to get out goaltended. You want to give your team a chance to win the game, and if you got to steal a few, then you're going to have to. But I think you got to, as mental as that position is, you got to worry about your own game and make sure that you're right between the ears.
All right, here we go. Blotsky and the Mandan Braves. Caden Dvorak up to Casey Stengel for the Midgets. Trinity Anderson turns it for Mandan. Good student section for the Braves today, huh?
Yeah, you got to love that.
We're right in the middle of it. I love it. And puck pops into the Mandan bench. Dickinson Midgets, their home whites today, outlined in black and orange. Mandan in that traditional black uniform with the white trim, white numerals. And a face-off to the glove side of the Mandan netminder, Bennett Langang. Just underway. Midgets control the draw, and a shot by Caden Krieg is knocked down out front. Krieg will hold the line. Stengel will play it. And out to center it comes to Matt Hyder for the Mandan Braves. He will roll into the midget zone. Sharp angle shot. Cattermas had that one going to the side of the cage. Jors in there battling the top line out there now for Mandan. Braves trying to establish some zone time here. And out to center it comes. It'll be played right back in by Mason Brew. I checked that was Cameron Beaver. It was one of the killer bees back there, Beaver or Brew. And Bryce Cattermas just falls on it. Stopping the action brought to you by Minot State. Minot State University, be seen, be heard, be you. Just underway, 16:07 to play first period. 4-seeded Dickinson High against the 5-seeded Mandan High School. Played to a shootout the last two times. These two teams played as Gross plays it ahead for the Dickinson High Midgets. Chasing in after it is Jackson Zeitz. Gross has a stick on it underneath the goal line. Tries to center it out front. It pops out to the line, held in temporarily there by Brooks Hauk. Parker drinks and mishandles it. Dickinson with an opportunity. Mandan just likes to wall things up in front. And now it comes back into the defensive zone of the Midgets. I expect a lot of action at the perimeter today. And just like that, we almost had a 2-on-1. Yeah. Just the way Mandan plays and what I've seen of Dickinson, they have similar styles. They like to keep everything to the exterior, clean up the front area in front of their two goaltenders. And I think grade A opportunities will be at a premium. Shot wide for the Midgets. Played back at the line. Krieg held it in. Mason Brew comes out to Chance Bryson. Bryson rolls into the zone with Tate Olson. Tried to center it to Olson, and it's sent harmlessly to the corner. And now to center come the Midgets. Krieg's kind of all over the place. He's a D-man, but he's forechecking.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a guy, big guy that skates well. Kind of seen that early on here. Probably give him a little freedom when you're, a guy back there that has 31 points, the D-man. Usually they're pretty offensive, so.
Yeah, is that kind of the situation you saw with like a guy like Max Vig last year for Century?
Yeah, I mean, he would take the puck and basically fly all himself at times, so probably the same thing for him.
Draw one by the Midgets. Sent on net there by Tanner Roars. Of course, you got a few guys from Dickinson High playing on the runner-up football team for the Trinity Titans. Tanner Roars was one of them. 14 minutes to play and a scoreless first period. Mandan gets it in deep. Digging in there was their leading goal scorer, Matt Hyder. Couldn't get any stick on it. And the Midgets look to break it out. Logan Gross plays it at center. He's banged off the puck. And Olberg plays it for Mandan. Jors back to collect. And the Braves get organized in their own end. Just one shot on goal so far, and that was by the Mandan Braves. The Midgets looking to answer. Instead, it's cleared out of there. And down the ice it goes. And today's icing is going to be brought to you by Planet Pizza. Try the Blue Buffalo or the plain cheese at Planet Pizza. Your mouth and belly will thank you. Planet Pizza, serving the Magic City for over 25 years. Pretty close to the vest thus far.
Yeah, you weren't wrong so far. You didn't have the broadcaster jinx.
Nope. This is not going to be racehorse hockey in this one. You will not have 2-on-1s and 3-on-2s the whole night, I have a feeling. Puck comes out to the red line. Played by the Midgets. Case and Grohl couldn't control it. Now it's on the stick of Caden Krieg. He will fire it in. Glove down there by Brew. Gets it over to Langang, and now you get a developing opportunity for Tate Olson. Olson poke checked off the puck. Gets it in deep to Trinity Anderson. Mandan glad to have him back in the lineup as he handles it. And a low shot popping up in the air as Cattermas had a hard time with that shot from the line by Cameron Beaver. I don't think Cattermas knew where that was.
Yeah, it went up.
Those ones that go straight up in the air. Now a wicked wrister there for Langang. Blocker save as Mandan gets a chance in the slot from Chance Bryson. The Braves were buzzing there for a moment, and Cattermas was up to the task. You just don't anticipate as a goalie those ones going straight up above your head, right?
Yeah, and then if there's traffic, you lose it, and you're trying to find it.
Bodies flying right in front of our vantage point. Two teams have come to play and come to hit today. Midgets hold the line. Brooks Hout keeps it in. Pinching in there is Roars, gets a glove on it. Steered out of there by the Mandan Braves. Tucker Horner couldn't establish possession, is dumped right back in by the Midgets. Logan Gross on the chase. Roars at the line. Wrist shot low, redirected out front. Sent just wide there by Shaden Jackson Zeitz on the redirect. Mandan comes out of there with Kraus. Now they drop a pass. Horner fires, and that got deflected in front off a skate. Now a shot from the near side wall for Mason Brew. Steered to the corner by Cattermas. And good action thus far. Mandan's had the better of the chances here early on. 11:25 to play in a scoreless first period. Game 2 of the WDA Boys Hockey Tournament. Good to have you on the PSP Network today. Todd Domrys alongside Lane Sedevy. Good to have John Haugen. Nick Hulberg patrolling here at the VFW today as the Midgets backhanded in with Colton Cooper. And right on the doorstep of Bennett Langang, and he will cover it up. Kind of throwing a few jabs, a little feeling out process.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's supposed to be your closest matchup, right? You're 4-5, so I think you've seen that so far.
Offensive zone draw there, won by the Midgets. They got their top line out there, but they can't hold the zone. Krieg will retreat. Where's the A on his sweater? Does Caden Krieg. Taken away by Jors. Pop back into the zone for Mandan. Out to center it comes. Mandan right back to Jors. Now you get Heider from the right dot. Tried to center it, hits a stick. Out to the line, Parker Drinkson will step in. His shot blocked. Puck pops up straight up into the air as Caden Dvorak and Olberg say hello. An early afternoon greeting. Mandan has Jors now right out front. Heider tries to leave it for Olberg, and nobody can get any wood on a shot. Matt Heider's shot steered to the side by Cattermas. Both goalies squaring things up right now for their respective teams as Logan Gross fires a shot wide of Bennett Langang. Under 10 to play, period 1. Parker Drinkson, the D-man, along with Heider, and Mandan couldn't get on sides. Today's game brought to you in part by Northern Plains Heating and Air. 25 years experience as your heating and air experts. You can find them online at northern-plains.com. Today's game also brought to you in part by Ryan Family Dealership. Trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com or visit one of their locations in Minot and Williston. No score on your BNC Bank scoreboard with 9:40 to play in the contest. Not in the contest, in the first period, I beg your pardon. Teen Olsen will power it in for Mandan. Roars plays it for the Midgets. And they try to get it to Drew Spence on for Dickinson High. Still made it out at center, and it's played back now by Cameron Beaver. Mandan a little sloppy on the exit that time. Couldn't get an outlet going. Dickinson High has it in the zone. Low wrist shot steered to the corner there by Langang. Kaysen Grohl put that on net for the Midgets. Now centered out front, taken away by Trinity Anderson. Back comes Mandan. Tate Olson got some speed. Tries to slip through the defense there of Kaysen Grohl. Couldn't do it. Mandan is outshot. Dickinson High 5-1 here early on. As Parker drinks and collects in the Mandan end. His pass tipped. And I get a hand pass. And a break in the action. Hey fans, today's game brought to you in part by Prestwich Orthodontics, specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. Enjoy professional treatment in a fun, relaxed atmosphere. Check them out at minotbraces.com. Drive to the glove side of Bryce Cattermas in the Dickinson D zone. Mandan and the Midgets bottled up. Midgets try to break it out. And they do get it up ahead to Tanner Roars. Turning back now, Mandan gets a chance. Oh, right out front. Trinity Anderson got it on the stick of Bryson, and his shot went high. Dickinson looking to Logan Gross. Instead, Mandan right back with Braden Krause. Oh, nice slippery move, but he lost the puck. Official shaking his head. Little hit on the far side wall. No penalties thus far. Pretty close to the vest.
Yeah, it's... I don't think there's going to be... I think you're right. You never know if it's going to be a high-scoring game or not, but I don't see that too many grade A chances are going to be had here tonight.
Matt Hyder, the leading goal scorer for Mandan, whistles one through the blue paint. Right back on net, trying to get it on the stick from Brady Langane, trying to get it to Hyder again as he was camped out on the doorstep. Hyder will retreat it to Beaver. Dickinson High on the forecheck with their top line out there. And it's sent back in. Well, the Midgets have it on the stick of Caden Dvorak, and he turns and burns. Lost the puck. Hyder takes it away. Hyder caught Midgets on a change, and his wrist shot whistles high and wide. Mandan. Brew will just pop it right back in. Played there by Kaysen Grohl. Nudges it along. Tried to get it ahead to Blotsky. Taken away by Mandan. They center it. Nobody home. And here comes Dickinson High with 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes to play in the first period. Harmless shot there, sent on goal by Grohl. On goal by Grohl. Say that 5 times fast. Jors, leading point man for Mandan, tried to get it out of the zone, couldn't do it. Bachmeyer back to play it. Jors shovels it out to Hyder. Tried to chip it ahead to Trinity Anderson. Hyder now backhands it. Played there by the Midgets. Sent back in. Logan Gross, he's been active. His backhand shot just about hit somebody on the back post. It was almost an own goal. There was nobody with Gross on that Midget rush. Mandan gets a shot from Tate Olson. That one went high into the plexiglass. Mandan with a little takeaway. Cleared out of there. Now it's still back in the slot. Bryson couldn't get a stick on it. Wheeled out of there by the Midgets. Gross will just dump it in, and the Midgets get a new 5. Shot on net there by Colton Cooper of the Midgets. Steered away by Langgang. I think Drew Spence took that one off the lid as Tate Olson tried to play it, and instead it goes into the Dickinson High bench. Hey fans, today's game brought to you in part by Serve Pro. 24/7 emergency service, trained technicians, fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. Today's game also brought to you in part by WRT. High-speed action and co-op cash with WRT, your local broadband internet service provider. Shots are 5-2 in favor of the Mandan Braves. Then you get Krause kicked out of the dot. Blotsky, check that, Skalski will come in there. Midgets win the draw. And Krieg's shot from the blue line. Knocked to the side. Langgang steers that shot from the dots to the corner. Oh, now Krieg with a one-timer in the slot, and Bennett Langgang smothers that. That was the grade A chance of the game so far.
Yeah, that's the one you're looking for that hopefully doesn't go in the breadbasket, but that was a good look, that's for sure.
I like the Mandan student section. They don't ever sit down either. Oh, love it. Grohl's shot steered to the corner, redirected in front, sent right back in by the Midgets. Down to 4 minutes to play in a scoreless first period on your BNC Bank scoreboard. And taken away. And Mandan pops it right back in with Mason Brew and Cameron Beaver on the blue line. Jors in there jostling along with Renner. Comes back out to the line to Brew. To Renner. Looking for Jors, couldn't get it to him. Mason Brew holds it in. Now Cameron Beaver gives it off to Hyder. Back to Beaver. High shots. Couldn't tell if Cattermas got a piece of that or if it just went high and wide off the stick of the Mandan Braves. Logan Gross back for the Midgets. Bennett Langgang's been up to the task for the Mandan Braves in net. Both goalies have been up to the task thus far. Now you get a couple guys tangled up, both looking at the official like, hey, you want to do something about this? Here comes Trinity Anderson. He will fire. And Cattermas collects. That's the best thing the goalies have done so far is there have been no real second chances.
Yeah, and I think that's where you look at these two teams. I mean, they defend well, they have numbers, protect the middle of the ice. I mean, that's where there might be a mistake here or there that gives up a grade A chance, but I mean, to me, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at, guys that are willing to go to the net and find a rebound. I think I would say that's how, the majority of the goals are going to be scored.
Drawn to Dickinson D zone and sent into the midget bench. I'll tell you today's game brought to you in part by the UPS store, located on South Broadway in Minot, in the Marketplace Foods Plaza. They're there for all your packing and shipping needs. And now on the stick side of Bryce Cattermas, get Chance Bryson and Kyler Blotsky on the draw. Stalemated and sent into the corner. Mandan out to the line. Ulberg to Olsen, tries to center it to Bryson. Dickinson High takes it away. And leading it in is Tanner Roars. Roars plays it in deep. And now back on the stick of Caden Dvorak, who sends it right back in. Dickinson High gets a new 5 out there. And Mandan breaks out with Parker Drinkson. He's walled off the puck by Caden Krieg. Almost taken away by the Braves. Now it is. Drinkson trying to get it to a redirect for Trinity Anderson. Oh, that was close. Instead, it was a blocker save for Bryce Cattermas as Anderson couldn't redirect it. Now he got a developing chance for the Midgets, and it skipped over the stick of Logan Gross. And now it's opening up a little bit. And now you got a whistle. Penalty coming. Logan Gross got taken off his skates, and Mandan is going in the box. And it'll be Brady Langgang going in 2 minutes for tripping. Well, first power play opportunity of the night goes to the Dickinson Midgets. It'll be one of those that spans 2 periods if they do not convert here in the next 1 minute and 48 seconds. 1:48 to play first period. Dickinson on the man advantage. They get a shot from the right dot by Caden Dvorak, and that's snared with the catcher's mitt by Bennett Langgang. Dickinson High wins the draw. Stengel on the far wall. Gets organized on the man advantage. Roars to the high slot. Now to Krieg. Krieg back to Roars. Roars, one-timer, and a goal! Casey Stengel, back of the net. That looked like how Alex Ovechkin scores about 90% of his goals.
It was a nice goal. I mean, they set it up right away. They had good possession. They moved it around, and he one touches a puck, and it's in the back of the net.
Man advantage pays off for the Midgets. Casey Stengel, his 19th goal of the season. Two D-men gets assists. Tanner Roars and Caden Krieg, a power play goal for Casey Stengel, his 23rd of the season. Check that. Stengel's 19th goal of the season, I beg your pardon, 29th point. Under a minute to play first period. Dickinson High on top, 1-0 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. Mandan can't hold the zone. Midgets right out in front. Langang had a save and is cleared out of there by Drinkson. That thing was just dangling in the blue paint. Another shot from a sharp angle by Roars. And the Midgets with some zone time here to end period number 1. They keep holding it in the line. Now it's popped up in the air. Brooks Hauk looking to put a shot on net. And now it pops out to center. Down to 10 seconds in the period. Quick return to Drew Spence. Spence will fire it in deep, and with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, that's the way period number 1 will go into the books. A power play tally for Casey Stengel is our goal in period number 1, and the number 4 seeded Dickinson Midgets lead by a tally, and we'll send it into our planning team. No, that's not quite yet. We'll get to that after the game. How about our Magic Towing intermission report? Remember the number. Call Magic Towing when you need to tow. 701-509-4011. Magic Towing, serving Western North Dakota. End of period number 1. BNC Bank scoreboard. Dickinson 1, Mandan 0. Magic Towing intermission report comes up next on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by... This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day. When facing disaster. PSP Network. It's game day.
But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. it's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Pretty close to the vest. Casey Stengel. I wonder if his folks were New York Yankees fans. Casey Stengel was the manager for the New York Yankees in the 50s when they won all those world championships. As soon as I saw that name on the roster, I'm like, oh, these guys are Bronx Bomber fans.
That's before I was born. I got no insight on that. Is that like Shoeless Joe? If you build it, they will come.
There you go. Shoeless Joe Jackson.
I mean, I don't know. Just throwing it out there. That is one stadium, though. I was able to go to the Wrigley Field and Fenway, and I wish the old Yankee Stadium was still there to go to that park.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. It's our Magic Towing intermission report. No job too big or too small. Magic Towing, 701-509-4011. Magic Towing serving Western North Dakota. Dickinson on top. 1 zip. We'll get to the numbers here in just a second, but I guess just some overall thoughts from period number 1. Hey, you get a power play, you get in the box, and credit to the midgets for taking advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about the whole period, how tight this game was going to be, and I think the one part that we forgot to talk about was special teams. I think it's, if you're going to get a grade A scoring chance, that's where it's going to be on. So, I think Dixon does a really good job. They get it set up. They get it from high to low, and it's a nice one-timer goal in the back of the net. So, I think at least through 17 minutes, scoring chances were at a premium, and that's going to be something to watch. Is going to want to stay disciplined and stay out of the box.
In case you missed it earlier, and here's our schedule for the remainder of the week. Of course, we're here today at the WDA Hockey Tournament. Opening round contests. We'll get that schedule and that bracket in just a second. As also tomorrow, in addition to semifinal and loser out games from the WDA Hockey Tournament, we will have Legacy and Mandan. That one should be fun. The final games at the Mandan High School Gymnasium as the new school open up next fall. So a lot of pomp and circumstance will follow that contest. And a big one up in Minot. Century and Minot High in a girls and boys basketball doubleheader. And then Friday, you got 2 state qualifying games and the WDA Hockey Championship. Catch it all right here on the PSP Network. And hey, it's your postseason hub. The PSP Network proud to bring you the WDA Hockey Tournament. Girls Region 4 tournament up in Minot. The state qualifying A and B girls qualifiers. The WDA Girls and Boys Basketball Tournament, Region 3 and Region 4 Division B Boys Tournament, and the AB Regional from Forebears in Newtown. Find us on the PSP Network if you want postseason action, high school athletics in North Dakota. We're here to promote local athletes. Take a time out. We'll come back and dig into the numbers. Dickinson High leading 1-0 in our first intermission in the 4 versus 5 matchup. The 4-seeded midgets leading by a goal.
When it comes to your car, you need someone you can trust. Someone who cares about your safety, your budget, and your peace of mind. At Trusted Tire and Auto, trust is more than just a word. It's at the heart of everything we do. We're a local business, owned and operated by people who live and work in this community. And we believe that by building relationships based on trust and care, we can make our community a better place to live and drive. Trusted Tire and Auto, where trust, care, and community meet on the road.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I pick Carson Wentz. I pick Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team, like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Oh, look at that. Upside down, you're turning me. Inside out. I'm going to get that fixed real quick here, folks. It wasn't upside down, Lane. It was just, this is the first time I'm using Nick's computer. There we go. Apologies for those technical difficulties right there, folks. As Nick, you got that set on replay? No? So there's a time-lapse video. You're going to see 4 shots here together. This is when the compressors were coming in. This is the new First International Bank and Trust rink here, and now they're putting the final concrete on there. And then you get the bleachers in and all the stuff getting in for the heating and air. And then the last one you're going to see, the actual boards are up, and it's getting close.
It is. I think they're. I don't want to step over boundaries here, but I think they may be putting ice in right now.
Yeah, it could be.
I know it's very close.
That was from 2 days ago, so good to give you a look at that. The action here. You got the main rink that we're in right now. You got the H.A. Thompson and Sons rink. Then you got the First International Bank and Trust rink that's being built as an add-on here at the VFW Sports Center. Dickinson leads 1-0 in our first intermission. Casey Stengel has the goal for the Midgets, and it's our Magic Towing intermission report. No job too big or too small. It's Magic Towing. Put this number in your phone right now, 701-509-4011. Magic Towing serving Western North Dakota. All right, let's take a look at the Ryan Family Dealership numbers from the first period. Nobody knows your vehicle better than the certified techs at Ryan Family Dealership. No matter what kind of vehicle you're on, you can trust your repairs to folks at Ryan Family Dealerships. All right, Dickinson on top, 1-0. Shots are even, 8 apiece. Saves, 8 for Bryce Cattermas, 7 for Bennett Langang. And the biggest thing on the board right there, Lane, is 1 for 1 on the power play. You get an opportunity and you cash it in if you're the Dickinson Midgets.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, like I said, it's probably the one area we didn't touch on that was, going to be an area where you could create, quality scoring chances on the power play. And, I felt like maybe Mandan had the puck more, maybe dictated play a little bit more, but really it was pretty even. I think other than the power play goal for Dickinson that didn't take very long, it's a difference in the hockey game right now.
Yeah, they went on the power play with 1:48 to play in period number 1, and as you said, it only took them 14 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get it set up right away. They got it where, they wanted their guys and moved it around. And, usually when you do that, you at least get the look that you want to get. And in their case, it finds the back of the net.
All right, give us a quick glimpse into what's upcoming for the Bismarck Bobcats. I think you guys are on the road at Aberdeen this weekend.
Yeah, we haven't played Aberdeen since October, which is, I guess, kind of crazy when you think about it. We've had a lot of success against them. I think we're 4-0 against them this year, but they're starting to play really good hockey, and we haven't lost in our last 10 games. So in regulation, a 9-game win streak was our third longest win streak, I believe, in the franchise history at 9. We lost in overtime on Saturday night, but, we've been playing some good hockey. So I think it's going to be a really good test for us. We go on the road this weekend against Aberdeen, and then we're home against Aberdeen the following weekend.
A little home and away.
Yeah, pretty much.
No one in between?
Nope.
Sweet. Well, those always get testy by the time it's like the 4th game in a row against somebody.
Yeah, it's a big rivalry, too. I think Minot's probably our best rivalry, but Aberdeen's right there with them.
All right, fans, thanks to Magic Towing for bringing you our intermission report. I'm going to take that off the sheet because it says halftime/intermission. And that riles up the hockey faithful whenever I say that. Magic Towing, call them when you need a tow. Serving Western North Dakota, 701-509-4011. Magic Towing, serving Western North Dakota. There's the Mandan student section, getting fired up. All right, folks, second period comes up next. BNC Bank scoreboard as we wrap up our first intermission. Dickinson 1, Mandan 0. We'll drop the puck in period number 2 when we come back here on the PSP Network.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
I always get a kick out of it. Teams come out of the locker room late, and then you're on the basketball court, you hoist up one shot. Here you skate around your end twice, and then boom, they're dropping the puck.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't usually get that. I mean, there's got to be some stretching and stuff going on in the locker room, hopefully, because otherwise you've been sitting there for 15 minutes. You're probably just rolling right back on it.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't a lot of stretching that goes on. I think that's why you patrol your locker room a little bit, make sure guys are focused, talking about the game, making sure they're involved.
Period number 2 underway. Dickinson had it on the stick of Casey Stengel, our lone goal scorer, and now it turns into a 2-on-1. Here comes Mandan right through the wickets of Logan Renner. Looking out front to Renner. Mandan on the forecheck. Dickinson tries to escape the zone, can't do it. And now Caden Dvorak will wheel it out of there. Comes up to center and will send it in. Mandan sends it to the near side. Caden Krieg in the slot. Blatsky couldn't get a one-timer. Mandan overskates it. Now they get it onto the stick of Carson Jors, their leading point man. The Braves have been held in check here. Just 8 shots on goal for Mandan in period number 1. Not really too many grade A chances for Mandan either. Logan Gross got some speed. Tough angle shot, and he's bodied off the puck there nicely by Tate Olson. And now here comes Mandan. Developing 2-on-1. Shoots! Save for Bryce Cattermas. Chance Bryson denied from the right dot. I don't know, was there an opportunity to throw that across to a streaking Trinity Anderson?
I don't know. I think it's tough. I mean, I think you've seen Mandan actually have, 2 2-on-1s here in the last 2 minutes, the opening of this frame of the second period. But I think they're obviously far and few between. You got to execute on those chances.
15:35 to play. Period number 2. Mandan down by a goal. Braves throw it out front. Trinity Anderson throws it right back out in the zone. Bryson on the chase. Trinity Anderson, high shot. Handled there by Cattermas. Into the near side corner. Mandan can't hold the line, but they send it right back in. Now here comes the Dickinson Midgets. Shaden Jackson Zeitz will drop it in. Played there by Drew Spence. Oh, and he's tattooed. Big hit there by Parker Drinkson. Let's see if that gets the Mandan faithful going. Well, at least it gets a "Who's Your Daddy" chant. Caden Krieg steamrolls back in. Oh, went for the top shelf. Sent that over the net. Shots in favor now of Mandan, 10-8. Almost a takeaway by the Midgets. Turn there by Tucker Horner. Turn right back by the Midgets. Easton Hugelin has a chance at it. Midgets on a change. They'll send Blotsky in on the chase. Tucker Horner had it skip off his stick. Played there by Kaysen Grohl, I beg your pardon. And right back into the Mandan zone. 14 minutes to play, period 2. Dickinson on top, 1-0. Been 2 close games here in the afternoon. You know what that means. That means tonight it's going to be 8-1. 8-1 and 7-0. I'm just joking. We didn't say who was going to win.
You just jinxed the shutout, so it's not going to be 7-0.
Oh. See, there you go again, talking about me jinxing shutouts. You're the one who said shutout. So you see now, I think that would have been funny if Cattermas would have let that one in right there from about 90 feet. Well, there's some hitting going on. Bachmeyer and Jackson Zeitz exchanging pleasantries at center ice. Mandan looks for an outlet to Jors. Dickinson high sends it right back in. Under 13 to play in period 2. Grohl holds the line. Logan Gross tries the center and one-timer for Spence. Couldn't get any wood on it. Now it's taken away by the Braves. Matt Hyder will carry in with Renner. Hyder goes to the drag around the defense, centers, and Renner had it knocked away before he could get a stick on it. Quick return. Here comes Caden Krieg. How does he turn from defense to offense so fast?
That's usually what those offensive guys can do. They and a lot of it has to do with them making good decisions with the puck when they get ahead of the play and taking care of it. Allows them to get back.
Chopped out to center ice, bangs up a couple skates, and sent right back in behind the net of the cage master, Bennett Langang. 2 goalies have been up to the task. Langang and Cattermas were settled into a 1-0 pitcher's duel here. This is about kind of the way the game started. First 5-6 of the game, minutes of the game are pretty close to, maybe except for those couple 2-on-1s that Mandan had earlier in the second. It's pretty close to the way the game started. Dickinson holds it in with Blotsky. Brady Langang out to Tate Olson. Now to Trinity Anderson. Puck battle there, won by Tanner Roars of the Midgets. Mandan will turn it and send it in, and that's going to be icing today. Minor fans, Tyler Hagan Photography will be your official photographer for the West Region Hockey Tournament. Find him on his social media, buy some action shots. From the West Region Hockey Tournament, today's game also brought to you in part by Shields of Minot and Bismarck. Present the Player of the Week on the PSP Network. Vote for it. And Shields of Minot and Bismarck proud to support PSP's mission of supporting local athletes. I think did that get redirected?
Yep.
That's pretty good reactions there for Bennett Langang as that was on net.
tip somewhere in the middle there.
10-10, the shot's dead even. Dickinson leads by a goal. Olberg will retreat for the Braves. Gets it over to Parker Drinkson. Back to Olberg. Under the goal line, 2 D-men just kind of play catch and look for an outlet. Now Drinkson out to neutral ice. And into the midget bench it goes. We can tell you that today's game also brought to you in part by ServPro. 24/7 emergency service, trained technicians, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's ServPro. This game also brought to you in part by WRT. Enjoy high-speed action and co-op cash. WRT, your local broadband internet service provider. Oh, that's the first chicken dance of the year.
Nothing better than student section.
Trinity Anderson tries to get it over to Tate Olson. Mandan's just getting bottled up in their own end. Dickinson doing a nice job of kind of plugging up that center ice area. And now you got a foot race. Going to be won there by Blotsky. Jors was closing in on him for the Braves. Now you get the captain, Tate Olson, in there digging away. Dickinson comes out of there with it, with Casey Stengel, who's got the lone tally of the contest today. Gets it up ahead to Krieg. Krieg looks to center, back to Dvorak. Sails harmlessly through the slot. Shot on net. Langang steers that to the corner. Played behind the net by Bachmeyer to Trinity Anderson. Oh, that was almost coming right up by our cameras. As Krieg back to get it for the midgets. Just about threw it into the Mandan guys who were changing, and that would have been too many men on the ice. Does anybody ever try to do that on purpose?
Oh, yeah.
All the time?
Yeah. It's a smart play.
There's a one-timer in the slot just wide for Jackson Zeitz. He tries to corral it on the near side wall. Tanner Roars will hold it in. Logan Gross pinching in. Gross has it on his stick, and then it's poked away. Mandan plugging up the front of the net. And they almost get Tate Olson. Now it's back on Olson's stick. Tate will come in, fire, and that's blocked. D-man got a piece of it. And back comes Drew Spence. Midgets enter the Mandan zone. Spence from the slot, high shot. Hit something and went straight up in the air. Colton Cooper back to the line. Grohl holds the line. Midgets got it in deep, and Mandan just escapes with an icing. Northern Plains Heating and Air has got 25 years experience as your heating and air experts. You can find them online at northern-plains.com. Today's game also brought to you in part by Planet Pizza. No pizza like it. Mouth and belly will thank you. Been serving the Magic City for over 25 years. Draw on the Mandan end. One back to Caden Krieg. Krieg will shovel it to Dvorak. Blotsky plays it deep. He's bodied off the puck. Nice play there by Olberg. Oh, now it's loose out front. Shot, rebound, score! Out in front, and Caden Dvorak didn't miss it. Turnovers will kill you.
Yeah, and it was I felt like Dickinson was trying to run a set face-off play there almost. I feel like they've won a lot of draws early on here, but it kind of got Mandan running around a little bit in their D zone. Then they had no net front coverage and touched on it, but you get bodies around the net and good things will happen. Find a rebound.
Caden Dvorak with his 14th goal of the season. Get the assist. I think Blotsky has an assist. As mentioned, Dvorak has his 14th goal of the season. Casey Stengel has an assist to go along with his goal. Blatsky didn't get an assist. Dvorak from Stengel. Dickinson had another grade A chance there just a moment ago. Well, now down 2. Mandan will start pressing the issue, and here comes Logan Renner. Check that. That was Kraus. Rebound off a Kraus shot. And now the goalie just...
Delay game.
Yeah, that's a hand in the air. I think Cattermas just pushed it off the pegs, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever do that in your playing career?
No, I mean, I've seen it done. It's, if these were not pro pegs and they weren't drilled into the cement, it's a lot easier to push the net off. You see him pushing the net off there, you can tell he's, when you got good at it when they weren't pro pegs like this, where they're drilled into the cement, you could raise your arm going in the post and it would push the pegs off pretty. How do they make that call? This one's way too obvious with these pegs. I mean, you can see how they're drilled in. They have to put them into concrete.
Sure.
And then, I mean, they're breakaways, but they're what all the NHL rinks have. And these are,
you gotta try.
Yeah, you gotta basically lift the net off and throw it off.
Which is pretty much what Bryce Cattermas just did. First power play of the afternoon for the Mandan Braves. Could be just what the doctor ordered for the aforementioned Braves, down by 2. Here, midway through the second period. Now they can't hold the line. Ulberg bobbled it a bit. Drinkson will get it over to Hyder. He's out there with Jors and Renner. Back into the zone comes Parker Drinkson. Mandan will get set up on the man advantage. And now they lose it again. It's been one of those afternoons so far for the Mandan Braves. And now you get Hyder steaming in. Matt Hyder drives right to the net. Sticked off the puck and sent it right back down by the Dickinson Midgets. Tough to change when you on the opposite ends here, as Dickinson got a fresh PK unit out there, however. And they've killed off half of the man advantage for the Braves. Poke off the stick there of Cameron Beaver. Mandan trying to get organized. Tate Olson and escapes the zone. Mandan hasn't even been able to get it set up, but here comes Olson. Check that, Trinity Anderson wheeling in. Backhander shoot off the side of the cage. Olson now gets the man advantage set up. Back to Anderson. Back to Trinity Anderson in the slot. He's tripped up, and they're going off.
They need to give him the puck 5-on-3 here.
Yep.
They need to give him the puck.
Mandan has sent Langgang into the box. Shot was blocked by Dickinson. They didn't touch it, however. Now Mandan still has to tag up. They got the 6-on-4 right now. Another penalty upcoming and a delayed call. We'll have Mandan with a 5-on-3 for 9 seconds.
It's a lot of time wasted. I know you want to get the goalie out, but to me, 6-on-4 is nothing like
5-on-3.
Your 5-on-3. I mean, they would have a 31-second 5-on-3 opportunity, which is 30 seconds is a lot.
Well, you get 5-on-3 for 9 seconds. This is an important draw in the midget D zone. Jors lost the draw and it gets sent all the way down. So you get another 2 minutes of a man advantage for the Mandan Braves with 5:30 to play in period number 2. Dickinson on top, 2-zip. And Drinkson will carry in. Sets up the power play for the Braves. Up top, Ulberg. Near side to Hyder. Hyder in the slot, tipped. Jors tipped it over the net. Jors plays it back. And a wrist shot from distance for Drinkson will be sent down the ice by the Dickinson Midgets. Well, Mandan's going to have almost 4 minutes of a power play here, and most of it has been uninspiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dickinson's doing a really good job. They're pressuring. They're not allowing them to get set up for the most part.
Mandan enters the zone, and the Midgets are going to clear it out. Trinity Anderson has to retreat and let his teammates tag up with 45 seconds on the man advantage. Mandan, Blotsky gets it to Olsen. Now the Braves get set up. Shot out front. No redirect on it, and Cattermas pad save. Stuck out that right pillow. As now you get it to Anderson in the slot. Shoot. Tipped out front. As Blotsky had his twig tied up, and he couldn't get a rebound opportunity. Trinity Anderson flying back into the zone. Slams on the brakes. Dickinson has been a nice job of pressuring this. There's a seam pass, nobody home. And the Midgets have burned off 2 consecutive 2-minute penalties for the Mandan Braves. Or the Braves, I beg your pardon, were twice on the man advantage. Dickinson burned them both up. Bouncing puck behind the net. Jackson Zeitz in there. As Mandan now plays behind the net. Also, Hodgson's on there for the Midgets. Roars at center with an even 3 to play here in period number 2. Dickinson leading 2-0 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. And you get an icing. Sent down by the Midgets. Today's icing brought to you by Minot State University. 96% of their Minot State grads continuing their education or employed MSU grads get jobs, period. Shots still in favor of the Midgets, 15-13. And the most important number is the Midgets lead 2-0. Here comes Blotsky. He's got Stengel with him. Tried to center it back to Blotsky. Mandan turns it. And here comes Matt Hyder. Back check there by the Midgets. And sending it in deep is the Mandan Braves. Bachmeyer comes out of there with it. Low shot from the point by Beaver. Langang can't keep it in the zone. The Mandan's just frustrated. You can just see, you can just tell their body language, their facial expressions, their kind of just how they're carrying themselves. They've been bottled up here by the Midgets. And you get Blotsky carrying in. Oh, I wish I could tell you what's going on in that near side corner, but sometimes I can't see it. Down to 90 seconds to play, period number 2. Tate Olson dumps it in with Trinity Anderson. Lurking out front is Brody Skalski. Beaver shoots. That's blocked out in front. Check that. It was Drinkson with the shot. Drinkson has it back on his stick. Whiffed on it as he tried to send it in. Kraus looking to play it. Mandan has it on the stick of Chance Bryson. Back to Drinkson. Brew. Dickinson just done a nice job here in a couple different areas. One, every time it seems like Mandan tries to break this thing out, there's somebody from Dickinson getting in the way. It just has not been clean for Mandan to get out of their own zone today.
Yeah, I mean, through 2 periods here and 42 seconds left, Dickinson has made all the simple plays that make playing against a team really difficult. They're not forcing, they're not trying to do too much. They're taking what's given, and they're doing a really good job with it.
They get a puck that floats harmlessly through the slot. Mandan tries to get it ahead to Tucker Horner. And flying in there is Kraus. Down to 20 seconds to play, period number 2. Logan Gross bodied up there by Brew. Chance Bryson. Shot opportunity there for the Midgets is blocked. Gross holds it in, and that will be the end of period number 2. And the Midget faithful rise to their feet with a round of applause for the kids from the Queen City as they lead by 2 after 2. Magic Towing Intermission Report comes up next. At the end of 2, Dickinson 2, Mandan zip. Back with more after this timeout on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins. your agents with answers in Mandan.
All right, back at the VFW on our Magic Towing intermission report. Magic Towing, give those folks a call. They love to serve Western North Dakota. No job too big or too small. Magic Towing intermission report. You can call them at 701-509-4011. Magic Towing second intermission report as Dickinson leads 2-0. They killed off 4 minutes of Mandan power play there in that second period. Bryce Cattermas doing the number in the net for the Dickinson Midgets. Just good scheme. I mean, that's the best way to put it. Midgets have been assignment sharp thus far in the contest.
Yeah, I feel like after watching them through 2 periods, it's almost like they lull you to sleep a little bit. Like I said, they make simple plays. They take what's given. I don't think they've had a lot of really team hasn't had a lot of really, really good scoring chances both ways, but they score on the power play and then they get a puck in front and they have bodies around it and they cash in. But they don't give up much. They make the simple 5-foot pass. They're not trying to beat guys one-on-one that I feel like we've watched other teams try and do. They get the puck deep, they go to work, and they make you earn it. And that's, I think, I feel like Mandan's going to have to be, or their game plan is going to maybe have to switch here. They're going to try and to me, they're going to have to get ultra aggressive. They're going to have to, try and create turnovers and really, send the kitchen sink here in the third period to get something going to get to the interior of the ice.
Upcoming schedule on the PSP Network. Of course, you got 2 more games left here from today's WDA hockey tournament. You got Legacy and Williston. That'll drop the puck at about 5 o'clock in that one. And then you got the nightcap tonight, Minot and Jamestown. Tomorrow we'll be right back here at the VFW for loser out and semifinal action from the VFW and the WDA hockey tournament. You got a couple doubleheaders in basketball, Legacy at Mandan as they say farewell to Mandan Braves Gymnasium. Last home game there for the Braves. And you got a big one up in Minot as Centuries at Minot. And then on Saturday, you got 2 loser out, or check that, 2 state qualifying games. Now they'd be loser out as well, I guess you can call it that. And the WDA championship as our coverage begins at 11 o'clock both Friday and Saturday here on the PSP Network. All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll come back and dig into the numbers. We'll break down the second period action as the Midgets lead by 2. 2-0. Dickinson over Mandan on your BNC Bank scoreboard. Second intermission continues after this timeout on the PSP Network.
When it comes to your car, you need someone you can trust. Someone who cares about your safety, your budget, and your peace of mind. At Trusted Tire and Auto, trust is more than just a word. It's at the heart of everything we do. We're a local business, owned and operated by people who live and work in this community. And we believe that by building relationships based on trust and care, we can make our community a better place to live and drive. Trusted Tire and Auto, where trust, care, and community meet on the road.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I pick Carson Wentz. I pick Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football, just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team, like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Could have John Haugen running the cameras for us today. Nick Holberg producing. Dickinson leading 2-0 over Mandan. It's our second intermission brought to you by Magic Towing. No job too big or too small. Magic Towing serving Western North Dakota. Proud intermission sponsor on the PSP Network. Hey, as you're scanning the student section, here's Jersey Day for the Mandan Braves student section. What's the best jersey you got at home in the Sedivy locker room?
I don't have a lot of I have a lot of jerseys when I played, but that doesn't I can't go there. I had when my uncle got sick with cancer, we did a benefit for him, and we had quite a few NHL teams that sent some jerseys that have been signed, and I got a couple goaltending goalies that I bought. Probably the one that sticks out is an Austin Matthews one. I think that'd probably be the one that would probably take the cake. He's kind of good.
Yeah, he's not bad.
Yeah. He can score.
He's pretty good. What did you think of the skills competition? That was off the charts, huh? Did you get a chance to watch much of that?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know. I wish there was some way. I feel like they put money on the line for the 3-on-3 and all that sort of stuff. I feel like it's one or the other. I feel like there's so many guys that secretly don't want to be there. They want to be, to have that, 82, games on in an NHL season. A lot of them want to be at home with their family, enjoy that break, and you see some guys that don't give the effort that some guys do, and part of me is like, well, I don't know if I blame them, being that they have to. I know they make a lot of money and all this stuff, but it's not like they're not getting their bodies beat up for 6, 7, 8 months, and especially when you make a long cup run or something like that. But I think it's always amazing when you see how hard the shots are now, and some of the skating skills. I mean, are just they're crazy. So I think it's really, I think when you look at it, it's obviously a fun event for fans, and to see the superstars of their sport, and a big attraction for the cities that it goes to, and that sort of stuff. But I don't know. I wish there was. I've always thought this. I wish there was something to. It's like I love the home run derby contest.
Yep.
Okay, because I don't want to say it's taxing on their body, but like those guys care about that, and they, I don't know. It's like they've tried to do so many things for hockey, but it's like you're not going to get the effort that you get on a regular game out of those guys when they know that hey, they just say what you want, they catch an edge or something, and possibly they're done for the year. So, but I think it is a cool event for the fans, and I don't know. I just feel like it's missing something to take it up a notch.
It's kind of like what the NBA All-Star Game has become recently, where you don't get the top guys in the dunk contest. Like in the old days, you used to have Michael Jordan, you used to have Kobe Bryant. Now LeBron James doesn't ever do the dunk contest. I think it's the same kind of concept, because either you're doing it, but you're not really doing it, or you're not doing it at all, and then it kind of waters it down.
Yeah, and I think that's where you see a lot of guys, pick and choose what event they're going to do, so they don't have to exert themselves any more than they are. They're trying to rest up, and it's halfway break, and trying to recharge the batteries for a playoff push. A lot of those guys are, and when you think about it, you're talking about the All-Stars, so you're talking about guys that are eating 23 minutes up front, and some of those D are upwards of almost 30 minutes a night. They're your main guys that you're asking to be your superstars every night.
Here's your numbers from the second period, brought to you by Ryan Family Dealership. Their commitment and respect for customers is strong today as it was 50 years ago. Experience the difference when you visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. Shop them online at driveryan.com. 2-zip. Dickinson leads. Shots dead even, 15 apiece. Cattermas has stopped all 15 shots he's seen. Langgang with 13 saves. Mandan had 4 minutes of power play back-to-back. Couldn't get anything in the nets, and Dickinson 1-1 on the power play. There's your numbers, brought to you by Ryan Family Dealership. Mandan's back on the ice early. Here comes the Midgets, and we'll get going with the third period. Should be a wild and woolly one here from the VFW, as Dickinson's got a 2-goal lead. Back with the third period after this timeout on the PSP Network.
Your business or your home, across the town or across the country. We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go. Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
Our apologies to the fine folks at First Western Bank and Trust. We had to duck out of that ad as they took time off the clock again. My broadcaster pet peeve. The officials said to do it, so I'm blaming the zebra. And here we are underway in period number 3. Mandan down by a couple. Can the Braves mount a charge? We got Tate Olson charging up the near wall. Trinity Anderson in for the Braves. Tried to center it. Krieg has it. Penalty upcoming. An early power play opportunity for the Mandan Braves. Are we going to get elbowing there?
Interference.
Interference. That's why I don't guess.
I think we're going to have to go have a little talk with the officials. They're using our coaches' room for this event, and then they're using our locker room tomorrow, so the least they could do is not take time off the clock.
Yeah, I like that. Good idea.
Usually those officials don't listen to me, though.
Kaysen Groloff, 2 minutes for interference. And the puck wedged into the midget bench there for just a moment. Tell you today's game brought to you in part by Serve Pro. Trained technicians, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. Oh, this is almost a mutt here for the Mandan Braves, I feel like.
Yeah, get some momentum, get back in the game. And not that they're out of the game, but they would definitely get momentum. It feels like a home game, obviously, for them. There's student sections here. This whole side is full of their fans. So I think it would give them a lot of momentum going forward.
Dvorak sends it down. Now Dickinson high, a little forecheck. Mandan with the man advantage. Comes out of there with Matt Hyder. Steams into the zone. Hyder slams on the brakes. Comes back to the line to Alberg. Alberg, cross-ice pass to Drinkson is tipped. Dickinson's been doing a nice job just pressuring Mandan into some mistakes here on the man advantage. Braves get bottled up underneath the goal line. There's not been too much time and space for the Braves on the man advantage. Now they seam a pass. Up front, Alberg steps in, his shot blocked. Drinkson has it. Dickinson looking for a change. Cross-ice pass. Hyder shoots off the blocker. And now out of the zone. You know, some teams have the mentality, we're just going to protect the castle and pack it in on that PK. That is not what Dickinson's doing. They're being very aggressive. Centering pass from Hyder off the stick of Drinkson. Jors battling. Braves with 30 seconds on the man advantage, and it's cleared out of there by Kaysen Grohl. Midgets get a new 4 on the PK, and the Braves get it on the stick of Trinity Anderson. Good back check, and a stick flies. Another penalty coming. And now you get another opportunity here. Well, this one with only 5 seconds left. I think now you get organized and go on to 6-on-4. And here comes Mandan. They come in with Bryson. Shoots wide. And the puck's going to be touched. And This is like deja vu. It's almost exactly how it happened in the first half, or the second period.
And I think that's a penalty if you didn't see it live. It's getting called a lot at our level. You can't take that stick, and obviously they're calling it interference now. To where, I mean, you watched it there, and I mean, basically. Or they call it slashing, but they call it interference at our level because you basically take the stick away from the player. A lot of times you see it go flying, but they're definitely calling a lot more.
Mandan back on the man advantage. They haven't gotten much going in this so far. They're 0 for 3. Jors will wall it up. Kept in by Anderson. Anderson tries to step in, but a good stick there by Dvorak sends it out to center. Dickinson tried to send it all the way down. Instead, it was blocked down by Mandan, who has it on the stick of Logan Renner. Hyder and Tate Olson. Now it's on the stick of Bryson. Mandan gets it to Tate Olson. Leaves it for a one-timer. Oh, and Cameron Beavers denied in the slot. Renner, and he couldn't get a stick on it. Sent down by Krieg. Well, the Midgets... penalty kill has been up to the task today. That could have been another whistle there as bodies flying. Bryson enters the Dickinson zone. His shot blocked. Bounces right to Drinkson, however. He retreats. Seems a pass looking for Hyder. Hyder steps in. Couldn't get much wood on that shot. And it's sent back down by the Midgets. 20 seconds and counting on the Mandan man advantage. And Dickinson leads 2-zip, 12:49 to play. Hyder carries in. Wrist shot, save, Cattermas.
Oh, in that.
Hey, you see some emotion boiling up. Yeah, it's going to send Matt Hyder into the box. Hey, for my dollar, this is the difference in the game. Mandan 0 for 4 on the power play. Dickinson 1 for 1.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say they're 0 for 4. It is 0 for 4.
Yep. And now Dickinson's going to go back on the on the power play.
Exactly. Drawing the Mandan end. Well, we will have 6, 5, 4, 3 more seconds of 4-on-4, and then the Midgets will have a man advantage for 1:50. Jors comes out of there. Nice pass. Got it from Skalski. Jors' shot sails wide. Beaver tries to hold it in. And Casey Stengel closing in. Held in the line by Krieg. Dickinson gets the man advantage set up, and instead Krieg just sends it right into the mitts. Long distance shot there for Krieg is held onto by Bennett Langang. Hey fans, reminder, Tyler Hagan Photography is your photographer for the WDA tournament. Get those hockey shots on his social media channels. Tyler Hagan Photography. Draw one by the Midgets. They've been good on faceoffs today, too.
Yep.
Roars, pad save. Behind the net in Gretzky's office. Stengel operating down below the goal line. Now Blotsky. A wrist shot there for Caden Dvorak is knocked down out front. Stengel has it. Leaves it for Krieg. Krieg to Roars. Roars, one-timer, goal! Deja vu! Casey Stengel did it again. Almost a carbon copy of the goal for Stengel in period number 1. Is that something they maybe have seen, that they try to take advantage, or is that just a pet play potentially?
Yeah, I think that's a play they're trying to run. I mean, you don't see that twice to be that precise and where, they want the puck to go and who they want, where they want them. I mean, that's a big thing about a power play, is making sure you have guys in those areas that are on their right hands and be able to one-time pucks, and that's same spot, same result.
I think it's the same guys.
Yeah, it was.
Stengel from Krieg and Roars. Yep, that's exactly what it was. .5:31 the time of the goal, and Dickinson has a 3-zip lead over the Mandan Braves. Spence has the puck for the Midgets. Dickinson high on a change. Tate Olson bottled up at the blue line. He will carry it in. Roars up to the task. Midgets look for an exit, and they get it potentially on the stick there of Roars. Wheeling back is Hodgson, I beg your pardon. Back to Roars. Oh, nice move. Roars shoots. Save Langang. Rebound attempt for Hodgson. Another shot for Gross. And Bennett Langang is getting peppered. Reminder after the game, we'll have our Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. Planning Team Financial Advisors helping clients towards financial freedom. And Shots Crossroads, your post-game headquarters. You can order online at shotscrossroads.com. Mandan looks to exit. Gross turns it right back in for the Midgets. And going to get an icing there on the Mandan Braves. Today it's brought to you by Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Find them online at rogerwardmovingandstorage.com. Schedule a move or find a quote. This game also brought to you in part by the UPS store, located on South Broadway in Minot. UPS store in the Marketplace Foods Plaza. They're there for all your packing and shipping needs. Today's game also brought to you in part by Prestwich Orthodontics. You can find them at minotbraces.com. 0% financing, free consultations at Prestwich Orthodontics. Drawn the Braves' end. Mandan, almost had an opportunity there for Jors. Leading point man for the Braves. Couldn't get a shot on net. Under 10 to play. Dickinson 3, Mandan 0 on your BNC National Bank scoreboard. Quick outlet there to Dvorak. Braves bottled up in their own end. Oh, now they get a neat little pass. Skalski shoots wide. Had a shot from just inside the right circle. Brody Skalski misfired. Been that kind of day for the Braves. A shot from deep, handled by Langang, played by the Braves behind their own net. Cameron Beaver, loose out front. Chance there for Huglin. Mandan looks to turn one. Renner got it to Bryson somehow. Sent in deep by the Braves. Dickinson just methodically moves it up the ice. And they get it to Hodgson. And right back out to center it comes. 8:20 and counting to play in the contest. Shots are 21-17 in favor of Dickinson. Bachmeyer tries to saucer one out to Matt Hyder. Turned right back by the Midgets. Tucker Horner in for the Braves. Bodied off the puck there by Hauk. Mandan has it back in the slot off the stick of Anderson. And now Hyder has to retreat. Hyder's pass taken away and sent in by Casey Stengel. Nice game for Stengel today. That's 2 goals and assist for him. It's going to be in the MVP of the game race if this thing holds up as a 3-0 lead for Dickinson High. Mandan has just been a little bit off.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dickinson's hard to play against. I think they have a good game plan, and they've executed it to perfection. I mean, it's not easy to play against. They don't ice the puck a lot. They don't have a lot of D-zone draws in their own zone because of that, and they make you come 200 feet, and it seems like, for the most part, they always have numbers back.
Cattermas steers that to the side. Interesting look ahead if this score holds up. The last time the Midgets and the Patriots played, it was 12-2 Century.
Wow.
But it's now playoff hockey.
Right.
Still a lot to settle here as you still got 6:25 to play in the contest. Mandan, the word for me has just kind of been discombobulated as they get a shot on net. Skalski lurking, and Cattermas will just cover that up. Hey fans, today's game brought to you by Minot State University. Be seen, be heard, be you at MSU. Today's game also brought to you in part by WRT, high-speed action co-op cash from WRT, your local broadband internet service provider. Another shot on net, steered harmlessly to the corner by Cattermas. Kraus will hold it in. Mandan centers it. Olsen threw it out front. Nobody home for the Braves. Taken away. Turnover. Trinity Anderson stepping in front. He will shoot. Langang with a blocker save again. That game that you and I were talking about earlier when Mandan beat Minot that night and the return for Trinity Anderson, that still is, that's up on the top of my list. It's one of the funnest I've ever called.
Yeah, that was, it was a good game for, 40-some minutes. I mean, it was a good hockey game, and then it was, the unthinkables just kept happening back and forth.
The what's going on game. Yep. Mandan's Tate Olsen pops it ahead. Hyder will fire. And Cattermas lost the handle for just a second, but he's feeling the puck tonight. What have you liked about Bryce Cattermas tonight?
He's calm. I mean, even there, doesn't necessarily put the rebound where he wants it to go, but he tracks the puck, and he just hasn't been. He's not overly excited in the net. His feet aren't active. He's pretty patient. I think that's the biggest thing I've noticed out of him so far.
He looks like he's a kid that's his heart rate's about 48.
Yeah, that's what I mean. His demeanor is just. Yep. He's cool, calm, and relaxed in there.
Bouncing puck sent on net by Drengson. Cattermas handles that. Rifled off the boards, and if it gets down, it's going to be icing. And they're going to wave it off. Puck on its edge. Didn't get to the goal line. So Mandan's got to work it, as you said, lane 200 feet, and that hasn't been working. Logan Gross takes it away. Couldn't get a shot. Back come the Braves. Caught Dickinson a little mini change. It's going to be a Kraus shot. Glove save. Cattermas. Thanks to BNC for bringing you our scoreboard today. Shots are now evened up 22 apiece. You can see that on the bottom of that scoreboard. Dickinson leading 3-0. BNC National Bank, they make managing money easy. Locations in North Dakota and Arizona. Visit them online at bnc.bank. Skalski burying in. Played down deep by the Midgets. Held in by Brew. Skalski got a stick up. Bounces over the stick of Caden Dvorak. Mandan at center. Brew gets it over to his D-pair teammate, Beaver. Trinity Anderson bodied off the puck. Skalski trying to get it to Olsen. This is how it's gone for Mandan all day. They've been bottled up at center. They've been running into themselves. They've been having pucks and passes and things just a little bit off their skates. It's one of those days. Brew will carry in. Drop it for Olsen. He will fire high and wide. I think Cattermas had a glove up anyway to protect the top shelf. Almost a turnover. Poke checked away. Trinity Anderson going to get a breakaway opportunity coming in. Forehand shoot, save. Oh, he stuck out to pillow.
It's a good save. Timely save. Ooh, too many men.
Almost.
Oh, they're calling it.
Yep.
They're calling it. Can't play the puck. Man, now you can't pull your goaltender. 3 minutes left. Oofta.
Oofta.
Yep. That's what we say up here in the north.
Well, the midgets have had all the answers today. Here, can we get another Roars to Krieg to Stengel? Can they do it again?
I bet they're going to try.
They're setting up for it. They got everybody perched in their spots, or they will momentarily. Too many men on the ice penalty whistled against the Mandan Braves. So yeah, you got 2 minutes of penalty time. You'll have a minute. Yeah, it was going to be a tough task no matter what. The way that things have been going for the Braves today, but now it's just about virtually impossible. Unless you can get a couple shorties.
Yeah, you gotta. I was gonna say you gotta try and take some chances here on the PK. I think maybe be aggressive, fly a guy, whatever you can here.
Roars stepping in, shot partially blocked. Mandan can't clear it. Held in by the midgets. One thing I like about the midgets, their play down below the goal line has been good. Centered out front, Blotsky, rebound. Chance there for Dvorak, standing on the doorstep. 1:30 on the man advantage for the midgets. I was watching the play behind the play there. I think if that would have been on the neighborhood pond hockey, Caden Dvorak was going to be throwing down for somebody right there. Yeah. 5-on-4 for another 118. Drawn to the stick side. Checked out the glove side of Bennett Langang. Midgets have been money on the faceoffs today, too. Turnover there is a little loose with the puck. Were the midgets. Grohl couldn't hang on to it. Well, now you got a different power play unit out there. Oh, shorthanded chance. And Trinity Anderson looking to bury one, couldn't do it. Well, you got power play unit number 2 out here, so we won't see a deja vu. As Hodgson's plays it around, and it's too far for Logan Gross. Down the ice it goes. Half a minute left on the man advantage for the midgets. The midgets don't seem too energized on this power play, but why? Well, they don't have to be. Just don't make any mistakes.
You almost could just hold it behind your net if you really wanted to.
Yeah. Dickinson high at center ice.
Oh, back to back, too many men. There's 6 on the ice for Dickinson.
Seriously.
Now you pull your goalie so that you have I'd pull him right away.
Well, we were just talking about it earlier. Did you try to do that on purpose? Oh, yeah, heck yeah. It's a great play. And if you're Mandan, you call your timeout here?
I think you do. I think you call your timeout. I think you get your goaltender out, and you have a 5-on-4 for 14 seconds, and then you have yours,
Yeah, Coach Cheetah's getting the board out. Yep. So there's your Mandan timeout. That's puzzle piece number 1. You're going to be 4-on-4 for 14 seconds. And then you would have to assume that Mandan's going to pull the goalie and go 6-on-4 for as long as they need to.
Yep.
Mandan is now outshot Dickinson 23-22. But the Braves are the ones who have been stymied on the power play today.
Yeah, they haven't looked good on either. I mean, that's a big stat right there. Dickinson's 2 for 3 and Mandan's 0 for 4.
Yep.
Pending what happens here.
Fans, today's game brought to you in part by Ryan Family Dealership. For 50 years, trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. You can shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com or visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. Today's game also brought to you in part by Northern Plains Heating and Air. No other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains Heating and Air. Find them online at northern-plains.com. All right, here we go. The Braves net is Sands, a goalie. 5-on-4 for 10 more seconds, then it'll be a 6-on-4. Mandan will hold it in. Can they get one past Bryce Cattermas? From the goal line, Tate Olson looking, shoot from Beaver, and it's cleared down. Empty net. Yes!
Right in the clown's mouth.
Caden Dvorak. Just put the exclamation point on it for the Dickinson Midgets. Well, it's been Casey Stengel with 2 goals, and now Caden Dvorak with 2 goals. Bennett Langane's got he got his arm up on the.
Yep. Get me out of here. What time do we play tomorrow?
Shorthanded, unassisted goal for the Dickinson Midgets. How about the special teams today for the Midgets? I mean, 2 for 3 on the power play. You get a shorthanded goal, obviously empty netter, but still. Well, those teams will make things happen in the postseason. Mandan down by 4 now. They're still on the man advantage for the remainder of the game, down to 20 seconds to play. Stay tuned. Our post-game show comes up next. Wrist shot there by Langang. He's bottled up, and now somebody's going off.
I don't know what the call is there. To be honest with you, I didn't see it.
Well, it's going to be Logan Blair off for the Mandan Braves. And with 12 seconds to play, that's just about going to do it. Back to 4-on-4. Hey, in 10 seconds, I can say the word.
As long as it stays down here 200 feet. I don't think it can come down in 5 seconds.
I did so good, Lane.
Yeah.
I didn't talk about the shutout until right now.
That's when you're supposed to.
Bryce Cattermas stops all 23 shots he sees. Dickinson gets 2 goals from Caden Dvorak, 2 goals from Casey Stengel, and the Midgets have a date with the Patriots in the semifinals here at the WDA Hockey Tournament tomorrow. Put a bow on game number 2, and our planning team financial advisor Shots Crossroads postgame show comes up next. A final score on your BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's Dickinson 4, Mandan 0. And we're back with our postgame after this timeout on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Thiel Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Thiel Toyota. Let's go places.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Back on our Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads postgame show. Final score, Dickinson 4, Mandan 0. Couple goals from Dvorak, couple goals from Stengel, and a shutout by Bryce Cattermas today for the Midgets. Propels them into the semifinals. 4-0. A lot to like for the Dickinson Midgets. Just assignment sharp.
Yeah,
nothing flashy. Just a lot of good action and good on the special teams today. I mean, tip of the cap to Cass Dvorak, first-year head coach, and the staff for the Midgets for getting all those special teams ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You feel like they were well coached. They had a good game plan. They executed. Just their details. They didn't ice a lot of pucks. They made sure they had guys, at the red line to get pucks deep. They were good on draws. Like I said, just a lot of the details. Felt like that was by far the cleanest team game that we've, seen any team play so far here at West Region.
Yeah, and the penalty kill. I mean, everything was.
I liked it. They're aggressive. They're the first team that we've really seen be aggressive.
Yeah.
And I think that's. I like an aggressive kill. You want to, if you're going to get beat, it's make. 3-4 good plays, and otherwise you just you pack it in, and then you never know. You can block shots, but they can also get tipped, and I like their PK. They were aggressive, and I thought they really didn't let Mandan. If there was one thing that Mandan could have leaned on a little bit, maybe it was their power play to get a spark and get some momentum, and Dickinson's PK just didn't allow that.
It's our Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads postgame show where they're looking for a full-service financial planner, planning for farm or business succession. Planning Team Financial Advisors here to help you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online at planningteam.com. And Shots Crossroads get filled up on their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Order online at shotscrossroads.com. Team buses are always welcome. Dickinson gets a couple goals from Casey Stengel on the power play. Caden Dvorak with a shorthanded goal and a tally in the first period. That's the scoring for the Midgets today. And it leads us right into our Jobbers move of the game today. As that move, as always, brought to you by Jobbers. They can help you move across town or across the country. Check in online with say that for a second. Jobbers can help you move across town or across the country. Locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Well, we called it the deja vu play. I mean, just get it over on the far side to Krieg, have them send it over here to Roars, put it on a tee for Casey Stengel, and then just do it twice.
Yeah, I mean, it's something they obviously have practiced. You don't see that. And, you know, as a coach, I guarantee you their staff is you know, really happy with the way they executed, because I'm sure they've worked on it. There was, you know, a couple exchanges within that play, but I mean, good execution, and I mean, it's a great play, and it's like one of those things where it's like you watch the Washington Capitals power play, and you know it's going to 8, but you almost you've seen it happening live. Now I think looking ahead, you know, I've seen a lot of staffs during this game watching that weren't playing. You know, do they take notes to that, and you know, can they stop that from happening against them? I think that's the big thing is going forward. Maybe it was something they worked on this week, and it's a new play. But now you want to bring out some of your best plays this time of the year. There are no secrets now. I mean, but again, it was a nice play, and it was definitely something they had worked on.
Well, our first time calling the midgets this year, yours and mine, Lane, and if that's the first time they've pulled that baby out of the playbook, well, they executed it.
Well executed.
Yeah, it was absolutely the back-to-back one-timers on the power play. One in the first period, one in the third period for Casey Stengel. Those power play goals are your move of the game today, brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. They keep everyone on the same page with their move management. Locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Casey Stengel's power play tallies are your move of the game. All right, here's an updated look at that bracket. It's filled in. Century defeats Botno Rugby earlier on today. 2-1 was the final in that one. A hard-fought win sends the Patriots into the semifinals. And Dickinson takes care of Mandat in shutout fashion 4-zip. Century and Dickinson in the semifinals tomorrow night. Botno Rugby and Mandan will play a loser-out contest tomorrow here at the WDA. All right, last thing for us, Lane. It's our MVP of the contest, brought to you by Sport Clips. Check in online with a hairstylist today at sportclips.com. And you face 24 shots and you stop them all in playoff hockey. And your goalie, Bryce Cattermas, well deserving of our player of the game today.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was solid all game long. He was quiet. He was calm. He didn't give up bad rebounds. His name was called one time in the third there that, you know, Mandan would have got a little momentum. Trinity Anderson gets a breakaway, and he flashes the left pad on that one. And that's, you know, you want to talk about momentum changers, all that sort of stuff. I mean, Mandan's got their whole, you know, this whole side's full of their students, and I think it was maybe around 7-minute mark, but you know, that was the one that really sticks out as the big save. Everything else looked very routine. That's what I liked about his game. It wasn't he wasn't all over the place in the net. He was square to pucks, and he didn't give up a lot of rebounds. So you know, I think just all around, just really a solid game from those guys.
Yeah, well done. Bryce Cattermas shutout today for the Midgets. He's your MVP of the game, brought to you by Sport Clips, where they make you feel like an MVP with that haircut experience at Sport Clips. Tonight's game MVP, the All-WDA goalie Bryce Cattermas, the junior, with a shutout for the Midgets. All right, quick programming notes. We will have an in-between game break here. For those of you joining us online on our digital audio broadcast on YouTube, you can just keep this stream right here. We'll be back on the air. Be close to 4:30 or so for the evening session tonight. And for those of you joining us on our video broadcasts on pspnetwork.tv, you will have to exit the Mandan Dickinson game and rejoin us, and just click on the Legacy and Williston game. Let's bring up that bracket again as our two evening contests. 4:30 pregame, 5 o'clock. We'll drop the puck for Legacy and Williston, and our nightcap tonight, the Magicians from Minot will take on the Jamestown Blue Jays in your 3-6 matchup. I'll put a wrap on Game 2. Big thanks to all of our sponsors for our afternoon session, including B&C National Bank for bringing our scoreboard. Pre-game sponsor is Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Ryan Family Dealership brings you our replays and timeouts. And our Intermission brought to you by Magic Towing today. Postgame, as always, brought to you by Planning Team Financial Advisors and Shots Crossroads, and our player of the game, Sport Clips, and the move of the game, Jobbers Moving and Storage. Repeating our final scores, Century defeats Bonnell Rugby 2-1 in our opener, and Dickinson takes care of Mandan 4-zip in our second afternoon game today. Take about an hour break, and we'll be back on the air. Till then, Todd Domrey's saying so long for now. For Lane Sedeby, Todd Domrey's and John Haugen and Nick Holberg. Todd Domrey saying so long for now from the VFW.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
and trust for your team. Like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
When property owners in Bismarck and Minot seek transformation, ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling.
Don't be like
It's about
Gary.
legacy.
Remember the name
In Minot
and the
and
number.
Bismarck,
It's
ServPro is your
Magic
partner
Towing.
in transformation. We don't just build back. We elevate every space.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
Bismarck and Minot seek transformation. ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling, it's about legacy. In Minot and Bismarck, ServPro is your partner in transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged, the stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
No better time of the year in North Dakota. Tournament time is officially upon us. The boys of winter, if you will. Ice hockey inside the WDA. Two teams have punched their tickets into the semifinals. Four more look to do the same to inch one game closer to the 2024 North Dakota State High School Hockey Tournament. Welcome into the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. We are live from the VFW Sports Center in Bismarck, North Dakota. This is WDA Hockey quarterfinal action live on the PSP Network. Valvoline Instant Oil Change with a 15-minute drive-through oil change. You can't beat it at Valvoline Instant Oil Change locations in Minot and in Bismarck. It's a 15-minute drive-through oil change with timely service that won't slow you down. There's no appointment needed. Stay in your car. I'm telling you, I ate my lunch in there. I checked my emails. It's fantastic at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. I'm Nick Holberg, joined by the former Bismarck High standout, current Bismarck Bobcat head coach, Mr. Lane Senevy. First things first, Coach. Great to have you on board here today. And this WDA tournament time really is special for a lot of reasons, but more than anything, we get to see some of the top talent in our great state of North Dakota on the west side competing at the highest end possible, trying to make that state hockey tournament. And when you put all that together, we know that we're going to be in store for some pretty good hockey games, including this night's session with the 8-12-1 Coyotes and the 15-4-1 Legacy Sabres. This is a mismatch on paper, but in your mind here tonight, is there a way for the Williston Coyotes to maybe come out of here with an upset in this showdown?
Well, I think you have to. You got to do one thing. Well, maybe two. You got to slow Beasley and Butts down, and you have to crack Miller. I think we've seen it in the earlier matchups today. Look at like a Century Botno. I think they did a good job hanging around the game a little bit. It wasn't as I would say as, like you said, on paper, as lopsided as maybe you thought the game would be. I thought Botno played well. I think the Coyotes have to do the same thing. They got to try and hang around. You don't want to let Legacy get out to a quick start, and I think slowing that top line down, all the games we've called this year, that line makes them tick.
It certainly is one that is at the top of the list. My big question mark for you, though, on defense for the Legacy Sabres, they're without their all-region, all-state D-man and Jamison Johnson, who had 15 points from the blue line coming in. How much does their back end change without one of those captains back there?
Well, it's funny you say that, because the first game we did again with Legacy, I think he might have been out in that game, and their staff was concerned about it. They have practice before us every day, and that was something that they'd been a little worried about. So, I don't. You're going to lean on guys more than you have when he's available, and I think the big thing is making sure that they're not trying to do too much. They're trying to make the right play, the simple play, get it into the forwards' hands, not overcomplicate things, not spend more time in your zone. I think that's a big key. For those guys, or for that guy that gets put into some of the minutes that he's not normally seen.
For this Williston Coyote team, there's no question about it. Bodie Ekblad, one of the top goaltenders in the entire WDA, 90.3% save percentage, a 3.12 goals against average. You know, you probably don't love that 3-1-2. However, when you've seen 557 shots on net this year coming in 17 games, he really is going to have to win this game for the Coyotes here tonight against some of the top scorers in the state of North Dakota. You played goal. You were one of the best to play at Bismarck High, going on to Bemidji State, and of course, a stint in pro hockey. You coach at the North American League level with the Bobcats now. What do you tell a young man like this if you're Matt Ekblad heading into a game where on paper they're outmatched and they're against some of that firepower that you talked about in Beasley and Butts, who are at the top of the list in North Dakota?
Well, I think, to me, if I coached this at this level, Nick, I would use the icing to our advantage. And, what I mean by that is you really can get any matchup that you want, because if they say they double shift, if it's Vasey, Butts, and Beasley, you can clear that puck. You can get a line change at any time that you want. I think that's something that maybe you see Botno do it a little bit in the first game. I mean, it's at your advantage. That line does not have to stay out there. They don't have to take a defensive zone draw when they're tired. They've been out there for a minute. And to me, I think just keep it simple. I think you want to get pucks, 200 feet from your net. You want to make Legacy come 200 feet, and I think that's a big key is trying to not beat yourself and not give them anything that isn't earned. I think is a big thing.
Going to have to earn a lot here in this showdown and in this entire WDA tournament. It's been a good one so far. The first two games didn't disappoint. Taking a look at where we're at through two games here in the WDA hockey tournament. Sentry and Botno played to a 2-1 score earlier on today. Number one, Sentry ended up with 2 goals. Hansen got the game winner. Botno Rugby, the number 8 seed, ended up with 1. That was a 2-1 tilt. We just saw Mandan, the number 5 seed, drop to Dickinson 4-0 behind the back of Bryce Catabrus, or maybe on the back of Catabrus, the Dickinson netminder, pitching the shutout in the opening round. 2-1 Sentry over Botno was kind of a surprise to a lot of people, but I tell you right now, that Botno team is one that I probably wouldn't want to match up with tomorrow. Energy will be a big question for them in their matchup against Mandan.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look on paper, they're a group that they don't have 4 lines on paper, and I think you've seen them kind of to mix and match with the amount of numbers that they have. So, I kind of thought maybe they'd wear down, but then again, they play those minutes all year long. They're built for that. I would say if they can get a win tomorrow, maybe you see that slide on their third game in 3 days. But I think those, you look at Siemens and the amount of minutes that he played in that game, and they do it all year long, so their lungs are different than. To me, you've seen Sentry's top line get used a lot in that game because it was so close. But do they play that much every night? This is where I think those Botnos kids get conditioned for it. So 3-3 could be a different story, but I think they're obviously you can't take anybody for granted.
Certainly can't. Dickinson didn't take Mandan for granted by any means. I wouldn't say that was a walkthrough by any sense of the word. There was an empty net goal scored in that hockey game, 4-0. Dickinson over Mandan. Your overall takeaway on that game today?
I just thought Dickinson was the cleanest game we've maybe that I've been a part of or called for a team. I mean, they didn't do anything wrong. They executed their special teams. I know they go down on paper as 2 for 4, but really they're 2 for 3. Their penalty kills 0 for, or their penalty kill was 5 for 5. I mean, that right there, I think when you look at a 4-5 matchup, it's obviously tough getting scoring chances, getting grade A's. Both teams defend well, but the specialty teams part of the game, Dickinson, their penalty kill was fantastic. Didn't allow Mandan any pressure with their power play. Really the part that I thought they could gain some momentum. They're at home, their student section's packed, and they just couldn't get anything going. And then they have power play opportunities, run the same play, and both of them end up in the back of net. So a well-executed game from Dickinson.
Midgets are going to be a tough out in this tournament as well. You need to win 2 to get to the big dance. You can't lose 2 or else your season is done. More of the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show to come. We'll look at the state's top producers when we come back. We'll also dive further into the head-to-head matchup between the 8-12-1 number 7 seeded Coyotes and the 15-4-1 number 2 seeded, oh by the way, defending region champion Legacy Sabres. We'll do all that when we come back to the VFW Sports Center here in Bismarck.
in Bismarck and Minot seek transformation, ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling, it's about legacy. In Minot and Bismarck, ServPro is your partner in transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
In 2 years of program existence, the Legacy Sabres have represented the WDA at the State High School Hockey Tournament as one of the teams out of the West region. Last year, they did it as the #1 seed. Can they do it again here in 23-24? That's the question mark. They've got a matchup with the Williston Coyotes at 8-12-1, the #7 seed in the tournament. Coyotes all time, well, they've been to the state tournament 9 times. Their most recent was back in 2021. Welcome back into our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Valvoline locations in Minot and Bismarck. Nick Holbert joined by the head coach of the Bismarck Bobcats, former standout goaltender for the Bismarck High Demons. It's Mr. Lane Senemy on the call. Partner, looking forward to this hockey game here today. And we mentioned it the first set that some of the players that we get to see in the West region are some of the tops in the state of North Dakota. And when we take a look at those players coming into this tournament, your overall thoughts, and we got to tiptoe a line probably as the head coach of the Bismarck Bobcats here, but Brooks Siemens really catches your eye when he's on the ice, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's you know, I got a little bit of a connection there with Harrison Aid. Usually he's on it for me. and had another. That Mark Erickson actually reached out to me and said, "You need to watch this kid." And today was the first time I've actually seen him live. But I mean, every time that he was on the ice, you noticed him, and I think that's. You've seen Max Vig do it last year, and I wish Max would have played one more year of high school. We didn't have our whole returning decor come back this year, but Max was a special talent at this level, and having a really good junior career for Garrett Roth, my old assistant, who was my assistant for 8 years. But I think those are the type of kids that that have a chance at that next level, that they really they make an impact every time they're on the ice. Sometimes it's the small details, but that's what we're watching too. It's not all about scoring goals. It's what they do without the puck. It's how they play without the puck. Their habits. All those things are stuff that we look at.
Well, as a gentleman that's been calling hockey for a long time, I like to watch those things as well. However, what intrigues me is 64 points for Brooks Siemens coming on the year. Drew Beasley sits at number 2 in the state, 51 for him. Marcus Bunce has 47. He's number 3. Those are the top 3, and they're in back-to-back games here at the WDA tournament. Bunce and Beasley playing for the Legacy Sabres that we have on the air right now. Grant Gardner from Red River sits number 4 with 45 points. Dawson Lentz from Century's got 43. Other players to note in this tournament, Andrew Rubakin from Century's got 40. So does Charlie Vig. Those are your leaders in the state of North Dakota. Numbers brought to you by North Dakota High School Hockey.com. Let's take a look now at this matchup a little further in depth as we take a look first at the visiting Williston Coyotes. 16-11-1 is where they finished inside the West. That was good enough for number 7 inside of the West region. They had a play-in game on their home ice against Bismarck High the other night. Well, they got through that and got into the WDA tournament with a win in that showdown. The Coyotes had the victory there. They head into this matchup with an 8-12-1 overall record. They've been outscored on the season, 49 goals for, 83 against. No WDA titles, 9 state tournament appearances. Their X factor for me, you see him right here on the screen, Bodie Ekblad. This young man, a goaltender that we talked about with the numbers coming into the showdown at 90.3% and a 3.12 goals against average. He's going to have to be stellar today. Speaking of stellar goaltenders, how about the kid on the other side? Well, they've got top-end players. That's the X factor for the Legacy Sabres. One of them is the All-State, All-Region netminder in Tyler Miller. Miller comes into the showdown and the WDA tournament with a 90.1% save percentage, a 2.59 goals against average. Legacy as a unit went 14-2 in the West this year, 16-4-1 overall. Finished second place inside of the WDA regular season. They've scored 93 goals on the year compared to the 50 that they've given up. We mentioned them going 2 for 2 in state tournament tries and getting to that state tournament. Looking to make it 3 for 3. There's no question mark here that this young man and Tyler Miller really needs to be one of the best players on the ice if Legacy not only wants to get back to the state tournament, but if the West region wants a shot at hanging another banner for a state championship in North Dakota.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I think you've seen his game really kind of pick up in the second half. I think I think the first game that Todd and I did, I think his save percentage was around 87%. And he's got that up above 90 again, and back to numbers that he had last year. You don't want to get ahead of yourself and say that, but when you look at facing the Grand Forks, Red River, or Central, or some of the Fargo teams, they're going to get good chances. They're going to get grade A chances, and that's where you need, obviously, Tyler to step up and make a big save and momentum swing or whatever it may be, and he's shown he's capable of that.
See him on your screen here. He wears the number 1 for the Legacy Sabres. We're going to turn it over to Dan Durkee, the voice of the West Region Hockey Tournament. Such a great voice it is. I always love hearing Dan Durkee on the call. We'll salute our country with our nation's national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner. God bless our servicemen and women. God bless our veterans. God bless America. Nothing like the Star-Spangled Banner to get you fired up and ready for these matchups. Sets that tempo. The crowd is light in here right now compared to what we saw earlier on. I think the entire student body at Bandad might have had the option to come to the West Region Tournament today. It was rowdy. Right now it's a little light in here, but I would guess as the night continues on with Minot and Jamestown playing the next one, that the fans will continue to pile in here to the VFW Sports Center. Again, Nick Holberg, Lane Senemy on the call. Let's put a cap on our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Valvoline locations in Minot and Bismarck. 15 minutes in the drive-through oil change. Can't beat it at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Closing thoughts, Lane. Do you have a key in your mind on each side for this showdown here tonight between Williston, the number 7 seed, and the Legacy Sabres, the number 2 seed?
Well, I think that's that top line for Legacy, and obviously I think the key for Williston is slowing them down. And you touched on their goaltender, but hopefully he doesn't have to get acclimated that early on grade A saves.
Legacy's in their home whites. They travel from the right to the left with Tyler Miller in the blue paint on the right. Williston Coyotes, Bodie Ekblad in the blue paint on the left. They're in all black. One orange stripe around the arms or right above the elbow. One right around the belly as well. Black pants. One stripe of orange on each side of those. Black helmets for them. We're officially underway from the VFW Sports Center in game number 3 of the quarterfinal round from here in Bismarck. Legacy with the puck into the offensive zone. They come. Lucas Vasey sends it right out in front. Oh, Beasley on the doorstep. Just couldn't wrangle in the bouncing pass, and it comes back away up to the point from the line. Butts got it over to the far wing. It was sailed in, went just wide, came away to Elliot Hoon. And now Beasley on the near side fires a shot on goal. Right on top of it is Bodie Ekblad. And Ekblad getting a workout early on here with a couple quality looks, maybe one quality chance there to the left of the cage. He made the save. Ekblad, the junior netminder here for the Williston Coyotes. In my mind, one of the tops in the region. Talked about his numbers coming into the showdown and how he has been peppered on the year with 557 shots on goal. Tyler Miller on the other side, well, he's seen 355 on the season in 4 less games, so gives you a pretty good indicator of what kind of workload that's been. Legacy with possession, offensive zone. Here's Moose, fires it out towards the net, stick save, Ekblad. Puck comes back away on the wall with a 2-for-2 scrub. It's freed and fired towards the net there by Easton Moose. 13 points for him on the year. Puck lies free on the near side wall, right above the half boards. At center ice, taken by the Sabres now. And Joel Anderson will walk it down and put it to the corner on the blocker side as the Sabres go off for a 5-for-5 change. Coyotes have possession back behind their net with Dylan Morgan. He goes up to center. Into the zone. Morgan gets it back. He'll fire into the catching mitt of Tyler Miller. Miller's going to hang on to it. New catching glove for Tyler Miller. Haven't seen the white leather on the Legacy netminder. That's always a key piece of the goaltender gear. Did you have any superstitions when it came to that in your playing days?
I don't know. I haven't seen him use a white glove all year, Nick, and that's the one. I know Ryan Farragher was obviously a goaltender, played for me on the bench, coaching him, but I don't know. I mean, superstition, maybe his glove broke too, you don't know.
Out in front, point blank chance. Tostenson fired it on. That was a waffle board stop from Tyler Miller. Turned aside, shots are 4-1. Williston just registered their first. Legacy took it to center. Williston regrouped and dumped it back in. Williston's on the forecheck now as the Sabres try to clear. Puck's down underneath the half boards on the far wing. Blocker side of Miller away with it. Comes away to Tostenson out in front of the net. Nobody there. And the Sabres rush to the other end of the ice with Isaac Lewis. 8 points on the season for Lewis. He whistles one high, and that one's going to be stopped by Bodie Ekblad. Caught it upstairs, freezes the puck here with 14:42 to play in a scoreless first on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. BNC with locations throughout North Dakota and Arizona. BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Visit them online, bnc.bank. Sabres with the puck, back in behind the Coyote net. Taken here up the near wing, comes up to the top of the circle, held at the point and fired back in by Elliot Hoon. 6 points for him, but he's been a key cog on the back end for the Legacy Sabres in his time in the program. Hoon's got it again. Center slot up at the blue line, but it's taken by the Coyotes. They rush it out to center. Trip Harris was tattooed on the far wall, and it's freed back by the Sabres as Hoon fires it up towards neutral. Here comes a rush for the Sabres. 3-on-2 into the zone. Vasey on the far side, pinned up here. Vasey lost it for a moment, came back to the line, fired towards the net from Anderson, hit traffic, and it's free now for the Coyotes back in their own territory. That real estate shortened in a quick hurry. Is back to help. His D partner was Matt Schmidt. He's hammered there by the captain, Marcus Butts. Over 100 points in his high school career. Comes away to Hoon on the near side, top of the circle. Now it's fired to the other end of the ice surface. We're going to have an icing on the play with 13:42 to play. In the opening period, scoreless between Williston and Legacy. See a look at the Legacy Sabres bench. Ryan Farragher, Wade Davison in their first year after replacing Mario Lamoureux, the former University of North Dakota Fighting Sioux captain. It's one thing that really isn't lacking in Bismarck, and that's hockey minds. I think that's a fair statement to make. Ryan Farragher playing in the American Hockey League in the Anaheim Ducks organization as a goaltender after being one of the top goalies in the Bismarck Bobcats organization history. Oh no, big knee to knee at center ice. The leg call coming here, and the Coyotes bring it into offensive territory. We're going to get our first power play of this hockey game here, Lane, and the question is going to be, will it be 2 or 5 coming here on the Legacy Sabres?
Yeah, I thought the one earlier actually, I mean, it's you can say what it is. It doesn't matter what player it's on, but I thought the hit on Siemens earlier was borderline. I thought they'd go 5, but they ended up going 2. Same case here.
2-minute power play brought to you by ServPro onto the ice surface. Penalty was called on Carter Johnson for the Sabres. Puck sent all the way down to the other end of the ice surface by Legacy. They give chase here on their penalty kill. 1:45 ticks down on the ServPro power play with just shy of 13 minutes to play here in the opening period. Coyotes into the offensive zone. This is Chase Collins. 23 points, leads the way for Williston on the season. Shot came from the line, stopped for Miller. Puck's down to the corner on the near side wing. Scrum continuing with 1:27 of ServPro power play time. Now it's taken by the Sabres. They whack it out of the zone with Caleb Johnson to the other end of the ice surface. It went to now. The Sabres are going to regroup back at center again. They'll dump it down, and certainly nothing wrong with the Legacy kill in the early portion of this game. Coyotes have possession back behind their own net with Connor Ekblad. He surveys. One-man aggressive here on the penalty kill for the Sabres. That's Easton Moose, who dangles the stick out in front of the D-man Ekblad, who tries to find the lane to bring it up to the center ice surface. It's Matt Schmidt that handles now. He's pinned at center. Puck is going to come back free into the hands of Ekblad. 45 seconds remains of Coyote power play time with 12 on the dot to play here in the opening period. Legacy's penalty kill quite a riddle right now for the Coyotes. Williston having a hard time getting it across center ice. Now a takeaway. Here's a drive and a fired shot that came in. Isaac Lewis shorthanded. Big save. Ekblad. Rebound. Side of the cage. Taken here by the Coyotes. So they come back to center with it on a 3-on-4 drill. Up into the neutral ice zone. We're down to 15 seconds of ServPro power play time here for the Coyotes. Down to 8, now 7, now 6. Legacy launches it to the other end of the ice, just wide of the cage. And that will do it for the first power play of the hockey game. Is out of the box for Legacy goes Carter Johnson. Here's Beasley with the puck. Back at neutral ice, skated it into the offensive territory. Beasley down to the corner. Scrumming forward here, has the help of Vasey now, but it's taken by the Coyotes. Williston was handed their biggest defeat of the season, second to the last game. Here's a drive in front. Oh, Marcus Butts takes it down. He shoots and scores, and Butts tucks it in, making it 1-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. We'll get another look at it on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Just a nice heads-up play from the neutral ice territory. And into the back of the net it goes, and Marcus Butts continuing to tear in his senior campaign. The all-region player just netted point number 48.
It was a nice play by Beasley. Marcus going to the net, just a nice play through the seam on the defenseman, and Marcus makes no mistake with it.
Top end guys in the West region and across the state for that matter, when they get opportunities, especially guys like Butts and Beasley, they are going to bury it, even against one of the best goaltenders in the region. That's what we saw there. Butts has a takeaway, got it to Beasley out in front. Ekblad had to hop over the sliding Beasley through the goal mouth, and now we go back to center ice for the Coyotes, in over the Legacy line, taking it down. Delay call coming here as Helsted went down to the ice surface, and another power play will come for the Williston Coyotes, and a tripping call will be registered here with 10-12 to play, opening period. 1-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, but into the box goes Braxton Hager.
Yeah, talk about momentum swings, huh? I mean, you don't want to be going cross ice against that Beasley-Butts line. They almost had another backdoor tap in, and then Williston gets it down, and Legacy's been maybe a little bit undisciplined here, taking penalties.
Second power play of the first period for the Coyotes. Up to center ice we go now as Williston has possession. Taken in the neutral ice territory. It's a 2-for-1 scrub now in front of the Legacy bench. Puck is flipped up towards the Williston side of the ice surface. Comes back to the D-man Tostenson. He goes away to the near wing. Poked ahead free, but now it's taken and fired all the way back in to Williston territory there by Gavin Mitzel on the blue line. Well, when you look at Legacy coming into this tournament, they're a team that on the season has taken 57 penalties compared to the 71 that they've drawn. They've been a well-disciplined team in the top tier inside of the WDA. Power play chance now. Here's a drive. That one fired on. That was Brady Bent that put it off the pad of Miller. Miller kicked it aside for his third save of the game. And now Legacy shorthanded back out in front. Here's a drive. Top shelf. Oh, they scored. Strider McMahon to the cookie jar, shorthanded. And the Sabres lead 2-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Well, you want to talk about guys making plays. Legacy's got more than Beasley and Butts that could do it. We watch it back on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Nice feed out in front, went high glove over Bodie Ekblad, and a short-handed goal for the Legacy Sabres has them up 2-0. Thank you, Mr. Dan Durkee. There's the official goal call. Power play remains out for the Coyotes. 34 seconds of power play time to tick down. ServPro with 24/7 emergency service, trained technicians, and advanced technology. ServPro brings you the power play time at the WDA Hockey Tournament. Big momentum switch there as the Williston Coyotes trailed by a goal. They went back onto the power play, but the shorthanded tally has Legacy certainly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think it's, if you get, it's a bonus when you kill 2 penalties and you get a shorty out of it.
Elliott Hood fires it out to neutral. Sabres go back to full strength. Callings from center ice dumps it back in behind the glove hand corner of Tyler Miller. Back on the retrieve for the Sabres on the near side. It's going to be freed and taken out to center now by the Sabres. Harrison Johnson bidding for his 10th point of the year. It's flipped towards the net. Ekblad, a save on kind of a knuckle puck. Those aren't easy to make at all times. Delayed call coming here. Jordan Kelly, one of the officials, had the call. It's going to be a hooking, and it's coming on the Coyotes, so the Sabres will get their first power play time of the game. 7:47 left in the first. 2-0 Legacy on the BNC National Bank scoreboard of their first power play of the game coming to the ice surface. Well, just a great job altogether by Dave Zittelman, Ben Lervick, everybody involved here in Bismarck, putting on the WDA Hockey Tournament again this year. VFW Sports Center, a classic home for this tournament. Sabres on the power play. They work it around. Beasley carries it up top, all the way to the blue line. Dropped it back away underneath from Butts. It came now, side of the cage. Short point blank stop was made there by Bodie Ekblad. And the puck comes back up to Butts. Pitched all the way down to the half wall. From the wall it comes down. The Sabres go back to work with Beasley. In the circle, Beasley, fancy dancy, trying to tuck it in. And the stop is made there as Ekblad went down to the pillows and hung on to it. Minute 27 remains of the power play here for the Sabres. They have a 2-0 lead with 7:14 left of the first, and the shots are now starting to spread a bit at 10-3, favoring the number 2 seeded defending champion Sabres. Off the draw, puck one back to the point. Joel Anderson's got it near side. Goes back away, center slot. Butts fired. That one knocked down by Collings, and he'll fire it to the other end of the ice surface. Tyler Miller out of the net to play it, where he left it back in behind here for Marcus Butts, the captain, who sets up shop on the power play. To Beasley, State's top producer, into the offensive zone, hits the brakes, bottom of the circle. Beasley takes a look now upstairs, goes to Elliot Hoon. Hoon's got it here with 53 on the power play for the Sabres, their first man advantage of the game. Comes back away now underneath the goal line. The puck floats down and deep where Strider McMahon, who's got a goal in this game, freed it, came to Hoon at the point. Hoon got it back center slot. Vasey turns, fires, high wrister. He missed the net, and the puck's taken by the Coyotes. They try to clear, but it's Hoon that put up the brick wall at the blue line. Comes back to center ice now where Braxton Hager's got it. Tried to go to the wing on the far side. It was touched by a Coyote, and all the way down underneath the net it came. Williston will clear it. It comes all the way out in front of the net of Tyler Miller with 6:03 to play in the opening period. 2-0 Legacy on top. Their power play remains out for 10 seconds. First Serve Pro power play of the hockey game. That's going to do it for the power play as the Coyotes clear from their own end of the ice as the Coyotes are now full strength. Sabres with possession back at neutral. Braxton Hager had it, but then it was stripped from him. Comes away to the near side wing, right at center, and dumped back down in behind Miller. He's out of the net to play it. Set it up back for Hoon. Hoon put it over. Tried to go to the wing on the far side. Got up on the dasher. It rolled like a roller coaster all the way around to the point where it was taken and fired back down by Borison. Now the Coyotes have it pinned to the Legacy zone right on top of the half wall. Comes back up to neutral ice. It's a foot race back into offensive territory for the Sabres. Zelensky wins that battle, sends it out front, point blank. All the chance was there, sailed it high. Puck comes all the way back up to the line, and at the blue line, trying to get a handle on it for Legacy. That was Strom, but it's taken by the Coyotes and sent down. What an excellent opportunity there for the Legacy Sabres. Sometimes the wristers are more like a 9-iron, and that one sailed over the glove of Bodie Ekblad.
Little field goal.
Yeah, it certainly was. A coach's worst nightmare, I'd have to assume.
Just got to hit the net. You got to make the goaltender make a save in that situation. I mean, you're walking right down Broadway. I mean, it's you don't get a better chance than that.
Coyotes have possession back behind their own cage. Shots are 10-3 Legacy here with 4:46 to play, opening period. Sabres are 0 for 1 on the power play, but they're 2 for 2 on the kill with a short-handed goal to have them up in this hockey game. Puck's on the near side wing from the point, offensive zone for the Sabres. Harrison Johnson back behind the net. Comes away to the far wing, and now the Coyotes will push up to neutral. And with the burners on, Matt Schmidt, who's got 15 points, skates it down. Schmidt down to the far corner, blocker side of the goaltender Tyler Miller. 4:15 ticking down, opening period. Puck away to the near wing. Joel Anderson pokes it free, came to center, tattooed at neutral ice was Harrison Johnson, but he got the pass across. But then there's going to be a call on the play. It's a roughing penalty. It was behind the play lane. I'm not exactly sure who this is going on. It will be on the Coyotes, and into the box goes Ethan Cody for 2 on the roughing call.
Yeah, it was right on the near side here. I didn't see it. I was kind of watching Moose see if he was going to be able to beat the D-man one-on-one, but definitely something happened right in front of us.
Cody's in the box. Serve Pro power play comes back up for the Legacy Sabres. 2 of the top players in the state, according to point production. Number 2 and number 3 to be exact. Puck back out in front of the net. Here's a high riser that just missed, hit traffic in front on Harrison Johnson's attempt, and it sailed over the net to Ekblad. Beasley over on the far wing, waits for his chance here as Butts has it at the near line. Now to Beasley, glove side of Ekblad. He'll walk to the circle, fired, missed the net on the glove side. Puck comes back into the circle near wing. Worked away back to Beasley at the point. On a tee, Butts tattooed towards the net. Oh, what a save out in front. Ekblad commits highway robbery on Harrison Johnson. Sabres with possession now here. Other power player, continued possession, I should say, taken away by Callings, and Callings starts the motor up to neutral. Got into the Legacy zone, but then was upended. Beasley gets the puck back, and Beasley will carry it in. Here's Beasley towards the net. Dangles, fires, he scores, and Beasley tucks it home to make it 3-0 on the power play goal. Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Beasley broke free one-on-one. The left-handed shooter found a way to tuck it underneath Ekblad, and it's 3-0 Sabres. That power play goal comes with 3:09 left in the opening period. Here's Dan Durkee on the call.
Number 10, Drew Beasley. Power play goal scored at 13:51. Beasley unassisted.
Well, Beasley unassisted. Servpro power play tally, and Drew Beasley picks up team high number 25 on the year, point number 52 here in this West Region quarterfinal matchup. Up to center, taken here by the Coyotes. Hellsted's in with it. Hellsted spins off on the far wing. Puck's going to be freed in the circle, taken by the Sabres. They've got possession with Strider McMahon. He bumps it free to Elliot Hoon, back in behind his own net. Hoon will take it up off the near wall, flip to center, down it comes. This will be an icing, and that icing brought to you by our friends at Minot State University. Best way to predict your future is to create it at Minot State. Did you know that more than 96% of recent college grads are either employed or continuing their education at Minot State?
Is that real?
Pretty impressive, isn't it?
That's pretty good. That's probably better than Bemidji State numbers.
Well, I would say 96%. They said recent because I only got through 8 days of Minot State classes. Figured I had the master's degree by the time I was out there, too. Loose in front of the Sabre net. Puck's on the ice in front of Miller. Comes out in front of the Sabre cage, and it's going to be poked free out to neutral. And now sent right back in by the Coyotes. Back behind the Legacy cage. This is Joel Anderson. Tried to free it, held it at the line. Loose in front. Comes back away to the Sabres. It's a 4-on-2 into offensive territory with the motor on. Colton Rude breaks free towards the net. Ekblad goes down. That's off its moorings. There's going to be a stop coming in the play as the net is off the pegs with 92 seconds left here in the opening period. Another look at it on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Colton Rude just hit the turbo boosters, got around the D-man, and then he was hauled up right in front of the cage. Ryan Family Dealerships bringing you the replays here on the PSP Network, along with 50 years of a trusted name in the car buying and shopping industry. Butts out in front, had a chance. Just went wide on the tip. It was set up by Beasley. Sabres with possession, offensive zone. Blocker side of Bodie Ekblad. Vasey's out with it. He'll fire through traffic. Hit that traffic, and the puck's taken now here by the Coyotes. They clear up to center. And in the neutral ice zone, it's Tostenson that moved it off ahead, back in behind the netminder Miller. Down to 1:03 in the first. Here comes Dan Durkee on the 1-minute call.
1 minute to play in the period. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Durkee. Puck comes off the near wall, down for an icing. And a stop in the play will bring us back into Legacy territory. Yeah, Dan Durkee on the mic. He's one of my favorites of all time. He's a legend, isn't he?
I was going to say, Nick, how long do you think he's been doing it? I remember when he reffed.
I certainly remember that as well.
It's been a long time.
I think Dan was, I graduated from Minot High School back in 2004, and if I'm not mistaken, I think he was on the mic. Was he on the mic for your playing days?
I think he was. That I can remember. I'm pretty sure he was.
45 seconds ticks down here the first. Legacy up 3-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. They've got a chance here as they bring it across center. Backhanded in. Comes away to the near top of the circle. Here's a drive on a hard wrister from Easton Moose. Blockered away there by Ekblad. Puck's underneath the goal line. Coyotes trying to retain possession here in their own D zone. 20 seconds to play here in the first. All right, kids, get ready to cut them down. We're at 15 right now. Yeah, the puck's going to poke free at center here for the Coyotes. They're going to bring it back into offensive territory. Down to 8 seconds. Legacy pokes free to center. And on the near side wall, it's taken by Connor Ekblad, who's going to pin it up on the near side wall. That will do it for the first. Well, there's a look at Mr. Dan Durkee on the call. Gentleman that sits down in front of that laptop. The old Bismarck Demons, if you know what I'm talking about, or the Patriots.
I'm trying to text Dan Gravseth, who's in the box right now, to see how long he's been on the call.
He's been there for a while. We appreciate him being here today. 3-0. Legacy on top of the Williston Coyotes after one period of play. Stick around for our Magic Towing first intermission report. Magic Towing, you blow it, we tow it. Magic Towing, serving Western North Dakota. We'll have the highlights, analysis, and stats of the first. Number 2 seed, a defending region champion, showing why they were at the top of the list at the end of the year. They're up by 3 on the Williston Coyotes.
You need someone you can trust. Someone who cares about your safety, your budget, and your peace of mind. At Trusted Tire and Auto, trust is more than just a word. It's at the heart of everything we do. We're a local business, owned and operated by people who live and work in this community. And we believe that by building relationships based on trust and care, we can make our community a better place to live and drive. Trusted Tire and Auto, where trust, care, and community meet on the road.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I pick Carson Wentz. I pick Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football, just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team. Like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
One period in the books of this quarterfinal matchup between number 7 Williston, number 2 Legacy. And it's 3-0 Sabres on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Welcome in to our Magic Towing first intermission report. Magic Towing, you blow it, we tow it. Magic Towing, proud supporter of North Dakota High School Athletics on the PSP Network. Put this number in your phone now. You'll be glad that you did when the time arises. 701-509-4011. It's Magic Towing. Nick Holberg alongside of Lane Senevy for the first intermission report. Well, Coach, kind of what we expected in that opening period. We just see over and over that if Legacy gets chances on lines 1 through 3, they're going to bury them, it seems.
Yeah, and I think that's, when you look at the games this morning, I think that's what you were looking for out of Charlie Vig and Brubach and Aronis to create that separation. Here it's still not, I would say comfortable, but more of the feel that maybe a 1-8 game should have had in a 2-7 matchup here, as Legacy definitely showed up to play. And, you look at it and it's 2-0 and Williston gets out of that first, that first penalty kill, and then they take another one right away, and you're thinking, okay, maybe if they can get out of that. But Drew Beasley had different intentions with that one, and I've watched it all year long. He's a goal scorer. He can shoot it. He shows on that play. He's got nice hands. He makes a really nice play. Soft little pass on the backside of the D to Marcus Butts in the first goal. Those guys, they're good players. To me, they're not opportunistic. When they get those chances, they're in the back of the net.
On the season, 51 points coming in for Beasley. Butts was at 47. McMahon's got a goal in that first period as well. He's up to 11 goals on the year for 18 points. Highlights of the first brought to you by our friends at Ryan Family Dealerships. Ryan Family Dealerships, locations in Western North Dakota, Minot and in Williston. I can tell you from experience, driveryan.com and Ryan Family Dealerships. Tremendous service, top to bottom.
Power play chance.
They're fantastic. You saw the first goal of the game, scored by Marcus Butts, assisted by Beasley at 6:07. This one here is a pretty solid nominee.
And now Legacy shorthanded.
Pretty solid nominee for our move of the game as the puck was taken from one end of the ice to the other. That was Strider McMahon from Easton Moose to make it 2-0. That was a shorthanded tally. See another opportunity here for the Legacy Sabres. It ends up in the back of the net. Drew Beasley credited with the unassisted goal on that play. Another chance late in the period. Legacy going hard to the net. The collision there that resulted in the net coming off its pegs. The end of one period, 3-0. Those highlights again brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. Looking at the numbers from the first. Shots on goal, 15-6. Favoring the Legacy Sabres. means 12 saves were made by Ekblad. On the other side, 6 saves were made from Tyler Miller. Williston had 2 power play chances. They went 0 for 2. They gave up a shorthanded goal. Sabres went 1 for 2 on the power play. Those numbers brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. If you're the Coyotes right now and Matt Ekblad, you're number 2 as the head man here for Williston. What do you think the big message in the room is in between periods right now?
Well, for me, it's, I thought Botno did a really good job. If we're looking at kind of powerhouses versus not, I feel like Williston is throwing too many pucks through the middle of the ice in their D zone. They're turning pucks over. They're giving those looks to those top guys on Legacy. And like I said, you want to make them earn it. You want to make them have to come 200 feet out of their own zone, have a good zone exit, and make sure you have numbers back if they're going to beat you. Right now, I feel like they're being a little careless with the puck. They need to simplify things. They've actually had a couple good chances. The one blocker save that Tyler Miller made was a really nice one-timer save. But I think if they can limit those mistakes and try and get that to generate into more offense would be, what I think some areas that they need to clean up.
On the other side, if you're Ryan Farragher and Wade Davison, are you satisfied? 3 goals on 15 shots against the goaltender you're facing. You had a shorthanded goal in there. Power play looked pretty good. Is there anything that you see right now in Legacy's game that needs to be cleaned up before the start of the next 17 minutes?
Well, I think you just need to, whether you get a power play here early on, you want to get the next one. You don't want to let a team hang around, let them make it 3-1. Then you have that 2-goal lead. You want to keep pushing. Are you satisfied at 3-0? No, but it's a better feeling than a 1-goal game or a 2-goal game. But, to me, the message is we still want to get the next one. We want to create that separation. And not take our foot off the gas. I think that's got to be the message coming from the Legacy locker room.
Taking a look at the tournament brackets before we head to our final break here. The first intermission brought to you by Magic Towing. Century over Botno earlier today, 2-1. The number 1 seeded Patriots had a little bit of an issue with the Botno Rugby Braves today. Freeman in goal for Botno was impressive as well. The young man stood tall in there for Botno Rugby. They have a lot to be proud of, only dropping that one 2-1. Mandan fell to Dickinson 4-0 in the first matchup of, the last matchup of the first session here today. Legacy leads Williston by a score of 3-0 at the end of 1. We've got Minot and Jamestown 3-6 coming up tonight. The Magi have the number 3 spot. They split earlier on this year, so get ready for what could be a real barn burner in our nightcap here tonight. We're through 1 period of play. 3-0. Legacy on top of the Williston Coyotes from the VFW Sports Center in Bismarck. Period 2 comes up next on the PSP Network.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it. We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is...
Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estbold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estbold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Wondering whether you need wealth management? Wealth management is a multifaceted offering.
that should provide opportunities for growth and security. At BNC National Bank, we pride ourselves on putting your priorities first and providing practical, objective financial advice. Our team can help you assess your goals and take stock of your assets to determine whether wealth management is right for you. Speak to a member of our team today to learn more.
Once again, the highlights from the opening period of play as Legacy leads by a score of 1-0. After the first goal of the hockey game, scored by Marcus Butts, assisted by Beasley. Then Strider McMahon scored, shorthanded. Easton Moose had the assist. You see that goal here, followed by Drew Beasley on the power play coming up in just a moment as well. That made it 3-0. Legacy on top. We'll put a cap on our first intermission report, brought to you by our friends at Magic Towing. Magic Towing, you blow it, we tow it. Magic Towing, proud supporter of North Dakota High School Athletics on the PSP Network. It's Nick Holberg alongside of the former Bismarck High standout and the head coach of the Bismarck Bobcats, Mr. Lane Senevy. Period number 2 underway. You didn't want any of that Taco Bell in between games that we had up here?
Nope.
I certainly did. Tyler Hagan dropped that off. By the way, Tyler Hagan is here with game action shots of the entire WDA tournament. You can find all those photos on our social media platforms. Tyler Hagan and Tyler Hagan Photography, one of the best in the business. Game action shots, senior portraits, you name it. I want to thank our friend Mason Kramer, of course, up in Minot for his work on the PSP Network as well. Yeah, Tyler, there's an icing on the play here on the Coyotes. Face-off coming back at their own end, 35 seconds into the second. He brought the bag of Taco Bell up here, and when he did, my friend, I'm telling you, that didn't take long for that. It was like the pigs in the pen were coming.
I never know how Taco Bell's going to sit with me.
That's a good call. Friendly reminder that you just gave me just now. Minot High, Jamestown later on here tonight. Matt Morelli and I will have the call of that one for you folks here on the PSP Network. Legacy with a 3-0 lead. They've got 3 on the board, 50 seconds into the second. We sit right now as the Coyotes have possession. Feed came out in front on the give and go, but unable to reel it in. There was Shannon. Comes up to the point and now out of the zone. The Sabres have themselves a 2-on-1. Skating down. Johnson tried to feed it in front. Nice play there as Dylan Morgan went down to a knee and made the stop as the Coyotes dodge a bullet there on the nice defensive read. Back at the point for the Sabres. Harrison Johnson fired. That one just missed on the blocker's side of Bodie Ekblad. Ekblad saw 15 shots in the opening frame. Stopped 12 of them. Here come the Coyotes back up to center ice. Tyler Miller, by the way, if you're just joining us on the other side of the ice in the blue paint, he saw 6 and stopped the ball. Puck's back behind the Legacy net. Taken here and set up by the Sabres. Joel Anderson. He'll push this puck up to center and on the forecheck now for Legacy. It's Braxton Miller in the offensive zone. Puck comes free out in front. Oh, Strider McMahon right on the doorstep, just sailed it wide. Excellent opportunity there for the Sabres. They just couldn't convert. Williston breaks out to center. Puck got away from Collings and it comes up into the possession there of 19 for Williston. That's Boris, and he sends it back in. Now the Sabres have possession. They whistle back up to center. Taken by the Coyotes here. Tostenson right over the Bobcat stamp at center ice. He dumps it down into the corner. And in after it for the Coyotes, retaining possession. Tostenson sent it out front. Nobody home. Puck comes back away underneath the goal line. Glove side of Tyler Miller. Sabres take it with Isaac Lewis. Bumps it free up into the neutral ice zone. Sabres scoring the 3rd most goals in the entire WDA coming into the tournament. Sabre team that's put up plenty on the year, 93 to be exact. Minot and Century both crossed the century mark this year. In with a chance by himself, firing it up towards the glove for the Legacy Sabres. On that opportunity was number 18, Carter Johnson, but a huge save there from Bodie Ekblad. Puck's freed back up to center ice. Williston takes it. trying to move it forward into offensive territory. They will now here as Ty Helstead takes it, works it down underneath the goal line. Blocker side of Miller. Puck's underneath the net. Poked free by the Sabres. They try their break out of their own defensive zone. They will now with the help here from number 2, Colton Rude. He got it up into the neutral ice zone. We'll have a stop of the play with 13:31 to play here in our second period. 3-0 Legacy on top. This game delivered and brought to you by the UPS store located on South Broadway in the Magic City. It's the UPS store for all your packing and shipping needs. They're open 6 days a week for your convenience in the Magic City. It's the UPS store bringing you this game along with our good friends at Planet Pizza. No pizza like it. Try that Blue Buffalo today, I'm telling you. It is delicious stuff, that Planet Pizza. If you're in the Magic City, call 701-852-1700. They will deliver here tonight. Try their lunch buffet tomorrow as well, Planet Pizza. Over 25 years as a local pizza shop. You know they're doing something right in the Magic City.
Nick, you didn't even have to look for the number.
Let me borrow your handkerchief here, too. I'm drooling as I read it every single time. Blocker side of Miller. Legacy tries to clear it out. Beasley had it in his skates, taken by the Coyotes. They've got a chance. Sent back door. Here's a try ball off the pad of Miller. Robbery there as Waterrood might have sent it just a hair wide. Nevertheless, nice opportunity for the Coyotes. Puck comes back away now into Legacy territory. They've got possession back in their own end with Joel Anderson. He fires it off the boards in neutral, and it comes all the way back behind Bodie Ekblad and the Coyote net as Butts gives chase. Butts on the far wall, trying to pin it up and take it away from the forward Dylan Morgan on the far wing. Now Morgan's somehow going to come out of there with it. He's tattooed right on center ice. Monster hit there, brought the fans to volume a bit from Caleb Johnson. Taken by the Coyotes in their own end. Flipped up to center. Here's Williston on the attack now with Trip Harris into the offensive zone. Coyotes in their black road uniforms that have the orange stripe on the arms, on the socks, down the side of the pants as well. I like those uniforms, without a doubt.
I was going to say something. They're by far the best uniforms. Gloves, everything.
Sharp-dressed Coyotes trail 3-0. Underneath the Coyote net now. It's Legacy with possession. Work back up to the point. Hager didn't get much of that one. Puck was on its side. It fluttered and then it was knocked down and cleared by the Coyotes. Back to retrieve as Hager back in his own defensive zone. Got it up to center ice. Williston with possession here again. Connor Ekblad had it, but it was taken away and sent back in by Harrison Johnson. He's logged some minutes here. Here's a lead pass. The stretch was out for Suki, and Suki took it down into the offensive zone before he was pasted by Braxton Hager. Hager, a big boy. Delay call coming here on Legacy. Hager will touch. And the power play comes out for the Coyotes once again here with 6 on the dot, complete to the second, 3-0. Legacy on top, but they go shorthanded for the third time here in this hockey game.
It was a nice play. It was a good look. I know it didn't result in the breakaway that they almost had, but it resulted in a power play.
The 8-12-1 Coyotes, who went 2-6-1 on the road this year, by the way, have an opportunity here with 6 minutes complete in the second on a ServPro power play, their third of the game. They trail 3-0. Puck comes away to the far side point. Coyotes with possession. Morgan's got it here. Saucered it across all the way. Trying to go to the near board from the far, but it was knocked down. Puck's loose on the blocker side of Miller. Squirts free on the near wing now. Ty Waterrood's got it. Taken by Legacy, and they move it all the way back into offensive territory. Here's a rush and a chance shorthanded as the Sabres look for their second shorty of the game. But it was Isaac Lewis who just moved it all the way back into his own territory as Johnson is back behind his own net to take it like a UFO. He sailed it to the other end of the ice surface. Ekblad there to play the puck. Puck is freed out in front of the hard forecheck coming from Isaac Lewis once again. And now it's the Coyotes that send it the other end to the other end. Touched a Legacy player. Williston goes for a change as their ServPro power play is all the way down to 1:03 remaining here with 10 on the dot to play in the second. Sabres shorthanded. They've got the puck. Oh, pass came out front. What a pad save there from Ekblad as he had robbery on Easton Moose. And now we're going to have a stop in the play. I missed what the call was here.
Too many men.
Is it too many men on the ice? Here's another look on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Bodie Ekblad, I've been talking about him all year as one of the best goaltenders inside of the WDA. This is point blank from the slot. He got the pad kicked out. Kind of reminds me of 1993. Patrick Waugh, the kick save and a beauty there, my friend.
We're dating ourselves there.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Watching back.
Yep.
You watch some of those NHL highlights. YouTube is such a rabbit hole, of course. You start watching some of the highlights. I was watching the top 10. Here's a drive out in front from Beasley as Beasley sailed it just wide of Ekblad. Now a delay and a stop as Ekblad's got his skate blade came out of the goaltender's skates. So we'll have a stop in the play here, and Ekblad's going to need some assistance on the bench. Ekblad's going to skate off. They're going to give him time, I'd have to assume, to fix that goaltender skate, that blade. Is that
hopefully the holder didn't break, because I'm guessing he probably doesn't have another pair of skates.
Ekblad all the way over the Williston Coyote bench. The skate blade came out of the toque on that goaltender skate, or the holder, if you will. They go to work on it quickly here. The Coyotes trying to get the skate blade put back in. 9:37 left in the second. 3-0. Legacy's on top. 38 seconds remains a 4-on-4 time. After that, Sabres come back to the power play. It's WDA tournament coverage here on the PSP Network.
Tundra Month at Cedric Thiel Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Thiel Toyota. Let's go places.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estbold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estbold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Equipment timeout on the ice surface comes to a close. Good news for Bodie Ekblad and company. That skate is put back together, and now we'll face it off at center ice here. Nick Holberg, Lane Sedevy on the call. Lane, the head coach of the Bismarck Bobcats. I played goal myself back in the day, nowhere near as good as you. By the way, I was your biggest fan back in the day. I'm the biggest closet Bismarck High fan that there ever was, just for the record. I remember watching you when you had the painted mask that changed all sorts of different colors. Here's Beasley in with a drive, fires. Oh, Beasley scores. He tucks it in. And it's 4-0 Legacy. We'll get back to your painted mask here in just a moment, I promise you. But first, Orion Family Dealerships replay. And Beasley walked into the top of the circle, cocked and loaded it, and then he just fired it home past Ekblad, and it's 4-0 in favor of the Legacy Sabres as Beasley continuing to tear. That's his second goal of the game and 26th of the season. Even strength tally for Beasley. Let's listen in to Dan Durkee.
Number 10, Beasley. Assist to number 15, Marcus Butts. And number 8, Harrison Johnson.
Legacy back to full strength.
Legacy is on power.
Butts and Johnson in on the assist on the Beasley goal. And now the Serve Pro power play is out for the Legacy Sabres for the next 57 seconds. trying to build on a 4-0 lead with under 9 to play. Butts brings it in. Beasley to Butts. Tic-tac-toe. They scored. Oh, what a play that was. Butts and Beasley, like synchronized skating. They made that one look easy. They tucked it in, and it's 5-0 Legacy Sabres. Another look on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. What made that play so special? Well, started 200 feet away, and then Butts just makes an excellent play.
Yeah, I don't know. I love the play all around. I mean, it's unselfishness. I mean, they move the puck, they let the puck do the work, and I mean, it's a beautiful goal. But I mean, it's one of those where Butts could have kept it and Beasley could have kept it, but you get the tap in a wide open net because they move the puck.
Timeout called here by Williston. Butts, Beasley, and Hoon in on that one. It's 5-0 Legacy on top. One more look at it on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. All the way from back in behind Tyler Miller, Hoon carried to the left side of the cage. Found Butts right at center ice. Made a dancing move around a D-man to the top of the circle. Back over to Beasley. Then Butts just buried it home. That's where we sit at 5-0. Timeout here for the Coyotes. Matt Ekblad doing what he can to try to salvage any momentum left in this game for Williston.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the right call. You can't take it with you. That brings back old memories. You know, he comes out and addresses the whole team from the ice, and reminds me of Al Henry back in the day in Devil's Lake, doing the same thing. I mean, it's when you call a timeout, it's unless you're really heated, it's you know, you can get everybody's attention, but I like the old school play there where he comes out and is able to actually talk to the team without everybody trying to look at you.
8:35 left in the second. We're halfway through, and Legacy's up 5-0. I don't even know where I was going with that conversation about your painted mask back in the day, but I do know we've got an icing here brought to you by our friends at Prestwich Orthodontics. Prestwich Orthodontics, 0% financing and free consultations either in the office or online. Visit them at mineatbraces.com.
You know, that is one of the things, you know, you played it, but as a goalie, I still have that mask. It was a bonus because my dad worked at Schwann GMC. Well, they got that reflective paint for the cars, and he's like, I'm gonna have them paint your mask. One of the coolest masks I ever. It changed every time the light hit it, and yeah, I don't know.
I'll never forget it. I know that you don't remember this. Maybe you do. State hockey tournament. Hate to bring it up, but it was a 5th place game on a Saturday at the state tournament. You were warming up, and you pulled the puck up on your goaltender stick like the Michigan, and you threw the puck over the glass, and you threw it to me, my friend. I'll never forget it as long as I live. Puck comes back away underneath the Williston net now as they've got possession. Legacy had to touch up on sides. Comes away now here at center, and it's dumped in by the Legacy Sabres. There by McMahon, who's got a goal here in this hockey game. Under 8 to play in the second. 5-0. Legacy on top. They get the puck again. Here's a whistler out in front to the net to Ekblad. That one sailed and hit traffic. Comes away off the wall. Up to the point. Braxton Hager fired it towards the net. I don't know what's going on with big number 5 on the back end, but that was the second time that he put one towards the goal that kind of fluttered up from the blue line there. Here's a chance from the line. Johnson whistled one just wide. That was Joel Anderson, excuse me. Wide of the glove side. Legacy holds the zone. Puck's freed out the center slot now. Anderson had a chance at it again, but now at center ice retrieving is Mason Straub, who takes it and fires it back underneath the goal line. Just to the right to Bodie Ekblad. 5-0. Legacy on top. This puck comes all the way down. They're going to say it was touched back in the neutral ice zone, so icing is waved off. Sabres have possession. Down to the ice and falling there on the near side wing was the D-man, Mason Straub, in his own zone, but the puck is freed anyway, and now it's taken by the Legacy Sabres, and Straub regroups and takes it back behind his own net where he bumped it free to Anderson. Anderson on the far side wall. Hounded now here by a Coyote. Make it 2 Coyotes. Reverses it back underneath the net. Whistled away to the near side wing, and it's going to be moved forward by Colton Rude. Williston doing a nice job here on the forecheck. They've got Legacy hemmed in. They trail 5-0. However, the forecheck has been on hard here for the last 45-plus seconds. Legacy finally gets it to center, and it's taken by Collings. He fires in. And the veteran move there from the netminder, Tyler Miller, as he goes down and hangs on to it. 6:02 left in the second, 5-0 Sabres on top. Tyler Miller on your screen with the white mask with the Sabres logo on the left side.
It's actually Bobcats.
Is that a Bobcat logo on that mask?
So we had military night, and we auctioned off our masks, and he bought the mask.
I like that auction.
Yeah. That's an expensive mask with a paint job and everything, and I think he got it for $500.
Gotta like that deal, don't you? Puck comes up to center, now into the zone. Hoon walks down, fired. Oh, didn't put it where he wanted it. Went just wide of the blocker side. Speaking of goaltender masks, you talk about how you still have that mask of yours. Sure you remember Don Rosted from Minot High School back in the late 90s, around your time frame. He had the Eye of the Tiger mask, a painted tiger on that old Eddie mask of his. This puck comes all the way down from the Sabres for an icing. And we'll face it off back in Legacy's territory. Well, I was a big Don Rosted fan, of course, back in the day. And
you know who one of my idols growing up was?
Brian Holland.
You got it. You know what he's doing now?
I have heard.
NASCAR
pitman. Yes. How do you like that job?
He actually runs the whole pit crews team now. He's like their leader.
He's climbed his way all the way up to that spot, eh?
Yep. He was fantastic goaltender.
Back in the day, back-to-back goalies at Minot High had the painted goalie masks with tigers. Here's a drive from the line that came in, and the stop was made from Ekblad. He'll hang on to it. I reached out to Don Rosted. I've got a little goalie mask collection of my own in the office. I was never at a level that I won a men's league championship in New York when I was with the Elmira Jackals in the ECHL, by the way, and I had a painted clown mask. That one hangs pretty proudly in there, of course.
I might have to send you one.
I wouldn't tell you no.
I have a 9/11 mask that got painted when I was in Sioux Falls. It's really cool too.
Like that. Puck comes back up to the line. Legacy's got an offensive zone. Beasley's lines back out. Facey underneath the net. Legacy trying to add on to a 5-0 lead with under 5 to play here in the second. Coyotes push out to center. Real estate for Legacy. I reached out to Don Rosted. He's become a good buddy of mine here in the adult years of my life. I asked him if he ever wanted to sell that mask. He sent me back the text that said, LOL, he was wearing it going like this.
It seems like a classic goalie thing to do.
Oh, I think it is. Legacy's got the puck back in their own end. Anderson moves it into the zone. This one comes in on Ekblad. He's going to hang on to it. Ekblad makes save number 18 here in this hockey game with the shots at 23-7. Legacy on top. Big thanks today to Todd Domeries, John Haugen, Tyler Hagen, yourself, Lane Senevy, yours truly, Nick Holberg. Can't really thank myself, but thanks to the staff that's here today. Job well done on the first 2 calls. And anytime that we've got John Haugen on scene, life is just a little bit easier from the production side. We can't thank you enough, Johnny. Truly, we do love you, man. Puck's taken here by the Sabres. They send it around the end boards, offensive zone, right side of the radio dial. If you're listening today on YouTube, as Williston moves it from the right to the left, back out to neutral ice, and now into Legacy territory with under 4 to play here in the second. Sabres have possession. They go to center. Tape-to-tape pass connects here with Garley. Offensive zone now here on the right side. Glove side of Ekblad. Underneath the net from McMahon. Tried to feed it out in front. That puck was up in the air, knocked down. Comes up now to center here from Hellstead, and Hellstead's got it in over the Legacy blue line. Hellstead peels away on the near wing. Dropped it down to the half board. Sent down in front. All wide open on the opportunity there. Blaise Bahar was on the doorstep, and a bouncing puck got away from him. Another chance for Williston. A shot from up in front of the net from Connor Ekblad was denied by the D-man Hoon. Freed now. Here's Williston's got a little bit of jam in the late portion of the second. They go up to the line and fire. That one was blocked there by McMahon. Went to a knee and blocked the shot from the line from Cody. Delayed call coming here on Legacy as the net will go empty again for the Coyotes as Ekblad comes off. It's a 6-on-5 until the Sabres can touch. They do now here with Hoon. 2:47 left here in the second. Slashing is the call. And the Coyotes will go back to the power play. This is their 4th power play of the game as Strider McMahon is into the box for his 6th penalty of the season. Oh for 4 here on the day for the Williston Coyotes. A goal here changes the landscape and dynamic of this game quite considerably. However, the hill is still large for Williston, trailing by 5 to the number 2 team inside of the tournament. Delayed call coming now on the Coyotes. Interference will be the call. And who committed the crime here? It's number 4, Connor Ekblad, into the sim bin. We go back to 4-on-4. Well, Matt Ekblad wanted to talk to Dan Emery, the official. Emery skates back down into the corner. Aren't you glad you chose to be a coach instead of an official?
It's one thing I've learned. I was hard on refs early in my career, and it's a thankless job. It's travel all over the country at our level. You don't make a lot of money. You're trying to cut your teeth. It's one thing I've definitely, probably talking with Thor, obviously, Schmitty, some big time refs out of Minot, learn to calm down a little bit on the officials.
How do you walk that fine line with passion, intensity, the chemical makeup you need to win, and still walk that line? And obviously the human element is part of the game, but we do thank all the gentlemen that wear stripes here at the WDA tournament and across all of sports. Without them, we wouldn't be able to be here. Butts, 4-on-4 into the offensive zone. Butts, little toe drag, lost it. Taken there off the near side by Benth for the Coyotes, and Benth brings it up to center as he moves it off ahead. Collings is into the offensive territory. He tried a fancy move there, and he was shut down by Gavin Mitchell. Back to Beasley. Beasley's into the zone, wants a hat trick. Takes it down underneath the goal line. He hit the brakes. Butts gets it back, and now it's going to be taken up to center. Wide open hockey like a Saturday afternoon at the Municipal Rink outdoors as we go back and forth, 4-on-4 for 50 seconds. Remaining a 4-on-4 time as Ekblad wheels and deals right in towards the net. Tyler Miller shut the door, and Miller will hang on to it. 1:34 left here in the second. 5-0 Legacy on top. Today's game brought to you by Northern Plains Heating and Air, by the way. Northern Plains Heating and Air has over 25 years of experience as your factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. No other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains Heating and Air. Located here in Bismarck, serving all of North Dakota. Offsides on the Coyotes. 1:22 left here in the second. 5-0 Legacy on top. Shields brings you the player of the week on the PSP network, by the way. Shields locations in Minot and Bismarck. They bring you the player of the week. You can head to the PSP Network's Facebook page and vote now on who you think this week's player of the week is. Well, Braxton Hager on the defensive side inside of his own blue line. Braxton Hager, sorry about the tech issue there, folks. I think we're good to go now. Braxton Hager is going to end up in the sin bin here. That was one of those plays where he just made a hit, but did it in a way. We'll wait for the call from Dan Durkee. I didn't see if it was an interference or what the call was.
Both officials had the arm up too.
Hooky. Dan Emery had him for a hook. Puck's handled here by the Coyotes. Back up at the point. Williston with possession. They work it here. Sent in front. Oh, Collings on the doorstep. Tipped it just wide. And now Williston's going to have possession again in the offensive zone. Turning towards the net. Shannon walks. He fired. Butts got a shin pad on that one and turned it aside. Puck comes back away to the near wing, up to the neutral ice zone. McMahon's in, has a streaking butts. He's wide open, fires, sailed through the goal mouth and then hit the goal pipe. Sent back to center by the Coyotes, right back in for the Sabres. Delayed call coming. And there will be a power play at 1:09 after the legacy penalty expires here, as an interference was called here now on the Coyotes, I do believe, and into the box will go number 11, Ethan Cody.
Penalties breed penalties?
I was just going to say, it hasn't been the cleanest game that we've seen all year. Williston, not the most disciplined, not the least either inside of the WDA. They've taken 90 penalties on the year. They've drawn 78. All right, kids, cut them down. We're at 17 seconds left of the second. Williston on the rush to the other end of the ice surface. 2-on-2 drill. In with a drive, and it's Brady Bent that sent it into the breadbasket of Tyler Miller. He hangs on to it. And Miller comes up. Save number 10 on shot number 10 in this quarterfinal matchup. 8 seconds to tick down. Puck's taken here by the Sabres. Over to Beasley, far side, and Beasley will carry up to center. Time expires, and we have played 34 minutes. Quarterfinal number 3 here today at the VFW Sports Center. The Coyotes from Williston trail by a score of 5-0. Lane and I will break down the first and second. We'll have all the highlights, the stats, and analysis when we come back to the VFW Sports Center here in Bismarck.
Presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
When it comes to your car, you need someone you can trust. Someone who cares about your safety, your budget, and your peace of mind. At Trusted Tire and Auto, trust is more than just a word. It's at the heart of everything we do. We're a local business, owned and operated by people who live and work in this community. And we believe that by building relationships based on trust and care, we can make our community a better place to live and drive. Trusted Tire and Auto, where trust, care, and community meet on the road.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I pick Carson Wentz. I pick Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team. Like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Two periods complete. In the third game of the day at the WDA Hockey Tournament, quarterfinal round, live at the VFW Sports Center in Bismarck. Nick Holberg, Lane Sedeby on the call here today. Welcome into our Magic Towing second intermission report. Magic Towing, you blow it, we tow it. Magic Towing brings you the second intermission. Put this number in your phone now. You'll be glad that you did. 701-509-4011. Magic Towing, proud supporter of the PSP Network. Once again, Nick Holberg and Lane Sedeby on the call. Lane, the former Bismarck High standout goaltender, current head coach of the Bobcats. It's 5-0 at the end of two periods played. Is there a big takeaway in your mind in this hockey game of what Legacy's been able to do here today to get to 5-0?
I mean, I think they've done everything that they wanted to do. I mean, I look at 11 minutes through that period, and Wilson didn't have a shot on goal. They ended up with 5 that period, but their first shot on goal was from basically the center red line. 11 minutes had expired in the period. So, I feel like, Legacy has dictated play, and I mean, their big guys have obviously shown up. They got a little secondary scoring, but like I said, I mean, Drew Beasley can score, and you give those guys opportunities. You give them those chances in the slot, and they're going to bury them.
I asked you the same question back at the end of the first. I'll ask it again here at the end of the second. If you're Matt Ekblad right now, the head coach of the Coyotes, is there anything you can change to hopefully turn the tide in the outcome of this hockey game?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it's one of those things where, I think Legacy has done a good job. They have good jump. I don't know if you can be a little more aggressive, maybe fly a couple guys. I think they're good. They need to try and generate. They've had a couple good scoring chances and good looks. I almost feel like, if the game plan would have been to try and minimize those big guys on the other side and get them to fall asleep, because I feel like that's what happens with Legacy every once in a while. They kind of fall asleep. You see the guy slip on the backside for Williston on the in their D zone, left all alone. Those chances they've been, not like they've been at 10 grade A scoring chances like that, but there's been 3 or 4 where they've had those chances. So I think that's one thing. But they got to generate more chances, obviously, and being down 5 to try and get back in this thing.
Seeing the Ryan Family Dealerships highlight package at the end of 2 periods played. Well, you'll see 5 goals in that highlight package. You'll also see some big saves from Bodie Ekblad. He's been peppered in this one, 26 shots against compared to the 11 that the Coyotes have generated. Taking a look at your scoring recap at the end of 2 periods played. It looks like this. Marcus Butts got on the board first for the Sabres. Even strength goal at 6:07 of the first. Drew Beasley had the assist. Strider McMahon then scored shorthanded from Easton Moose at 7:54. And then Beasley on the power play made it 3-0. That was at 13:51 of the first. 2 goals were scored in the second. Beasley had the first. Butts assisted. So did Harrison Johnson. That came at 7:45. And moments later at 8:23, it was Marcus Butts from Beasley and Elliott Hoon to make this a 5-0 contest on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Shots of the first, 15-11 Legacy. They were 11-5 in the second, total 26-11. Penalties in the hockey game, 5 on each side. 4 power plays for Legacy, 6 for the Williston Coyotes. 2 power play goals and a shorty for Legacy. 0s on the board for Williston. Big shutout so far in this contest. And I know what I just did there. You usually don't say that word. We'll see how it goes in the third for Miller, or else I might have to deadbolt the door at the old Holiday Inn Express here tonight. 5-0 at the end of 2 periods played. Looking at how we got to this point in the day here at the WDA Hockey Tournament. 2 games were already played today. Century took down Botno Rugby by a score of 2-1. That was the number 1 seed against the number 8 seed, and Century, the 1 seed, advanced on. Botno put up a heck of a fight if you're just joining us here today. 2-1 was the final. Century advances to semifinal number 1 tomorrow night. Mandan got blanked by Dickinson, 4-0. The Midgets are into the semifinal round. That means Botno Rugby and Mandan will play tomorrow in the first game of the day. That's not an easy one for TD tomorrow morning, calling the Braves against the Braves. Yeah. Monikers, when they're exactly the same like that makes a little bit of a broadcaster's headache. He will do a great job, I guarantee it. So Century Dickinson at semifinal number 1 tomorrow. Botno Rugby and Mandan, loser out number 1. Legacy on their way to advancing to semifinal number 2. They have 17 minutes left. Of course, anything can happen here in the third. Winner moves on to play the winner of Minot and Jamestown. That's the number 3 Magi, number 6 Jamestown matchup. They split earlier on this year. Jamestown had the most recent victory. Both teams won on their home ice surfaces this season. Should be a good one coming up here tonight. By the way, we've got tournament coverage wall to wall, your postseason hub on the PSP network. WDA hockey right now locked and loaded. We'll go right into girls Region 4 basketball. That's Class B Region 4 up in Minot starting on Monday. Owen Patterson, Bryce Gutnick will have the call of that for you. Followed by the North Dakota Class AB Region 3-4 play-in matchups at the auditorium. Then we've got the WDA basketball tournament. All 22 games from the Event Center in Bismarck. Followed by boys Region 3 and Region 4 in Class B basketball. Then the 3-4 play-in games. Mix in the State Super A and also the State B on digital radio. And that adds up to, if I'm not mistaken, 72 games in the next 6 weeks for us. Our staff at PSP Network. Busy time of the year, but it's certainly a fun time of the year, no question about that. 5-0 Legacy on top of Williston at the end of 2. Third period comes up next here on the PSP Network.
a month at Cedric Thiel Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94's exit 161 in Bismarck, Cedric Thiel Toyota. Let's go places.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
Time for the third period. Number 7, Williston. Number 2, Legacy. 5-0 Legacy on top. Courtesy of the state's top producers, Marcus Butts and Drew Beasley. Each of them have 2 goals and 1 assist in this hockey game here today. Nick Holberg, Lane Senemy on the call. Williston from the left to the right for the third. Right to left. We'll go the Legacy Sabres. Tyler Miller in the goal on the right. He's going to see the first opportunity of the third period. Goal right in front of him. Then it was swept away by Legacy on the Williston chance. Here comes Beasley to the other end of the ice surface. We're 4-on-4 for the next 27 seconds, by the way, as the Coyotes take it in and fire it down towards Tyler Miller. He comes up with the save, and Miller will hang on to it. Nick Holberg joined by Bismarck Bobcats head coach Mr. Lane Senemy. Legacy right now kind of has the fortune with the 5-0 lead to run through a few more players here tonight, maybe save some legs for that semifinal matchup tomorrow night. Always nice to get a healthy lead in a matchup. Here's Butts to the other end of the ice surface. He's got the puck in the offensive zone. Works it to Beasley. Fires. Oh, high riser just missed over the crossbar. 16-17 ticking down here in the third. Sabres back to full strength. They're on the power play for the next 47 seconds. McMahon's got it. Oh my goodness, tic-tac-toe in front of the net. BEA uniform. Beautiful with a capital B. Beasley. McMahon. They sent it into Joel Anderson as well. Butts was on the play. Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Talk about a tic-tac-toe play from the Sabres to make it 6-0.
Yeah, really nice play. I mean, it's they've moved the puck well today.
Johnson tucks it in. Sorry, Joel Anderson, excuse me, tucks it in. Here's Dan Durkee.
Joel Anderson. Assist to number 10, Drew Beasley. And number 12, Strider McMahon. Time to go, 53 seconds. Anderson, Beasley, McMahon, 53 seconds.
Anderson, Beasley, and McMahon. 57 seconds into the third, and it's 6-0. The clock will run now here at the VFW Sports Centers. We've got ourselves run time in the quarterfinals of the region tournament. When you talk about the all-region player and Drew Beasley, only a junior, top producer in the state of North Dakota, you can add another 5 points to that resume with 2 goals. Sorry, another 4 points, 2 goals, 2 assists. Here's a chance out in front of the Williston net. Bodie Ekblad hangs onto it. Ekblad comes up with the stop. When you've got a player that is unselfish like that as well, with that vision on the ice surface, boy, what a difference that makes. He's really something special. My guess is that time may be limited in the high school ranks with a year left.
Yeah, I think he's got. I really like his IQ. I think he's the one guy that kind of sticks out here today. That's he moves the puck, lets the puck do the work. He can shoot it. He can skate. I think he's got a future past high school hockey here.
Blocker saved by Ekblad on a little chip in there for Moose. Offensive zone for the Sabres. Puck taken back here by the Sabres. Offensive territory right out in front. Oh, high riser miss. Tipped in. They scored again. It caromed off the end wall, off the glass. Came right into the blue paint. It just dropped down like a teardrop off the glass. And Johnny on the spot out in front to the net. Who's going to get credit here? I think it's Harrison Johnson. The shot came in. Is it Johnson on the back doorstep, I believe, Lane, potentially?
Knocked it out of midair.
That might be your Jobbers moving and storage move of the game. Well, now there's a conversation at the Legacy bench. They're going to say that it's no goal on a high sticking call. Might be, no, board reads 7-0. Not sure what that conversation was. Nevertheless, 7-0. Let's listen in to Dan Durkee on the official call of the goal. Tipped out in front. Big save, Miller. Rebound. Side of the cage. Miller, another pad save. Hops back up off the pillows, and Miller has made 14 now in the hockey game. Legacy up to center. Here's Dan Durkee offsides on Legacy.
Number 9, Caleb Johnson. Assist to number 14, Easton Moose. And number 8, Harrison Johnson.
Johnson and Johnson with Moose.
Johnson, Moose.
Nothing baby powderish about that one by any means. That was highlight reel material. Baseball bat swing off the carom, off the end boards. Puck's taken here by the Sabres. Back up at the point. Offensive zone. Run clock is on. 7-0. Legacy's got the lead. Drive came in. Ekblad went down onto the pillows, and Ekblad's going to hang on to it. Well, those opportunities are created. Not all the time are they going to come to you that way. However, in this hockey game, the way Legacy's played, they've had plenty of chances like that here today.
Yeah, I mean they've definitely dictated play. They've created their, you want to call it puck luck a little bit too. They've done a really good job.
Big save by Ekblad. Puck comes away down to the Coyotes. They move it up to center. Matt Schmidt's got it. Correct me, that's Ty Helsted with the puck. Top of the circle. Defensive zone for the Sabres. 11:34 of run time left here in the third. 7-0 Legacy on top. Drive from the line, missed on the glove side of Miller from Trip Harris. And the puck's down in the corner on the near side wing. Taken by the Sabres. They go back up to center with it. Any concern in your mind that this game gets carried away or out of hand? The physicality level may rise a bit?
Well, that's a great point you brought up about resting guys. I mean, they're Marcus just came back on the ice, but I would try and play my 3 lines and, maybe spot the top line here and there. But I think it's a great spot to rest your guys and not get a guy hurt.
Give some other kids an opportunity as well. Beasley on the puck right now, however. He's in the conversation for our MVP of the game. There's no doubt about that. So is Butts. He's got it here from Gretzky's office. Wraps it around. Comes out in front. On the doorstep. Went right through the goal mouth and wide to the right on the glove side of Ekblad. Puck's back underneath the net. 10:30 ticking down in a 7-0 third period. The defending champion Legacy Sabres have certainly been impressive here in this showdown today. Butts has it. Sent it underneath the net, trying to feed it to Beasley. You look at Legacy's season lane, they came out of the gate with a pair of losses to East Region foes. They got blanked by Fargo North 6-0. They lost the following night by a pair 6-4 to West Fargo. Then they went on a win streak where they won 6 straight. That was before Minot just handed them their lunch in a pail right here at the VFW Sports Center. The Magi won 8-2. Coming into that game, I had the call of it with Matt Morelli on the PSP network. I thought potentially that game might have been 8-2 the other direction. However, it wasn't the case. It was one of those nights for the Magi, one of those nights that you want to forget for the Sabres. 8-2 the final after that. Legacy beat Century, Botno, Jamestown, Williston, Dickinson, Botno. They got Minot back 2-1. They beat Mandan and Bismarck High. That's before they lost their matchup with Century 5-1. They come into the tournament with a 3-game win streak after they beat South Shanley, West Fargo Cheyenne, and Hayes and Beulah. Not a bad campaign when you've only got 4 lines on my spreadsheet highlighted in yellow, which designate losses on the season. A pretty good campaign for Davison and Farragher here in year number 1 as head coaches for the Sabres. Ottingle shot fired in. Save, rebound. Ekblad makes a stop. He's on his backside. Another opportunity out in front of the net. And Easton Moose was denied by Bodie Ekblad with under 9 to play here in the third. Coyotes try to bring it back up to center. They can't as the Sabres pin him in. Now the Sabres have a chance again in the center circle. Puck's taken away here by the Coyotes. So the Coyotes will flip it into their own bench. And we'll have a stop of the play with 8:25 ticking down on the runtime. In my mind, covering high school hockey in this tournament for 14 years, Legacy looks like the team to beat right now in this opening round. I don't think there's any debate about that. You seen any crack of their armor here today? Obviously, and no offense to the Coyotes as the number 7 seed, but we saw Century against the 8 seed only come away with a 2-1 win. Legacy looks good today. Is there anything you could see that maybe would suggest otherwise?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I think they have solid goaltending in Miller. Don't think he's tested a lot. I think it's right where they want to be. They didn't have to, double shift their top guys like Century did. I mean, it's a lot of games in a short amount of time. So. You talked about them not having a big name on the back end. That hasn't affected them today. Guys have stepped up, and I would agree with you. I think they look sharp, and be a good matchup. Whatever they see coming probably in their last game is really their big test.
Puck's taken here by the Sabres. They've got it center slot, offensive zone. Worked away to the far wall. Coyotes retain possession. They move it up to center now as it's taken. Carried in over the line, but offsides is charged on Borison. Well, on paper, it's a Coyote team that has 2 players with 5 goals or more on the season. Only 2 players that have surpassed 15 points or more on the year. You look at Legacy, they've got 7 guys with 5 or more goals and 4 players with 15 or more points. I think the the knock on Legacy maybe in the scouting report coming in is that top end is very heavy and the pendulum doesn't really balance out a whole lot after that top unit. You could argue that quite heavily here today, however. It's been a pretty good team effort across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one thing I've noticed from this group is, you know, if that top line doesn't get scoring, they've at times struggled to get secondary scoring, but you know, seen these guys quite a few times. Those that top line, they don't miss very often. So I think that's what you're hoping for, you know, the coaching staff. I think you want your depth as you move through this tournament and move into the state tournament, but because you're going to need that depth, but you also need your top guys to be at their best.
Vasey with the puck, dangling in. Put a shot on net. Moni Ekblad made the stop. While you look at the Legacy Sabres with Tyler Miller, the All-State goaltender, an all-region player in the blue paint, you build out from there. They're without their All-Stater Jamison Johnson on the back end. Johnson out with an injury, but they also have Beasley, who leads the state in scoring, and Butts, who's right behind him. That chemical makeup alone, you know you're going to get some goals. Typically, Sabres are good for a few a night. They've scored 93 in 21 games. That's a pretty solid average coming into the tournament. Depth, the question mark. Minot High, who comes up next against Jamestown, on the other hand. When you look at the Magi in comparison, Minot High, a team that on the season coming into this WDA tournament, the Magi have scored 100 goals. They've only given up 51 on the year. 9 guys with 5 goals or more, 7 players with 15 or more points. I think the big question mark for Minot High School has been the goaltending situation. Here's a drive out in front that was denied by the Williston defender out in front of the net. Nice play there from Dylan Morgan. Now a drive that came in from Caleb Johnson, make it Harrison rather, that was stuck aside by Ekblad. You and I both know that if you've got a goaltender, you can go a long way in the postseason. Sometimes longer than you probably should, but one player can certainly be a game changer for you. Here come the Coyotes into the offensive zone. Tostenson, high whistler, just missed. Under 4 to play, third period. Power play remains out for 30 seconds here for the Williston Coyotes. That ServPro power play has been busy for Williston today. Here's a drive from the line. Bad save from Miller, stuck aside. Back on the retrieve is Matt Schmidt, but he's got a guy right on top of him. That's McMahon. And McMahon took it from the D-man for just a moment, but Schmidt gets it back, creates some real estate. McMahon peels off for a change, and 10 seconds remains of ServPro power play time here for Williston. Up to center for the Coyotes. Tostenson whistled one in, sailed it wide. Vasey out of the penalty box. Legacy back to full strength. And an icing on the play. This hockey game on the PSP Network today brought to you by Minot State University. Once again, be seen, be heard, be you. It's Minot State. The UPS store located on South Broadway in the Magic City brings you the game along with our friends at Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Also want to thank our good friends at WRT being a tournament sponsor. Broadband provider, WRT. Big thank you to them. And of course, Cedric Thiel for coming up and being a tournament sponsor for us as well in the WDA hockey tournament. 2 minutes, 10 seconds to play here in the third. All Legacy in quarterfinal number 3. It's 7-0. Sabres have possession. Back at the point. They want more. Shot came in. Save on the side of the cage. Ekblad ended up rolling on his back to make the stop. Now it's the Sabres with possession. Side of the cage. Loose out in front. The pass came to the center slot there from Harrison Johnson. Results in Callings coming to the other end of the ice surface. He's met there by Johnson. Offensive stop was made. Make that Gavin Mitchell, excuse me. Sabres will clear it out as we approach 90 seconds remaining in regulation. Coyotes back into offensive territory. Spinning back away with it and up to center ice. Legacy trying to poke it free. Into the offensive zone they come with it. Here's a chance. Walking, firing, all just missing Easton Moose. Still somehow found a way to get it back out in front. The chance for Harrison Johnson sailed wide. Down to a minute 10 to play here in regulation. Williston's going to drop to 8-13-1 on the season. Legacy's going to move to 16-4-1 on the year. Thank you, Mr. Dan Durkee, on the 1-minute call. Sabres centering feed from behind the Coyote net. Side of the cage. The attempt was there from Easton Moose. Williston's got possession. Coyotes will dump and chase from center as it was sent down from Trip Harris. But an icing on the play brings us all the way back into Williston territory. Stick around tonight for our Planning Team Financial Shots Crossroads postgame show. Planning Team Financial and Shots Crossroads bring you tonight's postgame. We'll have our move of the game brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage, and our MVP brought to you by Sport Clips. Tweet at us at Network PSP and let us know who you think the MVP of this hockey game is. Some pretty easy guesses when you've got the leading goal scorer in the state of North Dakota, Beasley, having himself quite an early evening here at the WDA hockey tournament. Tally those numbers up, put our highlights together, and then Lane and I will come back, put a cap on it. Horn sounds inside the VFW Sports Center. Legacy advances to the semis. 7-0 the final on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work.
Offered through LPL Financial, member of Finrun Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
games complete, 1 to go in the quarterfinals of the WDA hockey tournament. All Legacy Sabres, they get the win 7-0 over the Williston Coyotes in the quarterfinals of the WDA hockey tournament. Welcome into our Planning Team Financial Advisors and Shots Crossroads postgame show. Planning Team Financial. If you're looking for full-service financial plans or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team can help you with every step of that plan and the planning. Planning Team Financial Advisors can be found online, planningteam.com. Also want to thank our friends at Shots Crossroads, home of the famous number 99. Team buses are always welcome at Shots Crossroads in the Magic City. Shots Crossroads, home of the famous number 99. I like it for the banana cream pie, though. I'm telling you, Shots Crossroads has a menu that's top to bottom delicious. They bring you tonight's postgame. 7-0 Williston gets taken care of by Legacy, excuse me.
I thought they were famous for the number 15.
Yeah, that's a good call, too. Donnie Schatz, of course, the World of Outlaws. He certainly is something special. I think they're famous for that.
My uncle Joe begs to side on the side that you're talking about.
I like both sides. Let's just put it that way. Nick Holberg, Lane Sanamy, the coach of the Bismarck Bobcats, former Bismarck High standout, on the call with us here today. Lane, your thoughts on that hockey game? Kind of what we expected, or kind of a little more than maybe what we expected?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've seen Legacy, play quite a few times, and it felt like today was maybe one of their more complete games. I mean, they obviously had chances, but they executed. And the one thing today that I felt like they did such a great job was the way they moved the puck. I mean, not every goal is going to be a highlight reel goal, but man, when you move the puck like that and you support the puck, and that was fun to watch. I mean, that's what you're hoping for as a coach. Your top players to move the puck like that, and then obviously, even the play from I think it was from Moose to McMahon. That's to me, they shared the puck extremely well today.
We look at the highlights brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. There's plenty of them in this showdown. Here's how they scored them. Marcus Bunce scored first, assisted by Drew Beasley at 6:07 of the first, even strength. Strider McMahon got a shorthanded goal from Easton Moose at 7:54 of the first. Then Drew Beasley added a non-assisted tally to make it 3-0. That's how we ended the first period. Beasley from Butts and Harrison Johnson then at 7:45 of the second. Marcus Butts from Beasley and Elliott Hoon on the power play at 8:23 brought it to 5-0 at the end of 2. Joel Anderson on the power play from Drew Beasley and Strider McMahon brought it to 6. Run time was on. Then Caleb Johnson from Easton Moose and Harrison Johnson, 2:52, made it 7-0. That's your final in today's showdown here between Williston and Legacy. Final shots on goal, 41-15. Sabres win that category. 15 shots in the first and the third. They added 11 more in the second. Williston had 6 in the first, 5 in the second, 4 in the third. Specialty teams big today on both sides. Williston could have been a lot bigger for them, but it was big that they didn't get any power play goals. They had 5 power play chances. They were 0 for 5. Legacy had 3 power play tallies. They also got a short-handed goal for 4 specialty teams goals here in this hockey game. Look at the highlights. There's a recap of the standing, or the scoring, brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships, locations in Western North Dakota. Ryan Family Dealerships, for over 50 years, has proudly been serving Western North Dakota with a trusted name in car buying and car shopping in the Dakotas. Ryan Family Dealerships. Well, time for a few awards in the showdown here today. Let's start with our move of the game. You said it, Lane. I mean, you just saw the highlight reel and highlight package if you're watching online as well. There was some pretty stuff that we saw here today from the Legacy Sabres and those 7 goals that they scored. However, to me, this is one right here that I thought was certainly a good one. It's not the one that I tried to queue up, just for the record. I thought the move of the game today in my mind was Strider McMahon from East to moves on the short-handed goal. That play started all the way on one side of the ice. It went to the other, and it ended up in the back of the net. A power play tally, and one that I thought was quite a good one here today. That move of the game brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. Nevertheless, we're going to try that one more time. I think I've got it here for you folks. We do apologize. Move of the game brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Jobbers can help you with your moving and storage needs. Locations in Minot, Bismarck, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Find them online, jobberswarehouse.com. Told you I could pull it up. Here it is as you're watching online. 200-foot game for Legacy was good today. Just the vision and the execution. Short-handed tally over the top of the glove. Ekblad may have got a piece of that too, by the way. Any argument there on that being at least in the conversation for your move of the game?
No, and I think it's a big goal too. It's short-handed. It gives them their third goal. Williston killed their first penalty off. Then they took another one, and I think look at some momentum. That was obviously a nice play. I think we've seen a lot of nice plays. I think that's the one thing that I said to you before stands out, but it's obviously a nice play.
Move of the game brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. Congratulations, Strider McMahon and Easton Moose. They bring you and have the move of the game brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. Time for MVP of the contest. Brought to you by Sport Clips. Signing with a hairstylist today at Sport Clips. You can't beat it. Sport Clips, home of the MVP haircut experience. Today's MVP, well, there's a couple guys that are in the conversation. Without a doubt, Marcus Bunce with a big hockey game here today. I thought all the Johnsons were good today here. McMahon had himself a game. Moose had himself a game. Miller pitched a shutout. But when you get 5 points, 2 goals, and 3 assists in the contest, kind of hard to argue with Drew Beasley not being the number 1 pick for the start of the game here today.
Yeah, I think I would like to play on his line today. The way he moved the puck. Like I said, he's a goal scorer. He can shoot it, but just his playmaking ability, the plays that he made, the first pass, soft, nice little play behind the D to get it to Marcus, and Marcus finishes it off, and then some of the tic-tac-toe stuff. He just, to me, he was the best player on the ice, and that's to me what good players they do is they make players around them better, and to me that's what Drew Beasley did today. That line they moved the puck fantastic, and in the big scheme of things, the result was some beautiful goals.
A lot of fun. 7-0 the final. Legacy gets the win. Great to see you, my friend. Thanks for your time. Best of luck this weekend with the Bobcats. Where are you guys headed to?
We go to Aberdeen tomorrow.
Should be a big one tomorrow in Aberdeen.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Thanks, Nick.
We appreciate you. That's Lane Senevy, head coach of the Bismarck Bobcats. We appreciate his time all day here today. We'll reset the cockpit and get ready for Minot High and Jamestown. Number 3, Magi. Number 6, Blue Jays. A rematch. And the rubber match, if you will. They split in the regular season. Now it's for a trip to the semis of the WDA hockey tournament. Comes up next right here on the PSP Network.
Stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit off. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a Sport Clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day. This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day. This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day. PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Thiel Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Thiel Toyota. Let's go places.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
While there's certain rivalries inside of the WDA and this WDA hockey tournament that have been around a little bit longer than some of the others, this one that we've got here in the nightcap of day number one is certainly one that you can put into that category. It's the Blue Jays from Jamestown, the Magi from Minot. This is a matchup. Number 3, Jamestown at 10 and 11 on the year. Number 6, Jamestown, at 10 and 11. It's number 3, Minot, coming in at 12, 7 and 1. Welcome into our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Valvoline Instant Oil Change, locations in Minot and Bismarck. 15 minutes and a drive-through oil change. You can't beat a timely service that won't slow you down at Valvoline Instant Oil Change in Minot and Bismarck. Nick Holbert, Matt Morelli on the call from the VFW Sports Center here in Bismarck, North Dakota. We welcome you into what should be a great nightcap here. These two teams split earlier on this season. Minot got the win in the first of the year. They shut Jamestown out 3-0. That was back at the All Seasons Arena in Minot on the 16th of December. Then Minot traveled to Jamestown on the 19th of January and lost 3-2. It's the rubber match here tonight. We're bringing it to you live on the PSP Network. Thrilled to have you folks aboard for what should be a good one here this evening. We'll bring it by broadcast partner, Mr. Matt Morelli. First things first, partner, there's nothing like WDA tournament time because you've got to win 2 in order to keep your season alive. And unfortunately, if you lose 2, your season is complete. That adds a little extra element to the entire game, and the intensity just continues to rise for these postseason matchups. When you've split down the year with your opponents, when it's so old school the way it is with Minot and Jamestown, it's almost the makings on paper for what could be a heck of a hockey game here tonight.
It should be, and that's what you want. You think back of the old days of Jamestown, Minot. It didn't matter where, their place or Minot. They were always good games, tough games. Like they said, the rivalry. There's just a hatred. You know, we don't like them. They don't like us. The Rapids thrown on the ice, and we probably haven't seen as much of that in the last couple of years. But they're big games, like you said. This is the time of year you have to play your best. There's not a lot of room for error. But if you can't get, I mean, they know what's at stake. They want to extend their season another week and make it down to Fargo for the state tournament. You've just got to be doing all the little things right. You just have to. We talk about it. We're not getting on guys if we do, but there's just not a lot of room for making those small mistakes. All these little things we talk about during games that most people overlook. You have to do them. You've got to have 3 good games. Like I said, the name of the game at the West Region is you got to win 2. It doesn't really matter which 2 you win, but if you want to get off to a good start, win the first game. It takes a little bit of the pressure on you, take the pressure off of you, and everybody's got to be thinking the same thing. We talk about the mentality of winners, thinking positive. Winning cures a lot of things, and people's attitude and how they handle themselves when they're out and about, on the ice, off the ice. So you want to get in good habits. People like winners. They want to be associated with winners, and these are tough games. Jamestown, they're the same thing. They want to be in Fargo too. So you have these games. They're tough games. They're good. They should be close. You want, hopefully for one of them, it's comfortable. But it's at the West Region, anything is possible. We've talked about in the past. Every team is 0-0, except for the teams that played before Minot and Jamestown. So you're 0-0. It's a brand new season, and that's the way you've got to approach it. You can't think, well, we did this when we played them, or we didn't do this very good. They beat us, we beat them, blah blah blah. You split. Now it's a clean slate. Everybody's got the same record. These 2 teams are 0-0. You've got to come out and you've got to get off to a good start, set the tone the way you want to play, and anything. And like I said, you're going to have guys are going to see extended minutes. You have to. You've got to do that. And the coaches, they know what they're doing. They've got. It means they want to be winning too. It feels good, and it's about the players. But I'll tell you what, these coaches, every one of them, they wouldn't be here if they weren't competitors.
Great segue. My X Factor coming up in our team comparison in just a moment. Matt Stockert at X Factor for the Jamestown Blue Jays behind the bench. First, let's look at the bracket, however, Matt, how we got here. If you're just joining us today, Century beat Bottineau Rugby. The number 1 seed Century Patriots, the number 8 seed Bottineau Rugby Braves. 2-1 was the final score. Yes, 2-1. That was a close one, my friends. Too close for comfort, probably, for Troy Olsen and the Century Patriots, but that's a good Bottineau team, and they're always gritty at tournament time. Century's into the semis. They'll play Dickinson in semifinal number 1 tomorrow. That's because the Midgets beat Mandan 4-0. That was a good hockey game. Bryce Catamarus, the Dickinson goaltender, had the shutout here today. That sets up Bottineau Rugby and Mandan in the loser-out matchup. Sets up Century Dickinson in semi number 1. Legacy just handed it to Williston. Final score there, 7-0. It went to runtime in the 3rd. Sabres had a 5-point performance from Drew Beasley, one of the state top producers here in 23-24. Legacy's into the semis. Williston into loser outplay. That's what we have set up for quarterfinal action in round number 1. Get ready for a full day tomorrow, and then those play-in games on Saturday. There's the bracket. Here's the leaders of the state of North Dakota, the top players coming in to the WDA tournament. These numbers brought to you by NDHighSchoolHockey.com. Brooks Siemens from Botno Rugby, 64 points on the year for him. Drew Beasley, number 2 in the state. He's from Legacy. Marcus Butts, also a Sabre. He's number 3. Those two guys had 9 points combined here today, so Beasley's going to move to 56 on the year. Add another 4 onto the 47 of Marcus Butts. Hey, that's not a bad campaign by any means. Grant Gardner from Red River, number 4 with 45. Dawson Lenz from Century with 43. Brubach and Charlie Big from the Patriots in this tournament as well. They've got 40 on each side. Those are the leaders coming into this WDA hockey tournament. The Mad Giants of the ice, so are the Blue Jays. Let's break down both of these teams, Matt. First, starting with the Blue Jays. 9-9-2 on the year. That's in the WDA. They went 10-11 overall on the season. They're number 6. That's where they finished. They've been outscored on the year by 20, 69-89. They've got 2 WDA titles. Got to go back in the time machine for the first one, all the way back to 1995 in the Joey Bennett days. And then not so long ago in 2022, they beat Legacy at the championship of the West Region. They've been to the state tournament 22 times. The X factor for me, Matt Stockard on the bench. Not saying that the X's and O's that he has against Jason Bennett, John Grubb, and Jordan Willard tonight are any better. I think that the coaching across the WDA is solid without a doubt. Stockard just finds a way to get his players up at tournament time. For the Magi, 10-5-1 in the WDA. 13-7-1 on the year. 3rd in the standings. They've scored 100 goals on the season compared to the 51 that they've given up. They've got 5 West Region titles, but you have to go all the way back to 2006 to find the last one. That's when Jordan Willard was on the team. He's now the head coach of this hockey club, and Willard doesn't exactly look like the athlete that he was back as a sophomore in high school as one of the state point leaders. Not saying he looks bad now, however, he's completely a dad these days. In 2006, if you do the math, was quite a while ago. Certainly a target for the Magi trying to win a WDA crown. 40 state appearances. They've got more than anybody else inside of the West Region. They want to go again this year. The Magi have made consecutive trips since 2019. Can they do it again? Their X factor, they've got depth and plenty of it. Scoring 100 goals on the year, second most in the WDA, only compared to Century, who's got more goals on the season coming into this WDA tournament. Magi and Blue Jays get introduced here inside the VFW Sports Center. There's a look at the matchup in this showdown. We saw the bracket. We saw the leaders. That means the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show is almost come to a close, Matt. That means it's almost game time tonight. The Blue Jays and the Magi for the 3rd time this year in what should be a good one at the VFW Sports Center. And oh, by the way, it's for a ticket into the semis. We'll have the opening face-off when we come back.
At Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with Golf Simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go. Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Showdown time inside the BMW Sports Center, quarterfinal number 4. Number 6, Jamestown. Number 3, Minot. Time for our opening draw. Brought to you by Andrew Goodmanson at 701 Realty. Andrew Goodmanson at 701realty.com has been checking in at the start of Minot High hockey for the last 13 years. And as Andrew Goodmanson would say, the Blue Jay is a passerine bird in the family of Corvidae, native to eastern North America. It lives most of the eastern and central United States. Goody, thank you for that. I think that you Googled that before tonight's contest. Thanks for sending that to us. Andrew Goodmanson at 701 Realty bringing you tonight's opening draw that the Magi win. They travel from the right to the left in their white home uniforms. Quick drive off the opening draw that sailed just wide for the Magi. Puck was sent out in front of the Blue Jay net. Taken by Panasuk. He's got it here. Starting goaltender matchup. Kellberg for the Blue Jays. Keller for the Magi. The young man, the sophomore from Minot High School, gets the start. Devin Keller has only played in 2 games in the regular season, Matt. A .5 goals against average and a .969 save percentage. He's gone 2-0. He goes against Lewis Kellberg with a .341 goals against average and an 88.8% save percentage as the Blue Jays are in their blue uniforms. Blue helmets, pants, and gloves. Just a little white outline and a white stripe on the socks of the uniforms. Minot High in those home whites, maroon helmets, pants, and gloves. We're officially underway at 45 seconds in as the Magi will try to gather the puck at center here with Deal. Comes away to Strand in their own defensive zone, and it's pushed up to the center ice surface now where the Magicians and Strand will carry it. Tegan Strand taking it down underneath the net, trying to wrap it around. Came out in front. Finley Benz on the doorstep. Knocking, taken there by the Blue Jays. Strand has it here on the far wall. And the Blue Jays try to clear over on the far side. They will now as it's pushed out of the zone here by Grant Lundy. The Magi take it with Manson, and they'll dump it right back into the offensive territory. We've played a minute 30 here in the first period of this quarterfinal matchup. Tipped out in front. Oh, Ben Holland tips it. He scores. And the Magi make it 1-0 early on a tip as Ben Holland gets it into the back of the net.
Well, you put things on net, good things will happen. Are those lucky? Sure, sometimes they are, but if you get a stick on it, you never know. The goalie, those are tough for a goalie. That's not his fault on that one. It got deflected. You're the Jamestown defenseman. You just have to tie that guy up. But either way, nice shot from the point. Doesn't have to be real hard. Just got to be towards the net.
1:30 into the hockey game. It's Holland that gets the Magi on the board. Here's Dan Durkee on the call.
Number 19, Ben Holland. Assist number 14, Aiden Deal. Time to go 1:30.
Holland from Deal.
1:30.
And the Magi lead 1-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Well, a start like that certainly helps the cause for the Magi. Looking to get back to the state tournament for a record 40th time, more than any other team, 41st time, excuse me, more than any other team inside of West Region High School hockey. They also have more state titles than anybody else. They've got 2 compared to Bismarck High only having won. Those are the only teams that have ever won a state title. Shot from Morelli was stopped by Kelberg. Puck goes away to the far side wall. Belzer here for the Blue Jays trying to clear. Morelli takes it from him. Center slot. Morelli turns and fires hard wrister. Glove saved by Kelberg. Got a piece of it. Went off the glass. Back to the point. Radke. And now the rush up to center. As falling to the ice there was Jorson. Back on the retrieve for the Magi. This is Cole Richardson that takes it off the near side wall. Got it to the half boards. Now it goes back underneath the net on the reverse for Morelli. Comes away to Finley Bentz. He connects on the cross ice feed to Morelli, who's into the zone. I'm sorry, that's Coleman. And Coleman's got it down underneath the net. Coleman wearing 27. Morelli wearing 21. Here's a drive that comes in. Save, rebound, Kelberg. Another save back behind the net. It comes now here for Strand. Strand's got the puck back at the point. Radke on a tee, sent in, tipped, side of the cage. Nobody home for the Magi. Puck comes to the top of the circle. Richardson pokes it free underneath the goal line. Good tempo early in this showdown as it comes away to the center slot. Strand trying to get a handle on it, but now it comes to center here as Lundy will move it down into Minot High territory. Puck goes up off the glass, away to the near side. Strand got it to Bentz, set center over the Bobcat emblem. Here's Finley Bentz firing a shot wide. Comes to Strand now. Strand centering feed. Here's a drive side of the cage. Oh, it just sailed through the goal mouth and wide on the opportunity from Rutlick. Minot High controlling the lion's share of possession of the puck early in this first period. They lead 1-0 with 13:20 to play. In the opening stanza, it was Ben Holland that picked up the goal, and for Ben Holland, that was number 10 on the season. Point number 16. Not a bad campaign for the sophomore. Puck's handled here by the Blue Jays. They send this one all the way down to the right of the goaltender for Minot High, Keller. It's an icing, and that icing is brought to you by our friends at Planet Pizza. Planet Pizza, there's no pizza like it. Call and order now, 701-852-1700. Try the Blue Buffalo or just a plain cheese. Good tempo early in the hockey game.
Real good. I think if you're Jamestown, just get rid of that. They're under a lot of pressure. Just take the whistle, get some new guys out there. There's nothing wrong with that.
Up to the point, comes away to Matson. Here's a drive. That shot went just wide. Comes away now to Deal at center as it caromed all the way out of the zone. Schmeichel gets it, and Schmeichel carried back in. He was stick checked on the play there from Dalton Ness. Blue Jays go back to center with it here, and the Jays have Jorson up at neutral. Puck went over into the Blue Jay bench. Home of Matt Stockert. That's an X factor, isn't it? How to play it went. It's an X factor having a coach that's been in the game for 20 seasons. This is year number 20 for the former Mr. Hockey.
Oh, definitely. Coach Stockert's got a lot of experience. He's smart. He's been around. He knows what buttons to push, and that's a big plus for Jamestown.
On the far side wall, half boards it comes now underneath the goal line for Dalton Ness. Took it from the far side to the near. Comes back away down to the Blue Jays. They go up to center ice with it. Jays are into the zone. They take it down behind Keller on the dump in. Levin was back to retrieve on the clear out attempt. It got past Abrahamson. And at center, it's taken and fired right back in by the Blue Jays. Here's Morelli in his own end. Got it away to the far side. Abrahamson tried to dump it in. Comes away now off of Romsdahl. He brought it to the neutral ice zone. Right at the Bobcat emblem at center. He dumped it back in behind Keller. 11:50 to play here in the opening period. Minot leads 1-0 if you're just joining us. It was a goal from Holland a minute 30 into the contest. Blue Jays have possession with Owen Stubble. He dumped it down into the Minot High zone. Radke gives chase. Radke hits the brakes, and now Radke brings it to the near side. Couldn't clear it. High rising shot just missed. Owen Stubble trying to pick the blocker side corner on the tall standing Keller. Minot High coughs it up right in front of Keller. Loose in front of the Magi. Paint taken here by Bentz. And the Magi bring it to center now with Coleman. He'll fire it in. Hilberg goes down. He'll hang on to it. And a faceoff comes with 11-12 left in a 1-0 first. Minot on top.
So if you're Minot, you've got to be smarter in your own end. You're bringing the puck out of your own zone. That's not that time to try to beat two guys. Make the easy play, chip it off the wall. We talk about little things. You can't give up. You can't have a turnover like that in a high slot, not in these big games.
Off the draw, puck comes back away up to neutral ice. Offensive zone carried down here from Jorson. Andrew Walls leads this Blue Jay team. Here's Keller, big save out in front, another save. Keller made his first 2 of the hockey game as he made the stop on the point blank chance that was out in front from Gavin Schaefer. Holland brought it back in. Taken here by Rutlick. Down to the corner it comes. Offensive zone for the Magi. Blue Jays have possession. Haven't heard the name Nate Walls yet here for the Blue Jays, their leading point getter. This puck comes all the way down. Will we have an icing? And we will. That icing brought to you by the UPS store located on South Broadway in the Magic City. The UPS store for all your packing and shipping needs. The UPS store open 6 days a week in the Magic City. Off the draw, offensive zone for the Magi. Puck comes to Schmeichel, center slot. Getting a handle on it on the far side. Nate Walls on the ice now for the Jays. Comes up to center ice here for Deal. He'll dump it right back in, and the Magi give chase. Schmeichel hard in on the forecheck. He causes trouble, frees it back behind the net. Comes away down to Rutlick on the near side. Rutlick's got real estate. Up to Deal at the line. Sent it in, tipped twice, went wide. Puck comes back away at the half wall. 2-for-2 scrum. Morelli trying to come out with it. Still scrumming. Morelli gets it, fires a hard little wrister towards the glove, and the stop is made from Gelberg.
Well, we talked earlier about puck possession. You've got the puck. You've got to make smart decisions. If you don't, if it's in doubt, you just chip it out. You get it off the wall, the glass, but you can't be making fancy plays in your own zone because both sides, nobody wants to give up, make any mistakes. You can kind of see that. They're a little nervous right now. Some guys are mishandling the puck. I get that. They're nervous, but as the game wears on, you shouldn't be making mistakes like that.
Got to settle in here in this tournament and playoff structure. You win, you advance to the semis. You lose, you go to the loser out round, and it's just what it says. You lose that one and you're done. 2 and you're out here at the WDA tournament. Here's Deal back behind his own net. Brought it to the glove side of Devin Keller. Got it up to Abrahamson. This one comes all the way down. Icing negated as it was touched by the D-man Adam Sortland. Puck's underneath the goal of the Blue Jays, where it's going to be freed on the far side. They carry forward. McCafflin moved it off ahead. Rushing down, Maddock going after the puck. Collision there with Deal, but it's freed by the Magi. Bench trying to clear. Hard forecheck here for the Blue Jays. Mine it right in front of their own bench, trying to clear the zone. They can't. Blue Jays bring it back in. Nice defense there by Andrew Coleman. Now it's fired in from center. And the sophomore Keller made a stick save and laid it down in the corner for the Magi to give chase here as Rodacker's got it with the glove on the near side wing. Minot High's third unit, if you will, on the ice surface. Deal got it away to the far side to Coleman, back to center to Coleman. That's Andrew Carter. Now into the offensive zone. It's Finley Bentz. Bentz onto his backhand, looks for the outlet, finds it up top. It's Holland. He'll fire. Oh, Pat saving a big one there as Gelberg made the stop. Puck comes all the way down. Icing not going to be called here because getting there before it crossed the end line was Richardson. Richardson has it to zone end. Fired it forward. That one got past Finley Bentz and an icing on the Magi with 8:09 left in the first. Here's an instant replay. The opportunity for the Magi and the big blocker save from Gelberg coming up big early on here in this showdown.
Great save. He's been tested early already, and it's the bulk of the play has been in Jamestown zone, but there's still times where we're mishandling the puck a little bit. You got to move the puck quick. You don't have to think, take your time. You reaction. It's not a thinking game. It's a reaction game. You make passes. The game of the game is get the puck ahead. Head man it. Give and goes are so important, and that's where Maya's got to start with. Just get a little bit better on some of their clearing passes.
Puck's taken by Rutlick at his own blue line on the near wall. Got it forward to Holland. Holland turns the motor on, goes down into offensive territory, but big Nate Walls took it from him. On the far wing, Schmeichel got it away from the Blue Jays, but now Walls has it on the 1-on-2. Walls up over center. Radke wrote him off on the play. And the puck's going to be sent in from center ice by the Magi, but there on the defensive stop was Romsdahl. He's got it pinned up against the near side boards. Magi scrumming for the puck. Out with it came Rutlick. He gets it back. Holland trying to handle it. Got it to Rutlick. Comes to the point. Richardson turns and fires. All that one hit Walls. And Walls starts the motor to center now. Big hit at neutral as Walls ran into Richardson. Blue Jays have possession. They go back in with Jorson and dump it down behind Keller. 7-13 ticks down to the first. 1-0 Magi, courtesy of Ben Holland. 1:30 into the contest. Morelli hit after the puck underneath the goal now. Morelli's got it here, back behind the net to the Blue Jays. Morelli feeds it out front. Nobody home for the Magi. They were in the change. In the middle of a change, I should say. Deal back to retrieve as the puck was sent out. Here come the Magi into the zone on the offensive side, but it's taken on a nice defensive stick from Dalton Ness, who got it forward. Blue Jays are into Minot High territory now. At the far point, here's a high-rising whistler that missed from Adam Sortland. Puck comes back away for the Magi up at center. A chance for Abrahamson. He's got two trailers. Abrahamson fires, save. Rebound comes to Morelli. Moved it back to the point. Manson's got it across to his partner Deal. He'll fire. Stick save there from Gelberg. Underneath the net now, comes away to the near wall from Panasuk to the point. Aiden Deal sent it down. We're down to 6:15 to play in the first. Good tempo early here in this hockey game as the puck comes all the way to the other end of the ice. That one's right in on Keller. And Keller forced to make the save. He just spun it up to the neutral ice territory. Got it to Deal, who got it to Bentz, and then Bentz was tattooed. Blue Jays regained possession. They flipped to center, and then Strand with a no-look backhand got it to the neutral ice zone. Blue Jays had a touch on sides. They dump it right back in. Under 6 to play. Opening period. Here comes Andrew Coleman in with a firing wrist shot. Save, rebound, loose in front of the cage. Still loose. Here's Schmeichel, fires that one off the glove of Gelberg. Schmeichel's got it again under the goal line. Went to the far side. Whitman trying to clear. He will, and Whitman will roll that one all the way down to the other end of the ice surface. It's an icing, and that icing brought to you by Minot State University. Be seen, be heard, be you. Minot State with 96% of recent college grads that are either employed or continuing their education at Minot State. Well, we sure appreciate you folks for joining us here tonight for the showdown at the quarterfinals. Here's a drive from the line. They score off the draw, and it's Radke that tucks it home.
Well, that's what you need. You need some guys to step up in big-time situations. People that aren't maybe necessarily so offensive, but you got to put everything on net. You got to hit the net. They're so important. It might not be hard shots, but if they're producing a rebound, deflection, that's exactly what you're looking for.
Radke from the point, and the Magi lead 2-0. Here's Dan Durkee.
Number 13, Jackson Radke. Assist to number 19, Ben Holland. Time to goal, 11:37. Radke and Holland.
Radke from Holland.
37.
Holland having himself a 2-point night right now for the Magi. And it's 2-0 as the shots are 12-3 favoring the Magicians here in this showdown. Minot up to an early 2-goal lead. Shields brings you the player of the week each and every week on the PSP network. Shields of Minot and Bismarck, they've got every sporting good underneath the sun, hunting and fishing gear, footwear, fashion, you name it. Shields of Minot and Bismarck. Look for this week's Player of the Week on the PSP Network social media platforms. Puck's underneath the net now. Here's Carter Coleman's got it. Got it away here to the near side. Cope tried to move it to the line for Deal. Got it to him. Through traffic. Shot came in. Stick save Gelberg. Minot High putting the pepper on right now. 13th shot of the game. They've got a 10-shot advantage on the Blue Jays here in the first. They lead 2-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Big hit on the far side wall as Manson got into the attacker on the far side. That was Jacoby Trout. Puck's underneath the Minot High goal glove side of Keller. We're down to 4 on the dot to play in the opening period. Manson on the retreat, trying to feed it over to Cope, but on the forecheck and causing trouble for the Magi was John Belzer. Magi clear it up now to neutral ice. They skate through the neutral ice territory. Strand is whistled for the offsides. And the faceoff will come back in the neutralized territory. 3:46 to play in the opening period. 2-0 Magi. And if you're Jason Bennett, John Grubb, and Jordan Willard, you've got to be pretty satisfied with the start of this game.
I think it's a good start for Minot. You got to don't let off the gas now. And I think for Coach Stalker, you just say, come on, you guys, you got to step it up a little bit. Let's grind away. It's a long game. You're only down a shot or two. Just get back into the game. Let's not get down 3 if you're Jamestown.
Here's Holland with the puck. Holland's got it, spins it down into the corner. Puck comes away for the Blue Jays. They go to center ice with it. Tangen at center, upended right at the Minot High stripe. Nice play there defensively from Lemon. It's going to be freed down to Schmeichel, and Schmeichel carries it on ahead into offensive territory. Puck's underneath the Blue Jay net. Comes away to the near side. Fired up off the glass. Right back into Jamestown territory as we play ping pong with it at center. Now the Magi have possession, rolling puck, knocked down to flat there by Lemon, and then he sends it into the zone. Puck's on the near side wall, back up at center on the near wing. It's taken by McLaughlin. He sends it into Minot High territory, but now Panasuk takes a long stretch pass into offensive territory. Here's Panasuk, center slot, creates a lane, fires. Oh, quick whistle there. The puck squirts free and a stop in the play with 2:42 that is left here in the opening period. 2-0 Magi. Faceoff will come. On the blocker side of the netminder, Gelberg. Out top, here's Morelli, fires a shot, save. Right into the pads it goes and hanging on tight.
Nice play there by Panasuk coming out of the corner, and that's good heads-up play. I think you're Jamestown. You've just got to you've got to stay with your guy. You know, it's pick a guy man on man and you can't let him go. Sometimes you get mesmerized by the puck and you're watching it and your guy slips away from you, and you've got to think defensively right now.
Off the draw, quick drive came from Panasuk. Oh, then Morelli on the doorstep, making Abrahamson on the doorstep. Sailed it just wide. Comes to Panasuk. Back out front. Oh, Abrahamson had it at his feet. Sortland made a nice defensive sweeping play there. And the puck comes back away to the Magicians back in their own territory. It's going to be sent up the near side wall all the way down. This will be an icing, and that icing is brought to you by our friends at Prestwich Orthodontics. Prestwich Orthodontics specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. Prestwich Orthodontics can be found at MinotBraces.com. Listen to this. They have 0% financing, Matt, and free consultations either online or in the office at Prestwich Orthodontics. Draw on the glove side of Keller.
0% on anything is great right now.
I like that idea. Speaking of which, here's a drive that goes off the shin pads of Carter Coleman. He's got a break to the other end of the ice with a backhand. Sent it in towards the net. Big save there from Gelberg.
Oh, that could have been disaster for Jamestown.
Puck comes back away to Coleman. Can't thank you fans enough for supporting our mission of promoting these local athletes here on the PSP network. We're aware that there's plenty of you that aren't happy with having to pay a subscription fee for these games. Unfortunately, here's the bottom line. Either this is the route we had to take, or this game and this entire tournament just wouldn't have been on the air. The fees associated with this are quite high. Here's Rutlick, fires all off the bar. That one hit the glove side goalpost, and it went back out in front. A bouncer came back up to the Magi, who regained possession and settle it down to center. It ends up coming here for Madsen. Here's Dan Durkee. 1 minute.
Ooh, that could have been too many men on Jamestown.
A close goal.
Guy was standing right by the bench. And I think he was didn't know where he should go.
Puck's underneath the Magi net. Back to that statement just for a quick moment. The fees associated from the High School Activities Association to produce postseason tournaments, they're quite large, my friends. When you've got 8 tournaments on the schedule to try to get all the kids promoted, it's a hefty bill, I'm telling you right now, so we can't thank you enough for supporting getting these games on the air. Sent out in front. Holland took the feed from Rutlick. Nice defensive sliding play there coming from Adam Sortland. Holland's having himself a game with a goal and an assist. Kids cut him down. We're at 10 seconds to play in the opening period. Down to 8, now 7, now 6. Puck's tied up on the far wall. Centering feed, one more chance. Lynn fires all. Big blocker save at the end of the period. We are through one period of play. The Magi lead the Blue Jays by a score of 2-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. We'll come back with our Magic Towing intermission report. Magic Towing, you blow it, we tow it. It's Magic Towing. They bring you the intermission. We'll have the stats, the highlights, the recap coming up next here on the PSP Network.
On the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about Magic Towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
When it comes to your car, you need someone you can trust. Someone who cares about your safety, your budget, and your peace of mind. At Trusted Tire and Auto, trust is more than just a word. It's at the heart of everything we do. We're a local business, owned and operated by people who live and work in this community. And we believe that by building relationships based on trust and care, we can make our community a better place to live and drive. Trusted Tire and Auto, where trust, care, and community meet on the road.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I picked Carson Wentz. I picked Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football, just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team, like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Minot and Jamestown. A combined 7 WDA tournament championships between the two programs. But they also have themselves a combined 40 plus 23, 63 state tournament appearances. It's not too shabby considering WDA hockey, that West region, hockey in the States, kind of came into the West region back in the 70s. Quite a few appearances between Jamestown and Minot High. They've been staples in their own right, each getting to that big dance. Minot with 40 appearances, 23 for Jamestown. They've played plenty of times as well. It's 2-0 in this showdown of the quarterfinals of the 24 WDA hockey tournament. Welcome into our Magic Towing intermission report. Magic Towing, you blow it, we tow it. Put the number in your phone now. 701-509-4011. Before we break down this first period of play, let's look at the tournament bracket and how we got to this point here today. Century took down Bottineau Rugby in the opening game of the tournament. Number 1 Century against number 8 Bottineau. Patriots mustered up 2 goals against Freeman for Bottineau. You heard me right, only 2. They won 2-1 in that showdown. That was a nail-biter for Troy Olson and the Century Patriots. Patriots are into semifinal number 1. Mandan and Dickinson. That was the 5 versus 4 matchup. Mandan the 5 seed, Dickinson the 4 seed. The Midgets won 4-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. That sets up semifinal 1 tomorrow night at 5 p.m. Dickinson against Century. Loser out matchup number 1 tomorrow. Bottineau Rugby against Mandan. Legacy played Williston, the first of our nightcap here tonight. 7-0. The Sabres got the victory over the Coyotes. And man, there were some pretty goals in that hockey game. 2 of the state's top producers in Beasley and Bott certainly put on a clinic. 7-0. So the Sabres are into the semis. The Coyotes are into the loser out bracket. Winner of this one between Minot and Jamestown will play the Sabres. Loser will play Williston coming up tomorrow. Again, it's our Magic Towing first intermission report. Nick Colbert, Matt Morelli on the call. Matt, overall, your thoughts on that first period of play? If you're the Magi, you certainly have to be happy with 17-3 shot advantage and a 2-0 lead.
For sure. I mean, Minot, we talked about coming out and establishing a tone you want to set. You want to get off to a good start. I don't care what game you're in, beginning of the season or in the playoff like this. Jamestown, if it's not horrible. It's not all bad for Jamestown. You're only down 2. You need that next one. but they've got to get some more offensive chances. I think they've got to open up the ice a little bit. Minot's not allowing them a lot of room in the neutral zone, and I think that's starting to frustrate Jamestown a little bit. They're taking some icings, but you've just got to stick with it. We've said it's a long game. You've got one period down. There's no reason to panic if you're Jamestown. Coach Stockert's got too much experience and too much composure back there. He'll rally them. These games are just a shot or two away from turning into a tie game. If you're Minot, you've got to keep going. You can't be satisfied with 2 goals. That's not going to do it. You just have a feeling. You sometimes you're watching games and you want. Of course, you want certain things to go of the way of who you're cheering for, but you always have a feeling that you're not quite comfortable with what you got on the board. You want more. It's like the American way. You always want more. You want more of this. You want more of that. And if you're Minot, you keep rolling. Don't allow them. Don't give them any life. Let's put it that way. I think Minot's had a couple opportunity, a little bit of mishandling of the puck in their own zone where you're getting a little too fancy. We've said it so many times. You can't have mistakes, 10, 20 feet inside your blue line and expect that you're going to get lucky every time and avoid those opportunities for the opposing team, which Jamestown's they're not going to roll over. I'll guarantee it. They know that, and they've got time on their side. They've got plenty of time. If you're down 2 and you're under a minute, that's different. Then you're rolling out all the gambles. But if you're Minot, clean it up in your own zone a little bit. I think, guys, you've got a period under your belt. You shouldn't be nervous anymore. You've got the butterflies, and you might guys get wound up. I mean, they're young guys. They're young kids. You got to cut them a little slack. We might get hard on some guys here and there, but we always keep it general and keep it as a team. It's a team game. But like we've talked about so many big games, who is going to step up when your top lines are going up against the other team's top line? Sometimes those top line matchups are tough. They're going to be a wash. It's going to be 0-0. It's going to be even, but you need your second and third lines to come up big. Jamestown, same thing. They've got to start rolling. So they've got to get some offense out of some of their other top players, and they've got to start now. You've got to start shooting from anywhere. This game might have passed up some good opportunities to shoot the puck, but we always talk about missing the net. These games, it's got to all be on net.
Well said, my friend. 20 total shots in the first, Minot High at 17 of them. Another look at the highlight reel from the first. Ben Holland got the party started for the Magi. 10th of the year. That came a minute 30 in. Aiden Deal had the assist. Blue Jays had a chance out in front. Devin Keller, the sophomore, that gets his third start for the Magi. He made a save on that play. Then the Magicians had a chance of their own, but a big blocker save by Gelberg. Magi get the last goal in the second of the first period. Jackson Radke from Ben Holland off the face-off, and for Jackson Radke, you'll see goal number 2 on the year. That made it 2-0. That's where we stand at the end of one. Those highlights presented by Ryan Family Dealerships. What do they look on paper as far as the stats are concerned? Well, shots are 17-3, 2-0 Magi. A clean first period, no power plays in that opening period of play. Put a cap on our Magic Towing intermission reports. Second period comes up next here on the PSP Network.
Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94's exit 161 in Bismarck, Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Time for our second period of play. The Magi and the Blue Jays in a 2-0 tilt. In the WDA quarterfinals, the Magi are in the driver's seat courtesy of Ben Holland and Jackson Radke. Thanks again to our friends at Magic Towing. You blow it, we tow it. Magic Towing. 509-4011. Nick Holbert, Matt Morelli on the call. Jamestown from the right to the left for the second. Magi from the left to the right, Monett in their home whites. Jamestown in the road blues. We are underway for the second period of play. By the way, Justin Killen, Nate McKenzie are on the lines here in this game. Jason Sauls and Dennis Badeau are our officials for this contest to the quarterfinal matchup. Blue Jays have the puck on the near side, trying to clear their own end, but they can't as it's taken by Radke and fired in. Radke trying to hold at the point here. He will. Got it to Morelli, swept it to the corner. And the Magi are going to go down and give chase with Coleman. That's Carter Coleman that frees it over to Finley Bentz on the far side, but it's taken down by the Blue Jays. They try to flip it on out with Owen Stubble. Taken by the Magi and Coleman. Center slot. Now it's knocked out of the Magi end all the way down. Will it be enough for an icing? No, they say that Neal could have got there, so they waved the icing call off. Magi have possession on the near side. Finley Bentz with the puck. Bentz carries it up to center ice. He's over the red line. Now the blue. Finley Bentz walks, sends it out towards the net. Gilbert makes the save, and he puts the play to an end with 15:47 left in a 2-0 second. Monett on top.
I was going to say, it seems like Jamestown's having the ice doesn't seem like it's dry down in certain spots in their own end, and looks like we got some wet spots down. It happened in Minot a lot, where I wish they would let the ice set up a little better. Just puck sticking on them. Guys are trying to bring the puck up the ice, and it just stops all of a sudden.
Strand off the draw, sent it to Coleman. Knocked it out of the air, then sent it back to the line for Deal. Strand's got it underneath the goal line. Up to the point. Here's Deal. Sent in. That one tipped out in front. Came to Carter Coleman, who's got it here. Went to the point for Deal. Across now to Brock Manson. High rising shot. Missed on the blocker's side. Quick shot from the far wall. That one from Coleman. Came all the way around the boards to the point to Manson. He gets it here off the wing again. Manson fires. Hit traffic in front of block. Shot there for Trout. And the puck's taken by Finley Bentz. Magi are buzzing. Here comes Manson. Fired it in. That one tipped out in front. And it went up into the protective mesh. 15:05 left in the second. Magi up 2-0. Yeah, I'm not an ice technician. Bob Gillen from North Dakota High School Hockey.com and also the Mesa Arena manager would know better. But I do know one thing, that in my experience of being around hockey my whole life, that 4 varsity games starting at 11 a.m. all the way through the day, the ice is certainly taking a beating in a tournament like this.
I mean, you can expect that. That's a lot of wear and tear on a sheet of ice in one day. Usually most rinks only have one game in a day, but it seems like they just got to be aware of that, because it can cause some issues for these guys.
One-timer. Lemon took it there from Holland. Lemon's stick broken 2 pieces on the one-time attempt. Blue Jays bring it out to center ice, but it's Radke that's got it here. Radke flips it off ahead over to the far side. Stubble for the Blue Jays. Brought it to his partner on the near wing. That was Romsdahl. Now it's Nate Walls that had possession. He moved it off ahead. Blue Jays move it forward. First power play of the game coming here. And this power play will belong to the Jamestown Blue Jays, as there's going to be a tripping or a hooking call coming here. And Ben Holland's going to end up in the sin bin.
Well, I mean, you can't take those lazy penalties. You've got to just move your feet, get even with them on your body. I mean, there's no spin. Refs will let them play. You don't want to get in a habit of having those penalties like that. You know, make a guy pay, line him up with a good hit if you're going to take a penalty.
Power play and the first of the game out for the Blue Jays, brought to you by ServPro. 24/7 emergency service with trained technicians and advanced technology. It's ServPro, serving Western North Dakota. Well, that puck ended up in the seats, and a souvenir will find a fan. Special teams, such a factor in the postseason. Goaltending and special teams in playoff hockey can make or break you at times. Goaltending may be a little more important, but those specialty teams activities, man, I'm telling you. Legacy ended up with 3 power play goals today and a shorthanded goal on the 7 that were registered in that game. Puck came all the way down from the Magi to the other end of the ice. Legacy won that game by a score 7-0. Correct me. Well, let me get it right for you here. 2-1, 2 power play goals and a shorthanded goal for the Legacy Sabres earlier on here today. Nevertheless, their special teams was big in that contest. Keller took it on the dump in from the Blue Jays. He went down and hung on to it. Devin Keller puts a stop to the play with 13:34 left in a 2-0 second. Monted on top, but the Blue Jays with 1:14 remaining of ServPro power play time.
I think Keller thought about firing that one down. Sometimes you wish they would, because then now we got the face-off in our own zone. But then again, when you got a younger goalie, just don't take any chances.
Off the draw, a quick whistle coming from the line. They're going to redrop the puck. This game on the PSP Network brought to you by our friends at Planet Pizza. Try their lunch buffet tomorrow, 701-852-1700. They'll deliver tonight. What if you don't have it tonight? Try that lunch buffet tomorrow. I'm telling you, they're open from 11 to 2 at Planet Pizza. Blue Jays hungry for a goal right now as they bring it up to center, but it's Brock Madsen that got it, and Madsen just fired it right back in to the Blue Jay end. Dalton Ness went after it. 2 goals on the year for the D-man. Picked it up, got it off to the forward, Maddock, Jackson Maddock. Team high 12 goals on the season on the near side wall. Pinned up here, taken by Strand, and now Strand will just launch it to the other end of the ice surface. Nate Walls has 12 as well, by the way, in the goal category, so Jackson Maddock and Nate Walls with 12 goals each. 14 assists for Nate Walls, 11 for Maddock on the year. 26 total for Nate Walls, 23 total for Maddock. Here's Nate Walls, speaking of which, he'll walk and fire. Big save, Keller. Keller came up with the blocker stop. They sent it out in front. They scored. Blue Jays get on the board with a power play goal.
Well, if you're on the penalty kill, you really can't pinch up there at center ice. I can't think of who it was for Minot, but you're taking chances. You're better off just to back out and let it be a 2-on-2, or it would have been a 2-on-2, and those are tough. But you've got to be smart. You've got to realize that you're short-handed. You just play it safe and kill it off. You're 15 seconds away from, 25 seconds away from killing off a penalty.
Here's Dan Durkee on the goal call.
Assist to number 29, Nathaniel Waltz, and number 16, Adam Sorkin. Time to goal, 4:26, Jorison Waltz. Sorkin, 4:26.
Jorison, Nate Walls, Sortland in on that one. 12th of the year for Tyson Jorison. They've got 3 now, tied with the team high of 12 goals. That was a power play tally And it's a 2-1 hockey game. Mountain High on top of the Blue Jays strike. We talked about it off the air in between periods. The next one was going to be a big one. And the Blue Jays have Uncle Mo on their side now, trailing by a goal as they carry into offensive territory. Here's a drive. Keller made the save. Rebound loose out in front. Swept aside by the Magi D. But it's the Blue Jays that possess the puck with Jacoby Trout on the near wing. Trout's got it here on the near side. Puck comes back away. Look out, right up to us. How about the lady in front of us stepping up? She deserves some major credit here. She went up and blocked that puck from coming right up here into the press box area. Got the hand in the way of that one and knocked it down. That was very kind of her. She gets to take home a bruised hand and a puck from the WDA hockey tournament. Off the draw. Offensive zone. It comes down for the Magi as it's sent all the way in. Will it be an icing? It will, and that icing is brought to you by our friends at Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Roger Ward Moving and Storage can help you with your moving and storage needs.
It's like we're talking about, those simple plays like that, they've got to be on the tape. If you're making plays, you don't want to, you've got time, that's not the time to make a bad pass. You got time, should be a good pass, or you just carry it and get over the red line. You know, you're under pressure, that's a totally different story. So I think Maya's just got to get a little bit better at that. Clean it up a little bit. You're not taking chances. You're kind of mishandling the puck a little bit.
Schmeichel in on the break. Schmeichel fires Karam's off the end glass. Back behind the net. Puck's worked by Schmeichel, trying to go up to the point to Radke, who's got a goal in this game. But it's taken by the Jays up through center, and Belzer moved it into Magi territory. Schmeichel on the 100-foot pass that he caught. Sent it in. Save. Rebound. Gilbert makes another stop. Schmeichel goes crashing in towards the goal on his belly, and the puck is flipped out by the Jays. The Magi had a chance there. It comes all the way down. This will be an icing and a faceoff coming back on Gelberg's blocker side with 10:49 left in the second. 2-1 Mountain High on top. Shots at the end of one, Matt, were 17-3. Right now it's 18-6. Mountain High with that advantage, but Jamestown certainly coming out with a little bit more momentum here in the second.
Jamestown's got a little more jump this period. I'm sure they got a good visit with Coach Stockert. I mean, they've got to get going. They know that, and the players just have to. You got the same thing. They get a period under your belt, and they got to get. You know, they've got to step their game up a little bit.
Puck's on the near side, neutral ice zone, taken by the Blue Jays. They're up into Mountain High territories. It was moved ahead from Grant Lundy. Now Brock Manson's got a clear lane with it. Manson's going to skate it out of his own end. From the far wing to the near, reversed it to his partner Deal. Out of the tape now here for Strand. Nice defensive read there. Was Stubble right in front for the Magi. Here's a drive from Carter Coleman, and the stop is made. Gelberg goes down. Another grade A chance for the Magi.
Oh, great setup. Nice play. Nice way to move the puck there and find the guy in the slot there. That's a nice play. It's a nice play, finding the guy in the slot for a nice shot on goal. Great save by Gelberg.
Score remains 2-1 Mountain High School. 10-12 ticks down here in the second. Face-off on Gelberg's glove side. Off the draw, Morelli got it back up. Manson at the point. Deal sent in. That one hit traffic out in front, and now Morelli on the wing brings it to Manson again. Oh, knuckle puck from the line, knocked down there by Abrahamson, went wide. Comes to Morelli at the point, sends it in, he shoots, he scores! Mac Morelli from the point, and the Magi make it 3-1.
Well, we talked about sometimes you got to get some of those breaks. You can't really fault the goalie in that one. I don't think he saw it. Top corner. I mean, there's a lot of traffic in front. We talk about shooting the puck. It's got to be on net. A lot of guys just, they wonder why they never score. You've got to hit the net. It don't have to be real hard, but they just got to be on the net, because you got getting lucky is a part of every sport. You want that. That's good. If you're Jamestown, you just got to keep your game, keep plugging away. They've looked good this period. There's a lot of game left.
Here's Dan Durkee on the call.
Number 21, Maccalee Moretti.
Magi bring it back in, 2-on-1. Here's Abrahamson, fired. Oh, what a stop there by the D-man. Morelli from Deal. Adam Sortland just made a play defensively for the Blue Jays that kept this game from going 4-1, and another excellent chance for the Magi.
Great defensive play. That's what you need from your veterans like that. You've got to have guys that don't get rattled out there, and you know your goalie's going to be back there making saves, but the less pucks he sees, the better.
Out in front to the Blue Jay net, spun on goal there by Holland. Holland's got it back behind the cage now. Worked it free up at the line. Andrew Coleman sent it down into the corner. Halfway through this hockey game, or just thereabouts, 9:20 ticking down to the second. 3-1 Mountain High on top, but here come the Blue Jays up to center. It's going to be dumped in from the neutral ice zone. This will be an icing as it comes down in behind Devin Keller. That icing brought to you by our friend Tyler Hagan. Tyler Hagan Photography here at the WDA tournament, taking game action shots. You'll be able to find all those photos on our social media. 9:12 left of the second, 3-1 game. It's been entertaining, hasn't it?
It's been good. I think it's kind of, I would say, back and forth. It's still been a lot of offense by Minot, but Jamestown just hanging around. That's what you need to do in these games. You got to give yourself a chance at the end of the game so you're right in it. You don't want to be down 3-4 goals going in the last 5 minutes of the game. You can't. That's not what the coach draws up. You tell your guys. You keep working. If you're not getting the breaks, then you work harder. They'll come. And if you're Jamestown, you got to get back to putting more shots on Keller. They need some offense. Minot's kind of shooting from anywhere. Are they getting a couple lucky breaks? Sure, but that's because they're aggressive on the forecheck and it's been good on penalties. We had only one penalty tonight, which is great to see. They're playing. Let the players decide the outcome.
Face-off in the offensive zone for the Magi. Sent off the glass. Came up to Nate Walls. Down to the offensive zone. Fired all behind the Magi net. Sent out front. Keller comes up with a save. That was a tricky one for the sophomore goaltender. Caromed off the end boards. It was Walls that tried to tuck it in off the back of the big goaltender for the Magi, and he came up with the save here with 8:48 left in the second. Face-off, Blue Jay offensive territory. Shots have climbed to 22-8. Minot with the advantage. 3-seeded Minot also leads 6-seeded Jamestown by a score of 3-1. Up to center now. The lead pass. Carter Coleman down into the offensive zone, far side. Met there. Strand back to the point. Deal to his partner. Here's Matson. Sends it in from the line. Gelberg goes down. He'll hang on to it. Gelberg making save number 20 on shot 23 with 8:22 left.
It's the right play there. The Minot defenseman Matson's just got to have those pucks a little lower. Tough to tip those shots when they're chest high. You're a defenseman. Your job is to shoot that puck low so your forwards can get a stick on it. It's good play. It's just they just need to be, if they've got to keep them down a little bit so those guys, rebound squirts out. We know a lot of the goals in hockey are greasy goals. They're right in front. They're deflections or rebounds. Most of them aren't that pretty.
Off the draw on the glove side of Gelberg. Comes back away to the point. Manson shuffles it down to the corner. Comes away to Strand. He was met there by the D-man for the Blue Jays, who sent it up. That was Stubble. Minot gets it back. Strand side of the cage, scrumming for it. Oh, like a lumberjack. Strand was on the doorstep. Gelberg made the stop of the play. Is frozen again with 8:07 left in the second.
I think if you're Gelberg, you're doing exactly what you need to be doing. You're making the saves. A couple of them I don't think have been his fault at all. You can't fault him. He's keeping them in it. You've got 24 shots in a period and a half. That's a lot of work for a goalie, and game's only half over.
Glove side of Gelberg off the drop. Hennessyk, quick shot on goal, just missed. WDA hockey tournament became a thing back in 1995. Joey Vanette, Mr. Hockey from Jamestown, the goaltender, and the Blue Jays won the WDA crown that year. Since that time, Century, Bismarck, Minot, Legacy, and Devils Lake, back when they were a West Region team, are the only teams to ever win a WDA tournament championship. Here's Morelli with the puck. Takes it down into the corner. Fed it out front. Hit traffic. Morelli gets it back behind the net. Tried to work it free on the near side. He's hounded here. Got it to the point. Madsen sends it underneath the net here in Gretzky's office. Back to Abrahamson, back to Madsen at the point. Partner to partner to deal. Sent in, tipped in front, went wide. Back to that statement. Century's got 8 WDA tournament titles. Bismarck has 12. Bismarck has more than anybody else. They didn't make the tournament this year for the first time in program history. Jamestown's got 2. Legacy's got 1. They're 1 for 2, by the way, in their 2 years of program history. Devils Lake won the crown back in 1997. And the Magi have 5. Minot High won 1 in 98. That was John Grubb on that team with Quinn Filling. Here's a drive from the line. Blocker stop. They both played Division I hockey. Here's Rutlick trying to fire. Here's a drive out in front. Oh, and just wide. Quinn Filling living in Bismarck. John Grubb living in Minot and coaching the Magi. Here's a pass out in front of the Minot goal that just skittered on past the stick of Grant Lundy.
Minot's defenseman got to do a better job of being heads up. That guy just walked right between them.
Holland at his own end trying to clear the puck out of the Magi D zone, but it's held at the line and fired right back in there by Romsdahl, who got it down into the corner. Magi also have a title in this tournament in 2000. They did it again in 2003. They went back-to-back in 05-06. That's when Jordan Willert was on the team. He's another one of those Magi coaches. Since then, the Magi have not won a West Region crown. Go all the way back to 2006. It's either been Century or Bismarck High until Jamestown won it in 22, and Legacy winning it last year in 23. Capital City dominated that thing for many years. Down for an icing from the Blue Jay end, down into Magi territory. 5:48 left of the second. Well, there you see Matt Stockard on your screen, the head coach of the Blue Jays. 20 years at the helm. He's always a guy that I really enjoy getting to see either at the football field or at the hockey rink.
He'll tell you what's on his mind.
It's kind of old school in that sense.
Yep, that's nothing wrong with that. That's what you want. You want the truth. You want guys to be straightforward, and he's been around long enough too. He's not. You can't BS Coach Stockard. He knows what he's doing. He's going to get his teams ready. He always does.
Puck was fired all the way down on Keller. He made a stick save and then fired it free. Magi bring it back into offensive territory. Here comes Strand, coast to coast, fires it up. Oh, he missed. Tried to go high on the glove side. Results in a 2-on-3 back the other way for the Blue Jays. Puck's taken back behind the Magi net. Deal got a stick on the attempt. Strand's got it. Now Strand will clear it back up to the near side blue line, but it's held by the Jays, and Belzer, who sends it right back in. Down deal with a backhand, near wing, half wall, up to Finley Bentz. Skates up over center, one of the faster guys in the West region. Carries it down offensive territory. Bentz lost a handle on it for the Magi. Under 5 to play here in the second. It's 3-1 Minot High School. Between the legs from Panasuk on the pass to Morelli to the point. Here's Brock Madsen. Shuffled down to the corner again. Came away to Panasuk. Now it's Abrahamson, the Magi captain, who sent it out in front of the Jamestown goal. Top unit out for the Magi. Deal at the blue line, his own blue line that is. Freed it. Back come the Magicians here with Panasuk. Lead pass, Morelli. Oh, just didn't have time to pull the trigger on the backhand. Back to the point, tipped in front. They scored. Morelli out in front.
Well, you talk about shots from the point. You shoot low, something the forward can get a stick on, handle it. They don't have to be real tic-tac-toe goals. Most of them in hockey are just hard work, grinding down low. The best spot in hockey is in the dirty area, which is 15 from the goal line, 20 feet out, where not a lot of guys want to be down there because it's a lot of work and you're going to get probably some abuse, and it's just the way it is.
Morelli's got a pair.
It's a nice shot by Madsen. You put it just get it in the direction of the net. Some guys can get their stick, and are deflections lucky? Yeah, sometimes they are. But you got to have good hand-eye coordination just to get your stick on it. So guys that can do it, you just have to sometimes just have a feel where it's going. I don't know. It's kind of like if you can, kind of just tip it. Anything is possible when you deflect a puck. You don't know where it's going. It's tough on a goal. You can't blame Kjellberg on that. He's made some great saves already, but boy, he's just some of the ones he's not getting a lot of help on guys, Jamestown defensemen, getting the sticks up of the Minot forwards.
Mackley Morelli in the top 15 in North Dakota in the scoring chase. You can add 2 more to his resume. He's got a team-high goal count at 24 now for the Magi. 42 points on the year for the all-region, all-state forward, the junior Mackley Morelli. 3:20 left in the second. Minot up 4-1. I would venture to say at this point in this game, knowing these two teams a bit, 4-1's a bit of a big lead right now for the Magi. I'd also venture to say at the same time, this is far from over, folks.
I was just going to tell you that. There's Karnak. There's way too much time. Jamestown they're not going to quit. They're just, these big games, they're going to keep going. Anything is possible. You get a couple breaks. Jamestown needs that next goal. They can't get down. They can't give up another one. They've got to, because if they're going to win, come back and win, they've got to score 4 more. So you just chip away at it. Coach Stocker will tell them, let's take it in 5 minutes periods. If we can get 1 before the end of the period, we're only down 2. If you're Minot, keep it rolling. Don't give them any life. No breathing room. You don't have a play, chip it down the corner and make the Jamestown defenseman go to work.
Off the faceoff at neutral, Max Whitman brought it into Magi territory, but here comes Minot High with Morelli 2-on-2. He's got Abrahamson with him, defense, and Tangen was there, and Tangen gave Morelli some trouble, but Morelli still got it to Abrahamson, tried to feed it across the middle, and now it's Panasuk underneath the net, went back to Morelli. On the near wing, Morelli creates space, goes to Andrew Coleman at the point to cross the blue line. Spun down from Lemon. Underneath the goal, comes away to Abrahamson, walks it right out in front. Just couldn't convert on the backhand. And now it's taken by the Jays, and they're going to be content with an icing call here. No, it's negated. They said that Minot High touched it. Jamestown went for a change. The Magi had a Hail Mary pass from Lemon. Minot High goes off for a 5-for-5 change. Frees some room for the Blue Jays. They've got it into the offensive territory. Maddock in over the line, but Deal came back and took the puck. Puck comes back away. Minot High D-zoned. Deal had to regroup it back at his own end. Little saucer pass to Holland, who's got a 2-point game for the Magi. Holland walks it down into the far corner. Blocker side of Kjellberg. Puck's tied up in deep. Blue Jays are going to free it. Comes back away down to Holland off the help there of Schmeichel. Rutlick frees the puck at the point. Deal to his partner. Here's Madsen. Fires. Madsen sent it in. Big save, Kjellberg. And Kjellberg hangs on. Here's another drive from the line from Deal. Puck got away from Kjellberg. Back at the point. Deal's got it again. He'll fire it again on the blocker side. The Magi are buzzing with under a minute to play here in the second. Puck's frozen underneath the goal line. Offensive zone for the Magi. Right side of the radio dial if you're listening on YouTube. Comes back up to Madsen. It's a shooting gallery. Tipped in front by Schmeichel. Went wide. Caromed underneath the net now, and the Jays try to clear. Comes back away to Deal at the point. Right in front of the net now. Here's Rutlick. Fancy move. Another. Right in on goal. Stop is made. Kjellberg's going to hang on to it. As the Magicians were like sharks in the water smelling blood. 4-1. They've got the lead. 34 seconds left in the second. What an opportunity there for the Magi on that shift.
Well, I think Minot's doing a nice job tonight of using their their defensemen. They're getting the puck out there, and it seems like the Jamestown forwards are kind of they're getting caught down low too much. And Minot's, like you said, they're teeing them up from back there. There's nothing wrong with taking your time. We walk in a little bit. But either way, keep putting them on net. The guys forwards got to go for the rebounds and deflections, and that's a good start.
Puck's taken up off the glass on the near side. Jays have possession, but we've got a call here.
High stick, just high stick.
Not one that results in the penalty, but just to stop in the play. And the faceoff comes back in Blue Jay territory. 19.6 left here in the second. That young man on your screen, Devin Keller, the sophomore goaltender, getting his third start ever tonight for the Magi. Off the draw, comes to Panasuk. Oh, he fired it off a shin pad there. Romsdahl kicked the leg out and made the stop. Caught him down, kids. We're at 10 seconds to play here in the second.
Oh boy, that's a close call. It's like we say, you've got to keep your feet moving. Once you're pursuing somebody and you don't move your feet, drag somebody down, it's probably going to be a penalty. But there's also times where they're so close, it could go either way. I mean, if you're Jamestown, you're like, yeah, that's probably, they're thinking it should be an easy call. But if you're Minot, you just have to keep being aggressive, but you got to be smart. Both penalties tonight on Minot.
Only 2 power plays in the game. Both belong to the Blue Jays. This is the start of the second. Cut them down, kids. We're at 5 now, 4. Jays are 1 for 1 on the man advantage. But the second period will come to an end. Well, we've got ourselves a hockey game tonight at the VFW Sports Center in Bismarck. Shots are 27-9. Minot High's got the lead in that category. They also lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard by a score of 4-1. It feels closer than that to me.
Oh, it feels way closer. You're exactly right. There is no breathing room right now. Jamestown's is right there. There's no lead is safe until you're within the last minute of the game and you're up 3 or 4 goals. I just don't. Nobody is getting comfortable yet, and it's going to be a great third.
4-1 Magi after 2 will break the first 2 down. We'll also give you a look back at the first 3 games today here at the WDA Hockey Tournament. 4-1 Minot High School at the end of 2 periods of play. It's WDA tournament coverage here on the PSP Network.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it. We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold. Trusted for decades and decades to come.
Wondering whether you need wealth management? Wealth management is a multifaceted offering that should provide opportunities for growth and security. At BNC National Bank, we pride ourselves on putting your priorities first and providing practical, objective financial advice. Our team can help you assess your goals and take stock of your assets to determine whether wealth management is right for you. Speak to a member of our team today to learn more.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
We've played 2 periods at the VFW Sports Center. Played 11 to be exact here today. It's the quarterfinal round of the WDA hockey tournament. 2 periods in the final game of the day. Number 3 Minot High with a semi-comfortable lead at 4-1 over number 6 Jamestown. Depends on who you ask on how comfortable that is. The Blue Jays have some firepower. This one far from over. I truly do believe that here with the 3rd period coming up next. Welcome into our second intermission report brought to you by Magic Towing. You blow it, we tow it. Magic Towing, 701-509-4011. Magic Towing brings you the intermission report. Magi have 4 goals. Blue Jays have 1. It's Nick Holberg and the former Minot High standout and former University of North Dakota Fighting Sioux, Mr. Matt Morelli, on the call.
I was going to say, you're going to sleep like a baby tonight.
It's been I'm telling you. Well, look at this real quick. Before we do anything else and talk about this is what we've got coming up on the PSP Network. In total, in the next 6 weeks, 72 games can be found right here on the PSP Network. Our mission is to promote local athletes. We do that with the help of our corporate marketing partners and those sponsors. The rights fees are set at a price from the High School Activities Association that basically made it unfeasible for us this year to be able to continue just to rely on those sponsors, Matt. That's why there's a pay-per-view here, but at the end of the day, it's about promoting these high school athletes. And let me tell you, we're thrilled to be here. We're proud to be here. We can't thank you all enough for your continued support of our mission. But yes, back to your point, after a long setup yesterday and a long day today starting at about 7:30 here at the rink, I plan on getting some sleep tonight.
I don't blame you. I called you at 8:30 this morning. You were here working on setting up equipment. I mean, I tell people, if you're not familiar with the way that your operation works, they need to listen to you. I mean, you're not just hockey, but all the other sports for high school you do. People are lucky. It's a free stream for 99% of the year. You come down to the end, and I'm sorry, if people can't grasp the fact that you might have to pay for a stream. You tell me where you can find free sports streams. I can't think of anything. I'm sorry. Maybe we need to have it check it out, but there isn't anything. And you're trying to promote high school sports. These are young kids that are playing sports and they're doing their best. They're out there, doing what they love. They've got relatives and close friends that are at another location, another city, somewhere far away that they can't be there. And if they can watch their loved one or their friends, good friends, kid play, well, what can get better than that? You're there to support people, whether it's hockey or basketball or football, any of the sports. And we're lucky. You're lucky to have you. And you're doing it because you love it. If there's some cost involved, that's the way it is. It's the society we're in. There's nothing that comes at a cheap price, but you've got people who got to understand how much time you got into it. Like I said, most people that know me real good, I come in, I just pop on in, slap the headphones on, get my sheets okay, loosen up my wrist for some, pen work, and I'm good to go. I'm not here for behind the scenes like you are. It takes a lot of time and effort, and I think people need to be real supportive, and they should appreciative of it. If they're not, maybe you need a class on some common courtesy, but I think you do a great job. Like where we're at Bismarck, all the sponsors, it's great. We're lucky. These kids are lucky that these streams can be on for people that can't make it in person.
Thank you so much. Means a lot, man. Sincerely does. And we're proud to be here, 100%. Been a fun one all day long today. Here's how it's gone today. Century and Bottineau Rugby. They played first. Number 1 Century took down number 8 Bottineau 2-1. Mandan and Dickinson was the 5 versus 4 matchup. That was supposed to be the close one of the day. Dickinson won that game 4-0. So Century and Dickinson will play for a berth in the state tournaments. Bottineau and Mandan will play to stay alive coming up tomorrow in the morning. Todd Domrys will have the call of that one tomorrow. Legacy and Williston played earlier on here tonight at 5 p.m. Number 2 Legacy took down number 7 Williston 7-0. It went to runtime in the third. Minot and Jamestown are in a 4-1 tilt right now here in between the second and third. Winner plays Legacy, loser plays Williston to stay alive. That's where we're at right now here in this tournament. Day number 1, always a fun one. However, day number 2 is probably my favorite day. Semifinal day and loser out day. You get some monster games, my friends. On day number 2, we'll be here for full coverage tomorrow on the PSP Network. Taking a look at our game rewind brought to you by our friends at Ryan Family Dealerships. 50 years, Ryan has been proudly serving Western North Dakota. Browse our massive inventory online. Drive Ryan.com. Saw the first goal from Ben Holland. He was assisted by Aiden Deal. That was only a minute 30 into the game. Jamestown's had some chances. Keller's made some stops. Speaking of stops, how about Gelberg? He's had plenty of them. There's a big blocker save in the opening period of play. Magi get a goal late to that first period. It's Radke picking up his second of the year. Ben Holland had the assist on it, so a 2-point first period for Ben Holland. And the Magi in the driver's seat. Might have outshot Jamestown in the first, 17-3. The Magi outshot the Blue Jays in the second, 13-5. And Bonnet High had goals in that second period from Mackley Morelli at 7:05, and then Mac Morelli scored again at 12:54. Deal assisted on the first, Brock Madsen assisted on the second. But on the power play at 4:26, Jamestown brought this game to 2-1. Jorison from Walls and Adam Sortland. That's where we stand right now in between the second and third. See that second tip-in play there as Morelli grabs his second of the hockey game. Those are the highlights brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. Here's what the numbers look like on paper. Shots are 30-8. Minot hasn't received a power play yet in the game. They've been charged with 2 penalties. I think the glaring number on the graphic on the screen right now, Matt, is that Jamestown needs to find a way to register more than 4 shots per period, not only in the rest of this game, but for the rest of this tournament as well.
Well, you're right. I mean, 8 shots in 34 minutes of play isn't what a recipe for success, but I think Minot, on the other hand, has done a good job at, like, not really necessarily a trap in the neutral zone. They've just been kind of not giving up the blue line. They've been they've been anticipating so well where the puck is going, and they're not letting Jamestown get any, like, a head of steam coming into our zone, into Minot's zone. So, and I think they've been playing the body a little more. So you can't really count the 2 penalties. They've been the right call. We're you know us, we're pro referees, and agree with them for the majority of the time, but they're letting them play. Guys are doing a nice job. It's been a good game. There hasn't been anything that's you're thinking, oh boy, they really was blatant there. No, they want a good, clean game. They want to let the guys play and skate, keep the flow going. That's what hockey is meant to be. You know, it's the fastest game around. You want that. You want good sportsmanship by both teams, and that's what makes the West Region Tournament fun. They're all great games, but it's even better when the refs are keeping it moving. There hasn't been anything that's been that we've thought to ourselves, boy, eye raiser. I'm not sure why they're calling, but it's just, you're Jamestown, you've got to start taking some chances. They've got to maybe look for a long pass. They've got to shoot from anywhere because they're just not getting enough to generate. I mean, Keller hasn't been tested a ton, but he's been ready back there. You can't really blame him on that one. It was kind of a turnaround right in the slot. I think my defenseman lost track of where it was, but either way, it's going to be a good third.
While we wait for the ice to set up just a bit here at the VFW Sports Center in Bismarck. Just about ready for this third period of play. Minute 50 remains on the power play for the Blue Jays to start this third period of play. Nick Colbert, Matt Morelli on the call. Blue Jays from the left to the right for the third. Magi from the right to the left. Bonnet takes it off the opening draw and sails it all the way down on goal. Radke sent it in on Gelberg. That's another save for him. Blue Jays have possession. Up into the offensive territory they come with the puck. At the line, here's a drive. Nice block there as Abrahamson, the Magi captain, slid in front of that puck, and now it's going to be taken by the Magicians and fired to the other end of the ice surface. All the way down. That will bring the power play down to a minute 19 remaining here for Jamestown with 16:25 remaining in this third period. The Blue Jays trail 4-1 to the Magi.
That's a good change by Minot. You know, when you're on the penalty kill, you've got to keep your shift short. It might be a 20-second shift. It's strategy. The last thing you want to do on a penalty kill is get out there too long and you're too tired, you give up a goal. Just do your job, win a face-off, have one possession where you get it down the other end and get off the ice and let the guys that are in the bench rest it up. Let them go out there and use their energy for a good, solid kill.
Strand took it all the way back into his own end and launched it to the other end of the ice surface. Minot's kill is impressive right now. They're going to go off for a bit of a change here. 2 of the 4. Minot High's got the puck. Coleman let that one go past him off of the Deal attempt, and Deal sent it all the way 200 feet to the other end of the ice. That brings it down to 23 seconds of Serve Pro power play time for the Blue Jays.
A little bit of sloppy play by the Blue Jays coming out of their own zone. Not what Coach Stocker wants to see. You've got to make good passes. They got to be clean on the tape. You've got to, man, you're up a guy. You got 5 out there. Minus got 4. So you've got to find that open guy. Now you take an icing. Oh boy, those are what give coaches just look for the Advil.
Icing on the Jays here with 4 seconds remaining of Serve Pro power play time. They're 1 for 1 up to this point in the game on the power play, but they're going to go to 1 for 2 as Minot High will have a face-off in the offensive zone here. That will do it for the Blue Jay power play as Panasuk comes out of the box. At center ice, Minot High's got the puck. Rutlick has it here. Rutlick lost a handle on it. That puck might have got stuck on some water right in the center slot, Matt.
It's possible. There's a couple wet spots out there. These guys got to be aware of that. But also, like, you're in your own zone. Don't take any chances. Your Keller back there from Minot. Anything's near you, slow the play down. That's all you got to do. There's nothing wrong with the whistle. It's a smart play. Minot coaches can get the line match if they want. We get the last change. Minot gets the last change. You guys know, people know that the home team's always got the last change on a matchup, so that's kind of to your advantage. And you need to do that more. Use it. That's the way, the strategy of coaching.
Face off of the glove side of Keller. You just saw John Grubb and Jason Bennett on your screen. John Grubb and Jason Bennett were co-head coaches for 9 years, where they went to the state tournament 8 of those 9 years. They've compiled a record together of 144 wins, 77 losses, and 8 ties. at the state tournament. Their best finishes all time. Well, the Magi bench bosses, Grubb and Bennett together, they had 2 sixth-place finishes. They had a 4th. They also had a first-place finish back in 2015. Good run for them. John Grubb moving to an assistant coach's position. And Jordan Willert, the third member of that coaching staff in the maroon shirt over on the far side. We'll see if we can get a look at him. There he is. Entering as the first-year co-head coach with Jason Bennett. Modern High hockey's in good hands, I guarantee you that much with those 3 gentlemen. There's nobody that wants to win more for Modern High inside this venue, I guarantee you that much. Same could be said about Matt Stockert and that staff on the Blue Jay bench. Lead pass for the Magi. Abrahamson got it at the blue line. Delayed call coming. No, there's no delayed call coming. Keller went out of the net. Keller's going to have to make his way back towards the cage. Minot's got possession. They dump it back in behind the Blue Jay net.
It was just a delayed offsides.
Well, and I don't blame Keller. I played goal. You could see where that confusion could be made there.
Good thing it didn't cost us.
Puck comes back up to the line. Here's a drive. Tipped in front. Oh, Strand off the slap shot from Richardson from the point was stopped by Gelberg.
Great save. Good reaction time.
Back at the point. It was Radke that sent it down. Comes away now on the near side wall. Jays going to work with it. They try to clear. Richardson will hold, and with the 9-iron in the backhand, Richardson sends it far corner. 5-on-5 as Minot plays catch with the puck in the offensive territory. Nice give-and-go play here that came to Strand. Now the Blue Jays and Nate Walls will carry up to center. And it's taken and dumped back in behind the Modern High net. Walls on the forecheck. Freed it for a moment. Now it's Finley Bentz on the far side wing. Half wall that has the puck for the Magi. Trying to get out of his own end. He's hounded, but Bentz somehow gets free. Finley Bentz is over the blue line now. Fancy move. Bentz is in. Fires. Oh, he scored. What a play from Finley Bentz. My goodness, watch this play develop, Matt, all the way back. And the Magi and Finley Bentz had it at his own blue line, dangled his way coast to coast, went high blocker, and Finley Bentz tucks it into the back of the net for the Magi for the 8th time on the season. And it's 5-1 Magi.
Well, that was a big one. We talk about other guys producing. We need some contributions from other guys at the right time. You need them in these big games, and that they're so important because it takes a lot of pressure off a young goaltender like Keller.
Shot came in. Keller made the next save off the blocker. Well, is that the proverbial nail in the coffin potentially here?
Well, no, I don't think so. I think there's still time, but you just got to keep working. Stick with your game. If you're Minot, don't get lazy and start making poor decisions. Just keep playing the way you are, and aggressive and physical, and got to stay out of the penalty box.
Offensive zone for the Magi. They tried to dump it down. Comes up to Holland. Fires it in. Gelberg, another stop. He's been peppered. That shot clock has been stuck at 31. However, he's had at least 3 more in that time. Getting shorted a few here on the official score board inside the venue is Gelberg, the Jamestown netminder. Back at the point, Manson's got it, sends it underneath the net. Here's Morelli, he's got a pair of goals in the game. Up the near side wing, it's fired up off the glass. Deal grabbed it with the glove, and Deal will bring it right back in. Here's Deal, drops it off. Hanasuk had a lane, fired, save. Abrahamson, all puck was on its side, and he sent it over the net. Comes back to the point, Manson out in front. Tipped there by Panasuk, tipped it to the corner, got it back, worked it to Manson at the point. Now Deal goes back away here to Abrahamson. Morelli's got it on the near half wall. Mackley Morelli, the all-region player, went underneath the net to Abrahamson. Morelli all-state as well. 2-time all-region, 1-time all-state for Mac, the junior. 10:47 ticks down to the third. Shot on goal. Gelberg comes up with a stop. He'll hang on to that one. And the faceoff comes on his glove side as 10 minutes, 43 seconds is the difference between Bonnet High getting to the semifinals here this year. And not 5-1, they've got the lead.
Well, you said we talk about getting a little comfortable. There's still plenty of time, but just keep the pressure on. Just keep firing away, getting shots on goal. You never know. Strange things can happen, but you can't give up on your game now. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Blocker side of Gelberg. 10:30 ticking down. Offensive zone for the Magi, but here comes a 3-on-3 rush for the Blue Jays. Nate Walls had it for a moment. Comes back to the Magicians now in their own defensive zone. In the near corner. Lemon's got the puck for the Magi. Lemon goes off the glass up to center. Here's a rush for the Magi. Rodacker in with Hagenau. Rodacker in front to Hagenau. Give and go. Oh, what a save that was. There's your save of the tournament in the opening round as the netminder for the Blue Jays came sliding across. Watch this one back on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Hagenau sent it to Rodacker. Perfect give and go. That one belongs on SportsCenter, fans. That is a top 10 all night long as Kjellberg comes up and slams the door. That should have been 6-1 Magi.
Well, he's not. There's no quitting his game. That was an unbelievable save.
My goodness. That's worth one more look on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. The athleticism on this play. He was beat 8 ways from Sunday and somehow came across to slam the door, my friends. Wow. Hate to tell you, spoiler alert, the Blue Jays might not come out of here with a win tonight. However, there's no way that there's a move of the game better than that right there. That's the best save I've seen all season long, folks.
That was incredible.
Wow. Blue Jays send it all the way down into Minot High territory. This will be an icing. And the faceoff will come back into the Blue Jay end.
Well, I like the style that Jamestown's thinking, like their thought. They've got to take some risks here. I mean, you're down 4 goals with under 10 minutes. You've got to look for a long pass, maybe just send a forward out of the zone just to back the Minot's D out, because at this point, what do you got to lose?
9:30 left here in the third. What point of this matchup do you call a timeout here, Matt, and look at pulling your goaltender? That's a 2-point question, I guess.
Well, I mean, if Jamestown can get one here and get within 3, then yeah, you pull your goalie, but you're going to have to do something. You just, like I said, there's no second chances. They're down to they're not getting a lot of offense anyway, so it's sure not going to hurt anything.
Into the offensive zone for the Magi. Puck comes down at the half wall. Finley Bentz, who's got a fancy goal in this game on the far side wing. Got it free up to the line, taken there and fired in from Brock Matson. 8:40 ticking down here in the third. 5-1 Magicians on top. I can't get over that save from Gelberg. That was something special. Shot from the line, went wide. Shots are 36-10 Magicians. Puck on the near side wing. Finley Bentz away with it. Bentz turns the motor on. He'll fire off the blocker there of Gelberg. Comes back away on the near side. Worked up to center ice, and it's Deal that has it here. And Deal will send it back underneath the Jamestown net.
That's a good play. You don't have a play, just make it tough on the Jamestown defenseman. You're starting to wear them down. It's a little later in the game. Just get the puck behind them and make them work.
Shot from the point. Save. Rebound. Came out in front. Deal fired one on goal, and it was a pad save. 38th shot of the game for the Magi. Comes back far point. Here's Madsen. He'll walk and fire that one off the blocker, or did it just sail wide? Either way, it's Deal that's got it now here at the near side. Sending it underneath the goal line. Back in behind the Blue Jay net. The Blue Jays will start their breakout up to center. Rutlick had the hit. He freed the puck there for Holland, and Holland sent it back underneath the net now, where it's taken by the Jays, and they're going to hammer it all the way out back in behind Devin Keller. Will it be enough for an icing? Yeah, it's enough to get down there, but might have touched it, they say, and it's going to be handled now by Morelli and company. Morelli, oh, he had the lead pass there, just out of the reach of Panasuk. Came underneath the goal line. Far corner, Panasuk still scrumming for it. Puck gets past Andrew Coleman at the point. Back is Lemon in his own territory. We're down to 7 on the dot to play here in the third. It's Minot High 5, Jamestown 1. Puck comes back away now here for Mac Morelli to Panasuk. Back to Morelli. Oh, in front. Elberg goes down and makes another stop. Well, it's been intense here at the WDA tournament to the opening day. Kind of like a Morgan here right now, other than the Minot High cheerleaders doing everything that they have been able to do to get some life into the venue. Should have seen it for Mandan and Dickinson today. My goodness, I think there must have been
almost full.
Well, how do I say it? I think the kids probably had the option either go to school or go to the hockey game. This whole section right here was jammed, my friend. And those Mandan kids were, that student section, there's no question who's had the best student section today at the WDA hockey tournament. Mandan by a mile. It's not even worth the conversation.
Easy decision when you're a student.
Oh, yeah. Back at the point. Lemon's got an offensive zone. Sent it down to Rodacker. Underneath the net. Puck comes free now on the near side. Flipped on ahead. Comes up to center ice, and now it's taken by the Magi and dumped off into the offensive zone. Hudson Cope was in after it. Comes away to Hagenau at neutral. Got it to the near side wing. Then it's taken by Lemon. He sends it back in behind Gelberg. 6 on the dot to play in the third. 5-1. Minot leads. Comes away down to Strand. Takes it back behind the Jamestown net for a Sunday stroll. Sent it across the slot. Came over to Radke. Out in front. Oh, Radke put a shot on net. Gelberg made the save. Now a drive from the line. Richardson sailed it high. Far point. Here's Radke out in front of the cage. Finley Bentz tracks it down, and Bentz will send it back over to the far sideline. Radke sent one through the goal mouth, but wide. Time is starting to wear thin. It's the enemy of the Blue Jays right now, as we are down to 5:24 left here in the third. Minot up by 4. They've outshot Jamestown 39-10 in this contest. It's a 5-1 tilt on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Join us for our Planning Team Financial and Shots Crossroads postgame show coming up next. We'll have our move of the game brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. We'll also have our MVP of tonight's game brought to you by Sport Clips of Minot and Bismarck. Schmeichel, offensive zone, trying to work it away into the zone deeper, but it's taken by the Jays. They bring it back to center. The freshman Richardson takes it for the Magi. Like a UFO, he just sails it down to the far corner. Jays give chase with Romsdahl. Comes up to the top of the point. Here's Radke into the catching mitt. And the netminder for the Blue Jays makes another stop. He's been busy. He's in the conversation for the MVP of the game here, without a doubt. Kjellberg certainly has been the most valuable player. This game easily could be way more than 5-1 right now if Gelberg hasn't played the way that he has all night long in the showdown. Magi will dump it down. Offensive zone. They work on the forecheck here on the far wing. Blue Jays try to clear with Lundy. Far side, Rutlick, top of the circle, sent it down to Holland. Underneath the net now. Schmeichel's got help from Rutlick. Rutlick on the far wing, top of the circle. Madsen up at center. Madsen will dump it down. Madsen's had himself a good game here tonight, hasn't he?
For sure. Minot's defensemen have played well. You're not giving them up much, which is what you want. You want to keep everything to the outside.
Puck comes back away to Abrahamson. He'll send it down. By the way, this is the 68th matchup all time between these two teams. Morelli tripped up in the slot. No call on the play. Minot fans wanted one. Blue Jays will send it down. This will be an icing, and we'll have a stop in the play here with 3:51 left in the third. You look at the all-time record. Well, the Magi sit on a record against Jamestown. I'm sorry, this is the 96th all-time matchup. I was on the wrong line. Minot's played Mandan 66 times. They played Jamestown 95, 96, 97. This is number 98 all-time between the two schools.
I was going to say, I thought it was all over 100.
And the Magi coming into this showdown have a record and have the upper hand at 61 wins and 36 defeats. According to what I have of the all-time stats, they've never ended in a tie.
No kidding. A lot of games.
Well, we talked about that in the open tonight, that these are old school rivals, man. My goodness, Blue Jays will send it all the way to the other end of the ice surface on the blocker side of Devin Keller. Oh, it's turned over by the Magi right in front of Keller. He's going to have to fall on top of it, and Keller will hang on. Lemon tried to reverse the puck, and it came right onto the tape out in front of the Magi net to the players you don't want it to go to. Belzer with 23 points, and Nate Walls right there as well with 27. But Keller made the stop. Still 5-1. Back when these teams played in December, we had the game on PSP Network from the All Seasons Arena in Minot. In the Coach's Corner pregame conversation, I talked to Matt Stockard about some of his favorite memories in this rivalry that back in the 90s and 2000s, go back to the 80s. I'm sure it was wild back then as well. That was before my time on Earth, that is, because this has been around for a while. We talked about the old rabbits on the ice. We haven't seen any jackrabbits on the ice this year. But we talked about how when they used to come to the All Seasons Arena, here's Strand in. Strand fires all, hard shot, ends up behind the netminder. Strand fires and scores. It's 6-1 Magi.
That was a nice move by Strand. Cut to the middle, and it's been a lot of shots for Joe Berg. He's been busy, and I mean he's doing what he can. He's keeping it, like you said. It could be a lot worse. We're at that 40 shots for a game. That's a lot in high school.
(6-1) as Strand puts that one into the back of the net. Well, as time was wearing more thin by the minute, let's listen in to Dan Durkee.
Number 22, Tegan Strand. Assistant number 27, Carter Coleman. And number 9, Cole Richardson. Time to goal, 14:32.
Coleman and Richardson in on the assist on the goal from Tegan Strand. That's goal number 11 on the year for Strand. Back to that conversation. We're down to 2:09 left in the third, by the way. 6-1 Magi on top. Back to that conversation. Matt Stockard talked about how the Minot fans used to paint chickens blue and throw them on the ice surface. Here comes Holland into the offensive zone. Offsides the call. Down to a minute 53 left in this third.
It doesn't get any better than painting animals.
Can you imagine?
No, I can't, but I remember the days when we had a tough time against Jamestown. They're always tight games and just nail biters, and there'd be rabbits on the ice, especially at their rink. And I mean, you're on the bench as a player going, what on earth is going on here?
What are we witnessing?
Yeah, I mean, I like going, where do these people come up with this stuff? But you couldn't help but laugh. And of course, you're in the middle of a game. You're a player, and you're trying to be, it's hard to concentrate when you see animals come flying out on the ice. It was borderline comical. But isn't that what it's all about? I don't think you see as much of that anymore. Sometimes it depends on, but it always seemed like the arena guys would just like go sit in the back for him, and then they'd say, hey, to the kid that threw it out, hey, if you need it again, it's right back in the corner for you in case Jamestown scores again. Because it just seemed like there was a never-ending supply of them. They never, just one of those things, and you couldn't help but laugh.
If you're watching this game and don't know the tradition of painted blue chickens on the ice or jackrabbits, shot came up from Rodacker up into the protective mesh. Sorry, make that Hagen out of play. This is the truth. They Back in the day, all the way until last year, we saw a rabbit on the ice in Botno last year, I think, didn't we?
I think we did.
I think that's the last time that I've seen a rabbit on the ice was at the Lumberdome last year. Minot High being the magicians, pulling the rabbit from the hat, of course. You can obviously get why you'd paint a chicken blue, the Blue Jay. But that used to be a thing. Right here at the VFW Sports Center, I'm sure Nathan Stremick is watching this game tonight. Nathan Stremick, Tyler Lundy against Bismarck High School one night. I don't remember if it was region tournament or not, but Minot shut out Bismarck High. And in that hockey game, Larry McFall will tell you the story the best. He was on the radio for the matchup with Rob Hall, the former Minot High broadcast duo. Boy, they did a great job too, by the way. 26 was the total number of rabbits that held down on the ice, but Bismarck never scored. So they all came down at the end of the game because Minot High shut them out 1-0. Here's the Magi with a chance. Rutlick hammered towards the net. Blocker save again, Gelberg. Can you imagine bringing in 26 jackrabbits? That's quite an effort, by the way, folks, to trap that many.
That's a whole rabbit farm.
Down to 9 seconds left in the hockey game. Minot's going to get out of here with a win. They will improve to a record of 13-7-1 overall. Jamestown's going to drop to 10-12. This will set up a date tomorrow. Legacy and Minot High in the semifinals. They split on the year. 3-1 or 3-2. Legacy got Minot, I'll tell you for sure right now, is 2-1. I'm sorry. Minot beat them here on this ice surface 8-2. Jamestown's going to try to stay alive tomorrow against the Williston Coyotes. Magi are victorious. Planning Team Financial Shots Crossroads postgame show comes up next on the PSP Network. We'll break it down for you folks when we come back to the VFW Sports Center.
Presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of Finrun Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this?
With Shaw's Crossroads Fuel to Food reward program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.
When it comes to your car, you need someone you can trust. Someone who cares about your safety, your budget, and your peace of mind. At Trusted Tire and Auto, trust is more than just a word. It's at the heart of everything we do. We're a local business, owned and operated by people who live and work in this community. And we believe that by building relationships based on trust and care, we can make our community a better place to live and drive. Trusted Tire and Auto, where trust, care, and community meet on the road.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I pick Carson Wentz. I pick Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team, like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Planning Team Financial Advisors and Shaw's Crossroads bring you the post-game show after a 6-1 victory for Minot High over the Jamestown Blue Jays. Planning Team Financial, whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team can help you every step of the way. Find them online, planningteam.com. Shaw's Crossroads brings you the post-game as well. Shaw's Crossroads, home to the famous number 99. Team buses are always welcome at Shaw's Crossroads. Stop in today on the 2 and 52 bypass east of the Magic City. It's Shaw's Crossroads bringing you the post-game after Minot downs Jamestown 6-1. What does that mean for the bracket? Well, means that Minot and Legacy play in the semis tomorrow. In the nightcap, Dickinson plays Century in the first semifinal. That's at 5 p.m. Botno Rugby and Mandan start the party tomorrow at 11 a.m. Loser is done. Winner advances to loser outplay. Williston and Jamestown then will play 30 minutes after that game. Get ready for a good one there. Couple good ones, I think, tomorrow in that first set. I think we're in store for a semifinal night that's going to be good as well. And at the start of the year, when I made my predictions at the start of this hockey season, I said that Minot High and Legacy would be playing for a WDA championship. That didn't come true. They finished number 2 and number 3. Century surprised me a bit. Not a giant surprise by any means. Century's obviously legitimate. They've got firepower. But Minot and Legacy will play tomorrow in the semifinals. That very well could have been your region title match. Get ready for a good one tomorrow night in that contest. I guarantee it is going to be good. There's your bracket for tomorrow. It's because Century beat Botno 2-1. Mandan beat Dickinson 4-0. Legacy beat Williston 7-0. And Minot wins 6-1 here in this showdown. Time for our highlights of tonight's hockey game of the Game Rewind, presented by our friends at Ryan Family Dealerships. DriveRyan.com. Here's the highlights of tonight's game. Holland. Off the draw, puck comes back away, up to neutral ice. Offensive zone, carried down here from Jorson. Andrew Walls leads this Blue Jay team. Here's Keller, big save out in front, another save. Vance onto his backhand, looks for the outlet, finds it up top. It's Holland, he'll fire. Oh, Pat saving a big one there. Continuing their education at Minot State. Well, we sure appreciate you folks for joining us here tonight for the showdown at the quarterfinals. Here's a drive from the line. They score off the draw. Save Keller. Keller from the far wing to the near. Reversed it to his partner Deal. Onto the tape now here for Strand. Nice defensive read there. Was Stubble right in front for the Magi. Here's a drive from Carter Coleman, and the stop is made. Shelburne goes down in front, and now Morelli on the wing. Brings it to Manson again. Oh, knuckle puck from the line. Knocked down there by Abrahamson. Went wide. Comes to Morelli at the point. Sends it in. He shoots. He scores. Time to pull the trigger on the backhand. Back to the point. Tipped in front. They scored. For a moment. Now it's Finley Bentz on the far side wing. Half wall that has the puck for the Magi. Trying to get out of his own end. He's hounded, but Bentz somehow gets free. Finley Bentz is over the blue line now. Fancy move. Bentz is in. Fires. Oh, he scored. What a play. And Lemon goes off the glass up to center. Here's a rush for the Magi. Rodacker in with Hagenau. Rodacker in front to Hagenau. Give and go. Oh, what a save that. They used to come to the All Seasons Arena. Here's Strand in. Strand fires. Oh, hard shot. Ends up behind the netminder. Here in the first period of this quarterfinal matchup. Tipped down in front. Oh, Ben Holland off the drop. There you get the highlights of the hockey game tonight. Minot High got 6. Jamestown got 1. Here's how they did it. The Magi started it off early. Minute 30 in. Ben Holland from Aiden Deal. Jackson Radke from Ben Holland and Cohen Schmeichel at 11:37. Both even strength goals for the Magi. 2-0 Minot at the end of 1. The Magi outshot the Blue Jays 17-3 in the first. Tyson Jorison made it a 2-1 hockey game. Nate Walls assisted. So did Adam Sortland. That was on the power play at 4:26 of the second. Back-to-back goals from Mackley Morelli. One at 7:04, then at 12:54. Even strength tallies. Deal assisted on the first. Manson assisted on the second. And Minot High had a 4-1 lead at the end of 2. Finley Bentz, even strength at 4:19 of the third period. Coast-to-coast goal, a real doozy of a highlight. Tegan Strand then put the nail in the coffin at 14:32. Carter Coleman assisted. Cole Richardson did as well. That's how the Magi get their 6 and the Blue Jays get their 1. Shots in the second, 13-5 Minot. Shots in the third, 13-3 Minot. 43-11 the total shots on goal. Lewis Gelberg ended up with 37 saves on 43 shots. Devin Keller had 10 saves on 11 shots. Time for your move of the game tonight, brought to you by Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Roger Ward and Jobbers can help you with the brother companies. Jobbers Moving and Storage and Roger Ward. Locations in Minot, Bismarck, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Find them online. JobbersWarehouse.com. Here's your move of the game. And this was a real doozy, folks. Gelberg making the save of the year that I've seen. I mean, that was really something. Big stop from the Jamestown netminder is your move of the game. Congratulations, Lewis Gelberg. You've got tonight's move of the game brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage on a glove save on the back door. My goodness. Time for our MVP of the game. Brought to you by Sport Clips. Locations in Minot and Bismarck. Get the MVP haircut experience at Sport Clips. Sign in online with the app today. MVP tonight, tough choice. A lot of players with some points in this hockey game. And some big points. Ben Holland out of the gate. Radke was good tonight. Morelli had a pair. Finley Bentz, Strand. Plenty of them, but I liked Aiden Deal's game tonight on the back end. Aiden Deal came up with a pair of points. He doesn't have many on the season. Not really his style of play that is going to generate him a ton. He's got 11 now with 2 goals, 7 assists. That's not his role. He's more of a steady Eddie D-man, but he also does some work on the power play. And I thought he was good on both ends of the ice tonight. Aiden Deal, congratulations. You're our Sport Clip MVP of tonight's game. What a day in the WDA quarterfinals. Big thank you to Johnny Haugen. 2-man crew producing this WDA tournament. John, I know you can't read my signs that I was giving you all night long on what camera shots to get, but man, we do appreciate you. We love you, man. Thanks for your effort here tonight. Big thank you to Todd Domries and Lane Sedevy. Job well done to those gentlemen from start to finish here today. Calling the first 2 hockey games. Sedevy calling the third with us as well here today. Matt Morelli on the call for the final game tonight. Big thank you to all of them. Tyler Hagan Photography's got the game action shots online tonight, folks. Hope you find those on Facebook and like and share those as well. Century, Ed Dickinson in the semis. 1 win away from a state tournament berth. Minot and Legacy in the semis. Also a win away from a state tournament berth tomorrow. Mandan, Botno, Williston, Jamestown fight to survive and keep their season alive tomorrow. We'll have full coverage for you right here on the PSP Network. For my broadcast partners, Matt Morelli, Lane Sedevy, for Todd Domries and John Haugen, big thank you to all those sponsors that make these games possible. You, the fans, for making it possible this tournament go around as well. But as always, a giant thank you to all the military men and women out there. We can't thank you enough. God bless you to all the veterans and active servicemen and women. God bless America. Final again in this final game, 6-1. Minot gets the win. We'll see you tomorrow right here bright and early. Coverage starts at 10:40 for semifinal round of the WDA hockey tournament. Until then, Nick Holberg signing off. Please have a good night and God bless.
Trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Point. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a Sport Clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.